टू अचीव, और इसके लिए चलता है कैरेक्टर टू एक्ट। मुझे अपने व्यक्तित्व को उस प्रकार से गढ़ना पड़ता है, मेरे समय का सर्वाधिक उपयोग उस काम के लिए लगाने का मुझे प्रायोरिटी तय करनी होती है, खुद को खपाना पड़ता है। मेरा शरीर, मेरा मन, बुद्धि, सब कुछ मेरा कैरेक्टर टू एक्ट, उस काम को पूर्ण करने वाले कैरेक्टर के रूप में अगर निकलता है तो मैं परिणामों को प्राप्त कर। मेरी टीम के पास ये सब कुछ संभव है दोस्तों।
All right, let me go straight across now to Aman for more on this. Aman, I was just listening to the Prime Minister. Just take us through some of the highlights and the important points as he makes that very motivating speech, that pep talk to all of the staff who works with him.
Well, yes, and this is also, I would say, Avantika, his mission and his vision for his third term, where he's speaking about more people-centric governance, tech-led governance, and citizen-centric governance is a theme that is also, given to all the secretaries when he met them in March about, when he asked them to prepare this 100-day plan, first 100-day plan for the government, which we will see roll out soon after I believe the 100-day plan is almost ready, and the presentations will begin at the PMO and at before the Council of Ministers next week, as soon as the PM is back from Italy. So whatever he's saying here also is that, make it a people's PMO. He said 10 years ago, there was this perception that PMO is the center of all power. It is the center from where all the decisions are taken. No longer it is the case. He said it should not, nobody should think it's like a Modi's PMO. It should be a people's PMO. Something very interesting he has said. Also he's giving the pep talk that we have to take nation to new heights, also crediting the bureaucracy for working with a single-minded vision, as the government had the vision of a people-centric, development-oriented governance. He said this is not just the win of us, this is the win of every government servant also who has worked with that vision with the government for the last 10 years. He also asked for new benchmarks to be set, new wider ambitions to be there, no low-hanging fruits. The government has to think big. The government has to think ambitiously to take India to new heights.
And he has reiterated that so many times, his vision and his goal of taking India to greater heights. He's been driving also the Indian economy with such brute force. But that was at a time when he enjoyed absolute majority. Aman, from your experience and, you tracking the government for over a decade, do you see that perhaps there could be upheavals, there could be impediments in his dream of, realizing those goals that he has set out for himself?
Well, Avantika, of course, there'll be challenges. This is, if you see Mr. Modi's first two terms, 282 seats for BJP on its own in 2014, 303 seats in 2019, full majority. And that is how I think which enabled Mr. Modi to take these big historic decisions, abrogation of Article 370, bringing in CAA, or be it other major steps to take on surgical strikes in Pakistan, for example, which were carried out on 2 occasions in Pakistan and POK. So these were big decisions which the BJP could take because it was led by a strong, decisive, full majority Prime Minister. And this is something that he has reiterated on many occasions in the past, that, you give me full majority and then see what I can deliver. This time, he's not got that full majority mandate from the people. He has stopped short at 240 seats, which in itself is a record for a third term for a Prime Minister. So, even the Congress was not able to come to 240 on its own in UPA 1 or UPA 2. Actually, many people forget that in UPA 1, it was well below 200, and UPA 2 was slightly above 200. It was nowhere near 240, but still Manmohan Singh could run an effective coalition government, which, derailed in the second term, we can say 2011 onwards due to this series of corruption scandals. But still, it was a government much hailed till, we can say, about 2010. So, in a way, Mr. Modi has the chance to, take the allies together. Yes, I would say it has to be a more accommodative government. It has to be an all-encompassing government, and a government which is more cognizant to the concerns of the allies. And I'm sure the allies, like especially the TDP and the JDU, will make their voice heard in this government. They have got a cabinet minister and an MOS each, but I think they will make their voice heard when it comes to getting that financial package for their states. And that could ruffle some feathers, because if the government makes an exception for Bihar and for Andhra Pradesh, there are other states who can complain, especially the opposition ruled states may say that why are these states being singled out for the financial package. So I think it has to be a careful balancing act. And the union budget, which is coming up, the full budget, which will come up next month, will be a very, very interesting exercise on how Modi government balances these aspirations of the two key ally partners, and also keeps the opposition in check, which is in bigger numbers in the parliament now. So the opposition will be putting up a far more vociferous protest on certain issues, or Parliament also becomes more intensely contested in the days to come.
Oh, absolutely. And for him to achieve those goals, he's already armed himself with his most trusted lieutenants. Pallavi, you have the Prime Minister already in accommodative mode. Tell me something. You were at the oath-taking ceremony, and what were some of the big takeaways for you from the oath-taking ceremony yesterday?
Well, apart from the 8,000 odd crowd, which covered all kinds of spectrum, from the entitled to the celebrities, but there were lots of people who were down to earth from the backward community. There were, of course, Padma awardees, rat miners, all of them were there. So I think what he's talking about today of being a people's PMO, we did find a reflection of that at the oath-taking ceremony, because I think he wanted to send out a message that this is a government which is actually going to be for the people, and it is actually meant for all. That's one point. And then, of course, on stage, of course, it's a long process. It took almost 3 hours. But apart from that, Avantika, the kind of bonhomie he tried to share, I mean, of course, it's a matter of procedure, but after taking oath, each of the ministers walks up to the Prime Minister and greets him. But, you could see him smiling and relaxed when you watched people from the TDP or from the JDU going up and taking their oath. I mean, he, for example, patted Chirag Paswan also, and showing that he does have a soft corner for him. I think when the entire photo opportunity was taken, the message that he clearly wanted to send out is that this is a cohesive team. It's not like the coalition government of UPA 1 and UPA 2. So therefore, it's never ever going to be a lame duck government. It's something in which I'm in control. But beyond, and the biggest of them all, is the BJP heavy that you found in the entire team. The old senior team was intact. They are very much there. The first row, he was flanked by them. And of course, sending out a message that as far as I am concerned, it is very much a BJP government plus that of the allies. So those who were talking, the naysayers, Avantika, who said that this is going to be a government which is going to be indulging in policy paralysis, going to face that, I don't think that's the message which seemed to be coming across, at least yesterday. And the Prime Minister's talk today, the pep talk that he's giving, I think that role has been very cut out for. At the end of the day, is the PMO which carries on also the agenda of the government. And therefore, he's given this pep talk to his own people that, we are going to work together. It's going to be consensus and not confrontation.
Absolutely. Arunima, that was more than obvious and reflective in the new Council of Ministers that we saw yesterday. Another very important takeaway from the new Council of Ministers, that is the political imperative of a coalition government. He seems to be more than accommodative, with a record 72 ministers taking oath yesterday.
Yes, but the majority of that is a huge chunk of that is coming from the BJP itself, isn't it? If you look at the alliance partners, there are only 1 dozen or less than that, about 11 ministers from the allies. So that number doesn't really tell you much about what the Prime Minister's vision is as far as the coalition dharma is concerned. He did mention that word when he met for the chai program, for the tea program, the day before or the morning of the oath-taking ceremony. He told them that coalition dharma is something that will be followed. He told them that 100-day program must be made by all the ministers, and they should get on to the path of development in no time. When I've been speaking to the allies also, there is no sense of unease, or there is no sense of disbelief as to whether this will work or this will not work. They believe in the Vikas narrative of Prime Minister. They believe that development first will be the narrative. There are contentious issues on which there could have been, lack of consensus. For example, Andhra Pradesh's Muslim reservation issue. Nara Lokesh, Chandrababu Naidu's son, in repeated interviews has said that will remain in Andhra Pradesh. There's no going back. And this was one issue on which there was a lot of, comments made by BJP's top leadership. Prime Minister, then Home Minister Amit Shah, they all mentioned this issue and tried to put the Congress in the dock. Contentious issue number 2, Agniveer. KC Tyagi of the JDU has said that this calls for a review. Chirag Paswan has supported him. There are, of course, UCC-related issues, one nation, one poll. So I think the alliance partners are very clear. As long as it is economic development which is on the table, there is full cooperation. There's no problem there in running this alliance government. The problem only will be if the BJP-specific political agendas or ideological agendas are pushed through. Then it would perhaps require a lot more negotiation between the alliance partners and the BJP.
All right. Arunima, Pallavi and Aman, thank you all for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you. It's time for us to take a very short break right here on the broadcast. Keep watching the space. I'll be back with lots more.
और इसलिए 2014 से हमने जो कदम उठाए, आपने मार्क किया होगा, और पहले जो पीएमओ में रहे होंगे उनसे पूछ लेना, हमने इसको एक कैटलिक एजेंट के रूप में ही डेवलप करने की कोशिश की है। वो कैटलिक एजेंट के यहां से ऊर्जा प्रसारित होती रहे, यहां से नई नई चेतना प्रसारित होती रहे, जो पूरे तंत्र के अंदर एक प्रकार से विद्युत की तरह नई चमक दे, नई रोशनी दे, नई सामर्थ्य दे। और मेरी कोशिश रही है कि पीएमओ ये सेवा का अधिष्ठान होना चाहिए, पीएमओ ये पीपल्स पीएमओ होना चाहिए, ये मोदी पीएमओ नहीं हो सकता है। और इसलिए मेरे दिल दिमाग में सिवाय 140 करोड़ कोई नहीं, और मेरे लिए 140 करोड़ नागरिक नहीं है, मेरे लिए 140 करोड़ परमात्मा का रूप है। और जब मैं सरकार में बैठ करके कोई निर्णय करता हूं, तो मैं सोच रहा हूं कि मैंने आज 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को इस रूप में मैंने पूजा की है, और उनके चरणों में मैंने इस योजना के रूप में एक पुष्प चढ़ाया है। उस भाव से मैं काम करता हूं। सरकार की बात आती है तब वो अकेला मोदी नहीं होता है, उसके जो हजारों दिमाग उसके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, हजारों मस्तिष्क जो इस काम में लगे हुए हैं, हजारों भुजाएं जिस काम को कर रही है, रूप है, उसी का परिणाम होता है कि सामान्य मानवी को भी उसके सामर्थ्य का साक्षात्कार होता है। और एक बार जब सामर्थ्य का साक्षात्कार हो जाता है तो समर्पण अपने आप समाहित हो जाता है। और ये पूरा 3 महीने का कालखंड उस सामर्थ्य के साक्षात्कार का, उस सामर्थ्य के प्रति समर्पण के भाव का और उस समर्पण के अंदर नए संकल्पों की ऊर्जा जुड़ी हुई थी, जिसका परिणाम है कि आज हम फिर एक बार देश की सेवा के लिए प्रशस्त हो रहे हैं। हम वो लोग नहीं हैं कि जो इतने बजे ऑफिस शुरू होता है, इतना बजे पूरा होता है। हम वो लोग नहीं है। हमारे लिए समय के बंधन नहीं है, हमारे लिए सोचने की सीमाएं नहीं हैं, हमारे लिए पुरुषार्थ के लिए कोई मानदंड नहीं है। जो इससे परे है वही तो मेरी टीम है, और वही टीम पर देश को भरोसा है। साथियों, 10 साल में बहुत सारे लोग आप में से होंगे जो 10 साल से मुझे जेल रहे हैं। कुछ लोग हैं जो शायद अब जेलना शुरू करेंगे। कुछ लोग होंगे साहब बहुत हो गए, अब कहीं और जाए तो अच्छा होगा। जो जाना चाहते हैं उनको मेरी तरफ से शुभकामनाएं हैं। आपने इतना किया इसलिए धन्यवाद है। जो आना चाहते हैं, अगर आज टीवी पर मेरी बात सुन करके जो मन भाव से खप जाना चाहता है 5 साल, आइए, निमंत्रण है। और हम मिल करके दोस्तों एक ही लक्ष्य, नेशन फर्स्ट, एक ही इरादा, 2047 विकसित भारत। और मैंने पब्लिकली कहा है, मेरा पल पल देश के नाम है। और मैंने ये भी वादा किया है देश को, 24/7 फॉर 2047। मुझे वो टीम से अपेक्षाएं हैं, मैं मेरी टीम से चाहता हूं। और उसमें भी मैंने मिला हुआ काम समय से पूरा कर दिया, मुझे मिला हुआ काम गलती के बिना कर दिया। मैं समझता हूं अच्छी चीज है, लेकिन परिपूर्णता नहीं है। मैंने उसमें वैल्यू एडिशन क्या किया? मैंने पूरा किया, लेकिन ज्यादा अच्छे से पूरा किया। मैंने पूरा किया, लेकिन आगे अब किसी के सर पे बोझ नहीं रहेगा, इतना मैंने करके रखा है। अगर हमारा भाव है, हर चीज में वैल्यू एडिशन, हर चीज में क्वालिटी अपग्रेडेशन, तो मुझे पक्का विश्वास है दोस्तों कि हम 5 साल के भीतर भीतर जिस सपनों को और संकल्प को लेकर के चले हैं, उसको हम परिपूर्ण कर सकते हैं। 10 साल का मेरा अनुभव है, जो तय किया उसको हम करके रहे हैं। तय भले मोदी ने किया, लेकिन करने वाले आप हैं। करके रहे हैं, हम सब मिलके करके रहे हैं। हम सबकी सामूहिक शक्ति का परिणाम है कि हमने एक कैटेगरी एजेंट के रूप में इसको काम किया है। आपको बहुत से लोग मिलेंगे व्यक्तिगत जीवन में, और खास करके टीनेज ग्रुप के जो लोग होते हैं, उनसे अगर बात करेंगे, अगर उस समय क्रिकेट की सीजन चलती है तो उसका मन करता है यार एक अच्छा क्रिकेटर बन जाओ। दिमाग में रहता है यार क्रिकेटर बन जाना है। एक अच्छी मूवी बड़ी पॉपुलर हो गई तो फिर मन में करता है यार ये फील्ड अच्छा है, मैं एक्टर बन जाऊं, मैं इसमें चला जाऊं। उसी समय मान लीजिए चंद्रयान की घटना घटी है तो उसको लगता है यार ये फील्ड बहुत अच्छा है, साइंटिस्ट बन जाओ। और मान लीजिए 2 महीने के बाद क्रिकेट मैच आ गई तो उसको लगता है यार साइंटिस्ट वाला तो जरा मेहनती है, अच्छा करो अपन क्रिकेट वाला हो जाए। यानी ज्यादातर वो लोग होते हैं जिनकी इच्छाएं अस्थिर होती हैं, और जब इच्छा अस्थिर होती है तो सामान्य मानवी उसको तरंग कहता है। उसको लगता है यार तो तरंग ही है, एक सुबह एक सोचता है, दोपहर को दूसरा होता है, इस पर बात मत करो यार, ऐसे ही हुड़दंगबाजी करता रहता है। इच्छा जब अस्थिर होती है तो दुनिया की नजरों में वो तरंग होता है, लेकिन जब इच्छा स्थिर हो जाती है और उसके अंदर एक लंबे अरसे तक इच्छा को स्थिरता मिल जाती है तो इच्छा
Good evening. You're watching The Nation at 5 right here on CNN News 18. We're bringing you this in cooperation with Federal Bank. We're joining you right here from live in the newsroom. Yesterday evening, the Prime Minister was sworn in for a third consecutive term. Historic. He very much matched the former Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru's record in his swearing in. Now, yesterday, he was sworn in with a coalition. So a number of his alliance partners swearing in with him. We don't yet know the portfolio allocation. And going into this next hour, that's going to be the very, very exciting question. Now, as we speak, you have ministers who are, well, not ministers yet, leaders who are arriving right now for this meeting that is supposed to take place. The meeting's the first cabinet meeting of Narendra Modi 3.0, so the third regime. And as we speak, as we told you a little earlier, we're still awaiting portfolio allocation. So that still remains the big question. We'll go over to our colleague Aman. He's joining us right now in the newsroom to bring us more context. Aman, since earlier this morning, we've been discussing this big question. Yesterday, the order in which leaders were sworn in, should we read into that? Should we not? Because we saw some interesting back and forths take place there. For example, you had JP Nadda sworn in before you had Nirmala Sitharaman. Some experts reading into that, saying that it could mean something, it could mean a different. How do you see it?
Well, Toya, I think if we see the contours of Modi 3.0, 72 ministers in all, including Mr. Modi, it's a fairly big cabinet, big council of ministers, the same number which was the outgoing Modi 2.0. But the change here is that they have about 25 full cabinet ministers, 4 ministers of state in the last outgoing. So there were 29 in all who require individual ministries. This time that number is 35. So there are 6 more ministers who need to be adjusted. So I think my guess is that many ministers will not get double, triple portfolios like it was in the previous government. A minister was holding 2 to 3 portfolios as well. So it's going to be more evenly distributed. The other major thing is that the 4 top ministries, the Raisina held ministries, we call them, Home, Finance, Defense and External Affairs, all the 4 sitting ministers are in the cabinet as well. So is the talk is that will there be continuity? Will Mr. Amit Shah continue in Home, Rajnath Singh ji in Defense, Nirmala Sitharaman ji in Finance and S. Shankar in External Affairs? That seems to be the natural course because all 4 have been repeated. But will there be a reshuffle between them? Also cannot be ruled out because last time we had seen Mr. Amit Shah coming to Home and Defense, Rajnath Singh moving from Home to Defense, Nirmala Sitharaman moving from Defense to Finance. There was a mini reshuffle last time. Will that reshuffle be repeated? Remains to be seen. Another important thing is that all the, I would say, the real engine of this government, the performing ministers, the tier 2 ministers, I would say, but the real performers, Ashwini Vaishnav, Piyush Goyal, Dharmendra Pradhan, Jyotiraditya Scindia, will these ministers continue in their respective ministries? Because these are ministries, infrastructure ministry, like Mr. Gadkari's ministry, road and highway, is something where continuity is of great importance. That said, there are new entrants, as you said. There is Mr. JP Nadda, heavyweight, outgoing BJP president, and he is set to get a top ministry. That's what I'm told. Maybe an infrastructure ministry could come his way. Then there is Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, multiple time chief minister in Madhya Pradesh. He also comes with a lot of experience, agriculture, rural development. He's worked in that areas in a big way in Madhya Pradesh, turned around the entire agriculture irrigation picture in Madhya Pradesh. Will the Modi government lean upon him to lead a ministry, important ministry like agriculture or rural development? Then also Mr. M.L. Khattar of Haryana chief minister multiple times. So will his expertise be used? There is H.D. Kumaraswamy from the JDS, who's a full-time cabinet minister, seated in the front row yesterday, along with Jitin Ram Manchi, Lallan Singh, who are the prominent minister from the JDU, Ram Mohan Naidu from the TDP. So all these ministers have been spoken about for important portfolios, important ministries. Who gets what? I think it's difficult to speculate in this government. Everything is a very closely guarded secret. We can, like everybody, keep on waiting on the PIB press release, PIB website to look for that press release as soon as it comes. But the cabinet meeting has begun at 7 LKM. All the newly sworn in ministers yesterday, all 72 ministers will be together at the cabinet meeting today. So we are expecting some clarity maybe after this cabinet meeting on who gets what.
Aman, before we go over to our other reporters, how much can this be delayed?
Well, it should ideally come today. If we've seen 2014 and 2019, the list always comes a day after the swearing in. Last time I remember it coming around 2 or 3 o'clock the day later. This time it's a bit late than that, but the swearing in also ended quite late last night at 10 p.m. So it should come today. I believe it should come today. Maybe the suspense would be too much for everybody to hold off it if it extends till tomorrow. I think it should come today. Something will give after this cabinet meeting. Maybe the ministers will be told that what ministry, what portfolio they'll be handling from now on, and maybe the list will come as the cabinet is going on. Let's wait a bit. I think we're told it's coming shortly.
Okay, so just a few more minutes. Let's go over to our two other reporters who are joining us from the ground. We have our colleague Pallavi Ghosh and our colleague Arunima. Both are joining us. Pallavi, since earlier this morning, the other aspect we've been discussing is the difficulty for the BJP to balance its coalition partners. Earlier today and out of yesterday, you could see different political entities seemingly disgruntled, putting on a face of being all right. We saw, for example, the NCP's Praful Patel make a statement to the press. Can you just tell our audiences behind the scenes, how is the BJP navigating that question right now?
Well, I guess Maharashtra will always be a sticky point for them for now. See, after UP, if there's been a sense of disappointment, it has certainly come in from the state of Maharashtra, where the BJP certainly has a lot at stake, considering the fact there are also assembly elections later this year. So the BJP wouldn't want to lose a grip over Maharashtra. And I think it's been a little disappointing that the two new allies that they got on board, which is the NCP as well as the Eknath Shinde, Shiv Sena, has not been able to deliver as much as perhaps the BJP expected. And frankly speaking, Mr. Sharad Pawar and the UBT has also been able to hold on to its own. So that is one big challenge at the state level. If you talk about the national level, as of now, the disgruntled voice has certainly come in from Mr. Praful Patel, who's made it very clear that I've been a cabinet minister. To offer me MOS is something which is demeaning, but I have also been told and reassured a course correction will take place. Early days yet, I still think that there is going to be an opportunity where there could be a little bit of a cabinet expansion, where it is likely that one of them is going to be accommodated. But it will be also interesting to see that if most of the key infrastructural portfolios are already distributed now, how are you going to tinker with it later? Praful Patel, as we all know, has been the steels as well as the civil aviation minister. He's an infrastructure minister. That's been his expertise. So if he is incorporated at a later stage, where is that accommodation going to be happening? As of now, honeymoon period, even Nitish Kumar, TDP, all of them know that the India front, for all his bluster, doesn't have the numbers. Second, immediate concern for Bihar and for Nitish Kumar is to show to the voters that, this alliance with the BJP and being a part of the NDA is actually going to work to our benefit. It's going to be easy for me to get the funds and therefore the development of the state, and it's only me who can do so. As far as Chandrababu Naidu is concerned, from day one, he has been attacking Jagan Mohan Reddy for depleting the exchequer, and therefore he would also require the state funds, and that's also what he would need to tell his critics and his people, that this is the reason why I went back into an NDA, because I knew this is where I could get my money and funds and support from.
Okay, Pallavi, thank you. Just stay with us. As we told you earlier, a battery of reporters joining us right now from the ground. Our colleague Arun bringing us developments from the ground. I believe the movement on the ground has taken place. You've had leaders going in for that meeting. Arun, has the meeting begun?
Well, see, leaders have started arriving here at the 7LKM, which is the residence of Prime Minister Modi, and this is the first cabinet meeting of NDA 3.0. The likes of Amit Shah, Sarbananda Sonowal, Piyush Goyal, Rajnath Singh, they all have started arriving here at 7LKM. Let me quickly show a visual of the residence of Prime Minister Modi. This is the residence that you see right behind me, where the first cabinet meeting of this new government is taking place at this moment. And of course, it is a very, very crucial and important meeting, because we are given to understand that some of the important decisions, whether it is the approval to the construction of 2 crore houses, which of course Nirmala Sitharaman has announced in the interim budget in February this year itself, that perhaps get the approval. As you remember, Toya, that Prime Minister Modi had spoken about the housing for all. In fact, when he spoke from the ramparts of Red Fort, he talked about the housing for poor, middle class, and all those people who are living in rented apartments, stalls, they should get housing. So perhaps this is going to be a very important cabinet meeting when that approval for 2 crore more houses under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin will come up. And also we are given to understand the assistance which is being provided under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, that is perhaps going to be increased by 50%. That may get approval from this cabinet, and also the important thing which the cabinet can discuss and finalize and perhaps can send to the president then about the parliament session which can be called in to pass the interim budget, and also secondly for the oath taking of all the MPs who will be part of the 18th Lok Sabha in the Indian Parliament. So the all crucial cabinet meeting, the first cabinet meeting of NDA 3.0 is going to commence here 7 LKM, which is the residence of Prime Minister Modi.
Thank you for those details. Let's go over now to our colleague Arunima, who's joining us. Arunima, I want to take us back to the key question on everyone's minds right now, the portfolio distribution. We are telling our audiences that continuity is likely the name of the game in this moment. But at the same time, I do want to ask you, yesterday, before Nirmala Sitharaman was sworn in, you also had the former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, JP Nadda, the president of the BJP, both be sworn in before that. I just want to ask you, a possible change at all in the key ministries with these two names? How do you see it?
See, let's first start with Raisina Hills, the CCS ministries, Home, Defense, Finance and External Affairs. S. Jaishankar, even though he is yet to get the portfolio in Modi 3.0, he's carrying out his duties as usual. He's met the heads of states who have been visiting and he has been meeting them just as he was in Modi 2.0. Then the incident in Riyasi, that required immediate intervention, and I checked with the Ministry of Home Affairs. Yes, Amit Shah tweeted from his personal handle, but even otherwise, he did take note of what is happening in Riyasi, spoke to LG Manoj Sinha there, and ensured that whatever efforts are required, they are carried out without fail. Raksha Mantri or former Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, because the Indian Defence Forces are also involved in Riyasi, he's also very hands-on, taking stock of the situation there. Having said that, there is a buzz that perhaps some of these ministers in Raisina Hills could see a swap in their responsibilities. Also, like Aman has been telling us earlier also, a number of these ministers have more than one responsibility. Amit Shah, for example, has a very heavy load of Home Ministry, but also has the Ministry of Cooperation along with that. So if, there are more cabinet colleagues coming in because allies are getting accommodated, it is a possibility that one minister could only have one portfolio, thereby making space for the others. You asked me about Shivraj Singh Chauhan and JP Nadda. Nadda has been health minister in Modi's first term in 2014. Will he make a comeback to health? I spoke to Nitin Gadkari during his campaign trail, and he had pointed out that in Maharashtra, he did a lot of work in the health sector as well. So Nitin Gadkari also brings a lot of experience as far as health is concerned. Mansukh Mandavia, the current health minister in Modi 2.0, had a stellar record while fighting COVID is concerned. So there are more than one talented people available for Prime Minister Modi in the health sector. Road transport, highway, agriculture, Jal Shakti, rural development. These are ministries of interest to the Bihar parties. As far as information technology is concerned, TDP is interested in that. They're also interested in the speaker's chair, we are told. So in the next half an hour or 45 minutes, as this cabinet meeting ends, we're expecting the portfolios to be announced. The buzz that I caught from Raisina Hills was that in this meeting, indications will be given to the cabinet ministers about the role that they will be, asked to carry forward, and a 100-day plan. And around that same time, or a little after that, that press communique from Rashtrapati Bhavan could also come.
Okay, we'll ask our colleague Payal Mehta also to talk a little more on that exact point. Payal, the seeming delay of sorts of the names not being yet announced for which portfolios, you've already got the Congress pointing fingers at that. Rahul Gandhi on a tweet just a few moments ago saying that there was a delay in the finance minister's name being announced because of manipulation taking place, stock manipulation. So we can see the politics playing out. But just tell us, Payal, a little bit about what we can expect, what your sources telling you we can expect will take place in this meeting and in the next few minutes.
2019 cabinet, then it has never come the same night as well. It's come the next day possibly, but this time around, obviously, it's taken a little bit of a delay because there could be for multiple reasons is what we're given to understand. but to cast aspersions on the conduct of the government and on the strength of the government would be a little too far-fetched for the opposition parties. Yes, the opposition parties are feeling encouraged with the fact that the BJP does not have absolute majority, but the BJP has been able to keep everybody together. They've been able to keep their allies together as well. Given the fact that Chandrababu Naidu and both Nitish Kumar have been happy with the portfolios that have been given to them, 1+1 is what has been given to them, and they all understand that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is an extremely tall leader. Toya, one has to understand that the fact that all these leaders, whether it is Nirmala Sitharaman, who's been a minister in the government for the last 10 years, Dharmendra Pradhan, Bhupendra Yadav, or even Hardeep Puri for that matter, have all been retained, have all been put back again, which clearly shows you the strength that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has and the strength that his cabinet really has, because he's put all these experienced hands to place and also at the same time brought in fresh blood, whether it is Jitin Prasada, who's the MOS, whether it's, of course, Annapurna Devi, who's been elevated to a cabinet level. There has been a lot of experimentation which has also been done. Of course, there's no Smriti Irani right now because she lost the election as well, but you have a number of important faces that have been made, come to the center. Shivraj Singh Chauhan is a classic example of that. Given the fact that he was a Madhya Pradesh chief minister, he has enough administrative experience, and so has Manohar Lal Khattar. So obviously, a blend of experience and fresh talent is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi is looking at. But the fact that many of his cabinet colleagues, Ashwini Vaishnav, Dharmendra Pradhan, Piyush Goyal, Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Prahlad Joshi, all of these leaders have come back to the Modi 3.0 government. It clearly tells you that the Prime Minister has a lot of control on who's going to take the top berths as far as cabinet is concerned.
Okay, thank you, Payal. Stay with us. Let's go over. We have analysts joining us right now on the show. Paramveer Singh and Ravi Srivastava are both with us. Thank you for staying with us over the last few minutes. Mr. Srivastava, if I could first come over to you to get your analysis of this entire situation. The first question we have for you, this is obviously the first time the Prime Minister will have to run a coalition government of this nature. The balancing act we've seen so far, we obviously don't know the portfolio allocation, but the balancing act we've seen so far, where you have certain coalition partners, for example, the JDU that have been rewarded, others like the NCP faction that is led by Ajit Pawar still waiting for their reward. How do you see that?
First of all, Mr. Narendra Modi has got no experience of running a coalition government.
Right.
Of course, Congress has it. Congress has done it not once, twice, thrice, 4 times, and they are used to of it. I'm not comparing. Mr. Modi is a prime minister, and he has to decide about his style of functioning. But we have seen already that Mr. Suresh Gopi, who was the first time made the minister, who is a lone BJP MP from Kerala, he has said that he doesn't want a cabinet and he would like to work as an MP from the particular constituency where he is elected. You have got Shiv Sena, which is unhappy. They say that the JDS has got 2 seats only and they have been given a cabinet minister while they have got 7, but they don't are getting a 1 MOS only. You have seen already the NCP, which is pressurizing for making Praful Patel a cabinet minister, but he has also not been accommodated over there. So you are seeing the compulsions. How Mr. Modi will do a tightrope walking in all this coalition government, I think it will be very interesting to see that. And apart from that, every party has got its own agenda as well. What Mr. Naidu has promised to his constituency there, the 4%, the Muslim reservation, the kind of land for the Kabristan, the 1 lakh rupees to the particular community over there, all such kind of promises which they have made, they have to fulfill that. And Mr. Nitish Kumar has to look for that famous 125 lakh crore package which Mr. Modi had announced some 10 or 12 years before for Bihar, which has never reached there. So what he is going to get now, only time will tell.
Okay, so you're saying, okay, you're saying this doesn't augur well. Let me go over to Paramveer Singh to understand if he agrees with your analysis. Paramveer ji, let me just summarize once again that question. We were comparing 2 different alliance partners. On one side, you have the JDS, for example, in Karnataka, that was key in helping the BJP get the number of seats they did in Karnataka, but it only got 2 seats for itself. Compare that to, for example, the NCP Ajit Pawar faction that got 1 seat. It's not getting a portfolio where on the other side, you do have the JDS getting what they want. Just tell us how you see this balancing act. Do you agree with what Ravi had to say earlier?
Actually, this is not the first time that in India there will be a coalition government.
Right.
Mr. Modi do have an experience of working in the coalition government. We must not forget that Mr. Modi was a general secretary of BJP for a long time. When he was in his younger days, he used to be a general secretary for Haryana and Punjab. At those times, only the coalition governments were prevalent there. So he has already watched all these things, not in the office, but from the outside. And in politics, you do not have, or you do not consider 2 plus 2 4 always. You
Okay.
also learn, especially of a man of a stature, Mr. Modi, who has come from a grassroots level. He has already seen these things in the past only. Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee's government tenure, he has seen it very closely. So I don't think so that there will be any confusions right there. But in politics, you never know what is going to happen next. You cannot predict accurately what is going to happen next. Like we are seeing, there are some rumors that TDP is adamant on getting on the speaker post. They are adamant on that. So that those things have to be sorted out in the time frame, in the set time frame, and these will be sorted out. I don't think so that there will be any problem, any kind of sort of problem for Mr. Modi to govern a government in coalition. We must not forget that there are 240 people right now. 240 MPs are there from BJP. When
Right.
UPA 2 and 1, they had covered, they have ruled for the 10 years. They were around 190 or something like that. They were far more superior to their coalition partners. So Mr. Modi is in a decision making priority factor. He has a number. He already has a number with him.
Let me
So these
ask you
things
though.
are.
Let me ask you: do you see the logic? Because you have had some question the fact that those who only won 1 seat, 2 seats, they're getting cabinet berths. Do you see the logic there, though?
Yes, there is a logic because if you consider an MP seat, like I will specifically calculate that there is a party named Rashtriya Lok Dal, Jayant Chaudhary's party. He
Right.
has won only 2 seats and he is a minister of independent minister of state. But if you consider those 2 seats, he has roughly he will be deciding factor on at least 7 or 8 Vidhan Sabha seats in coming UP election. So that is a factor why they are getting cabinet berths or Rajya Mantri berths in the central government, because Mr. Modi is looking for the far side. There will be elections in the state within a few days onwards. MP is elected over 15 lakh voters. That is roughly 3 or 4 Vidhan Sabhas, depending upon the state. So it is totally justified to give them that 1 or 2 people they are deserving the cabinet berth. Mr.
So your point
Paswan
is that the real story lies a little under the surface. Ravi, I saw you putting your finger up in response. Do you want to go ahead? All right. I think we've lost our connection right now with Ravi. We'll try to re-establish our connection with both of the guests that we have with us right now. That was earlier Paramveer Singh, and before that, we had Ravi Srivastav, who was joining us. They're both political analysts, bringing us an analysis of this entire situation. As we speak, the cabinet meeting has already started. And as we speak, we are awaiting the cabinet allocation, the portfolio allocation. That remains the big question. Remember, yesterday itself, we saw key leaders get sworn in. We got key leaders also who were not included. We were talking a little bit earlier about Smriti Irani, Anurag Thakur not being included within the cabinet. Our colleague Arun Dhanta joins us from outside the meeting right now. Arun, the analysts, the reporters who we've had join us over the last few minutes in the show have pointed out that we'll probably receive the names and the allocations in the next few minutes after the meeting takes place. Can you confirm that for us and tell us what's already happened in the meeting itself?
Well, see, it's very difficult to speculate as to when the allocation of portfolio news is going to come out. We've been waiting it since morning. But nothing has come out, and still we are hoping that perhaps either after the meeting or in between the meeting we'll get some sort of press release coming from the president house's side. But there is no clarity as of now. There is all speculation which is going around, and this is of course the most important thing. Once the oath-taking ceremony has taken place, the next big question is that who's going to get which portfolio. Because remember, Toya, this time around, it's not BJP's a full majority government. They have the support of allies, and allies like TDP and JDU. We know that, of course, both the bigger allies of the BJP, JDU and TDP have got one cabinet berth and one MOS. But what is going to be the portfolio which Ram Mohan Naidu of TDP is going to get, and also, of course, Lalan Singh the cabinet minister from the JDU's quota, and also the likes of Chirag Paswan, Jitan Ram Manjhi, H.D. Kumaraswamy, what they are going to get. And also, of course, importantly, as far as this meeting is concerned, the first cabinet meeting of NDA 3.0. As we've been speaking about the agenda, as per our sources, that of course, the approval to the 2 crore houses under the Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana, that is also going to be on the table. And most importantly, the oath taking of the MPs and the passing of the interim budget. That is perhaps be discussed in the cabinet meeting. So it's a very crucial meeting, and the first one, of course, we saw Prime Minister Modi after taking oath yesterday, straight away hitting the ground, reaching at his office in the morning and signing the first documents. So I think it's a very, very important, the first cabinet meeting of NDA 3.0, when you have allies part of this cabinet meeting.
Okay, Arun, stay with us. Let's go back to the two guests we have with us. Ravi Srivastava and Paramveer Singh both join us. Ravi, we're going to come over to you with the next question. So Paramveer was pointing out to us a little earlier that Atal Bihari Vajpayee had run coalition governments at 3 different points and that the Prime Minister had watched that take place. So even though he hadn't himself run a government of this nature, either in Gujarat or in the centre, he has observed that happening. Ravi, I want to come over to you to understand what your response is to that point. I also want to ask you, in the last few days itself, have you at all sensed perhaps a consolatory note from the BJP towards its alliance partners?
Yeah, it's happening. The reconciliatory note is very much visible. Visible in the sense, earlier Mr. Modi used to be alone in the frame. Now he is keeping the other 2 allied partners also in the frame. The most of the pictures you can see with Mr. Chandrababu Naidu and Mr. Nitish Kumar sitting along with him. See, observing a coalition government and running a coalition government are 2 different things altogether. Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee had a different kind of persona altogether. He was very accommodative and he had no ego issues with that. I think with Prime Minister Modi, this ego issue is the biggest problem. You have seen that. Will he be able to do demonetization now? Can he? Making a statement at 8 o'clock, announcing on media, and then telling the RBI at 9 o'clock, is it the working style? I mean, this is not one decision. For that matter, the Black 3 laws which were withdrawn after some 740 farmers lost their lives. So, will he be able to take such fatal decisions in the government? No, he will not, because there are people. It's not a matter that whether he has got 240 members there or 200 members or a little more. This is a NDA 3.0 government, which is 32 short of the real majority. Taking people for granted is not going to work anymore. He has to talk to people, he has to convince the partners, he has to tell them that this is in the benefit of everyone, bring everyone on board, and then work on it. I think that's a big task, and he has to deal with it if he really wants to run this alliance. So
okay,
running an alliance government requires a different kind of experience, which he does not have on hand.
Okay, Ravi, if I can just ask you to stay with us. Let me just ask you to stay with us. I want to go over to our colleague Pallavi, because I do want to give our audiences the facts now. Let's go over to Pallavi Ghosh to understand more. Pallavi, we're having a spirited discussion on the BJP now having to shape and run a coalition government and what the contours of that will look like. I just want to remind our audiences 1 or 2 friction points that we've seen rise in the last few days. The JDU, for example, has talked about the importance in consulting its own constituents when it comes to several key issues that we know the BJP holds very close to their heart. There's also the debate around special status or a financial package similar to special status being given to Andhra Pradesh, then also perhaps being given to Bihar and other states, whether that will happen. And the question of the speaker's post. Will the TDP get it? Because the TDP's asked for it, the JDU's asked for it, the BJP we know wants to hold control. Pallavi, how have you seen the BJP navigating each of these questions in the last few days?
Well, I mean, of the speaker, first of all, there's going to be a pro tem speaker, because the pro tem speaker basically gives that oath of office to all those MPs who have been newly elected in the Lok Sabha. So that's what the procedure goes. And then after that, you have a speaker's election. And this time around, the sense I get is that opposition parties also plan to put up a candidate, even if they know that they don't have the numbers. But this is a game now of trying to show the other side down. So that's what's likely to happen. Speaker's post, usually the ruling party wants to, and the ruling constituent of any coalition really wants to keep for themselves, because the speaker decides the course of the running of the house, and therefore also dictates the proceedings. And therefore, anyone which is the largest party in a coalition would always want a speaker from their side. If you look at the proceedings, that's how normally it has happened, except, of course, being of Somnath Chatterjee, who belonged to a left party, but he was a consensus candidate in the UPA government, so he was chosen as a speaker. So a lot will depend on the BJP if they really want to cede that space, or they want to give it to someone, if need be, from the coalition, just to placate the alliance partners, and but also someone who they know that they can trust. So that will be one very important yardstick. Well, as far as the breakdown of the cabinet is concerned, you've seen it for yourself. An attempt has been maintained to incorporate all the allies. The only hitch, of course, has been that of the NCP, who are, of course, upset because they feel they deserve a cabinet post, but that's also an assurance they are saying has been kept for later, which is why I'm now eagerly looking forward to the portfolio, because the strength of a cabinet or a team really comes in for the kind of portfolio distribution. Will you give to the opposition party some key portfolios, for example, railways? That's been a very close, kind of a ministry for the Prime Minister, the Vande Bharat, the new Vande Bharats. All of that has been one of the most USPs of the government, one can say. And therefore, would he want to give it away to an ally? And because he doesn't know whether he can ensure that that work carries on. It was with Ashwini Vaishnav, as we all know. So will a key infrastructural ministries be actually given to an ally, and which one of them, and to who are those allies? That becomes very important. So there's a lot of speculation. I wouldn't want to go into that realm. But I think one thing we can almost say for sure, going by the sheer numbers of BJP leaders in the cabinet, the top leaders, the top ministries are going to remain more or less the same. They are going to be status quo, or at least the people are going to be there. I don't think the Prime Minister would want to cede that space for, say, a finance ministry or defense or whom to any of those allies. So the party, which is the single largest one in this case, of course, the BJP, will use their numbers to kind of convince the allies that this is the reason why we stake our claim on it.
Okay, so this is the message we've been telling our audiences over the last few hours too, that the key portfolios, the big four as they're called, are likely to remain with the BJP. We're going to head into a quick break. On the other side, we return with our battery of reporters, our analysts, to bring you more analysis of all the moments before the portfolio allocation actually takes place. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Progress
which came under a heavy barrage of gunfire from militants, and that's when it lost its control. It was carrying pilgrims from a temple nearby to Katra. A lot of devotees come to Vaishno Devi and other temples in Katra and Riyasi. Particularly, this bus was targeted when it came near a bend.
Welcome back. We're joining you with the nation at 5. We're joining you right here from our studios. This is brought to you, partnered by Federal Bank. So we're coming to you with our coverage right now as we are just a few moments away, possibly from portfolio allocation taking place. The first cabinet meeting under Narendra Modi 3.0 is already taking place. Ministers have arrived and entered into the meeting, and our colleague Aman is with us once again to provide us with more context. Aman, one of the many questions we've been looking at is how the portfolio allocation will take place, and obviously that question of the big four in particular. So the key ministries, Home Ministry, Defense, Finance, how we could see external, how we could see those handed out. I want to ask you, the two new entrants or the two new names we saw yesterday, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, JP Nadda, even if we don't read into the order in which they were sworn in, those are key names. So do we possibly see, because we keep telling our audiences continuity will be there, but do we see a shuffle at all taking place to include them?
Well, it is anybody's guess, Toya, but if we go by the order in which they were sitting, let's not go strictly by that order, because Mr. Nitin Gadkari was seated number 3, right, but he's never been in the Cabinet Committee of Security Ministry, the Rice and Oil Ministries. He has always been the Roads and Highways Minister. So I think we'll have to wait on that, but I think Home and Defense are the two key ministries, of course, the most critical ministries in any government, and Mr. Amit Shah and Mr. Rajnath Singh are the two senior most ministers, right, handling those two senior most ministries. So will they be changed for somebody else? I don't think so. That seems to be happening. As I said, in the top 4, there might be a slight reshuffle, one swapping place with the other. Nirmala Sitharaman in finance, she's the senior most woman minister in the government now, after Smriti Irani has lost, Maneka Gandhi have lost, so she's the tall woman minister. In the CCS, the Modi government has kept a woman minister always. Earlier she was defense, then she became finance minister. Similarly, when it comes to foreign affairs, S. Jaishankar has the expertise, and he's already been meeting dignitaries today who had come for the prime minister's swearing in. So I think I don't see any change in the MEA or in the other 3 ministries. Maybe there's a swap, but not any change. Of course, Shivraj Singh Chauhan will get a very important ministry. His expertise has been in Madhya Pradesh reforming the entire agriculture irrigation sector. So the talk is that he could be given the very, very key agriculture ministry. And this is also important ministry because, BJP has faced certain reverses in the rural areas this time. So BJP might be looking at some new schemes, some new initiatives in the rural areas. So agriculture becomes a very, very important scheme. So does rural development. Maybe both ministries together could go to Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan. That could make it a heavyweight portfolio for him. We don't know for sure. We're just speculating what we're hearing from various BJP leaders, what they are thinking aloud about. And Mr. M.L. Khattar similarly could get one of the, the steel ministries, one of the infrastructure ministries. I think handled very well by Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Roads and Highways Minister. Railways Ministry is up for grabs. People even saying JP Nadda could get one of the leading infrastructure ministries in this government. So it's all speculation right now. That is what BJP leaders are thinking around. Right now, the cabinet meeting is on. Maybe the Prime Minister would be telling the ministers there that what they are getting, and we'll be wiser maybe after the cabinet meeting is over.
Can I ask you to take our audiences now down history lane? So tell us, when you've had governments where the power sharing is like this, so you have a 240, for example, where you have a BJP that's clearly out and out the largest in the alliances, but it does need its alliance partners. How have we, in examples like that in the past, in the recent past, seen the power distributed between the key party and its alliance partners?
See, Toya, if you see even the portfolios, if you see 85% of the berths are with the BJP. They have cornered 61 out of the 72 total berths. So that could be reflected also in the cabinet portfolio wise. But 5 full cabinet ministers are from the allies. So obviously, be it the likes of S.T. Kumaraswamy, Jitin Ram Manjhi, Lalan Singh, Ram Mohan Naidu, Chirag Paswan, all these 5 are also slated to get full ministries to themselves. What ministries they get remains to be seen. But obviously, if they're full cabinet ministers, they're going to be very, very important. Also, like Jayan Chaudhary is an MOS with independent charge from the RLD. Also, the Shiv Sena's minister is a MOS with independent charge. There's only one post given to the Shiv Sena. So obviously, Shiv Sena would also be looking at one MOS with independent charge, but with an important ministry, maybe coming their way. So I think that is the expectation of the allies. I see the BJP dominating the list, but I think some of of the allies could get some very key ministries.
Okay, thank you for that context. Okay, let's go over now to the two analysts that we have who remain with us. Paramveer Singh and Ravi Srivastava, both with us right now. They've been with us through the show, giving us analysis. Let's go over to Paramveer Singh to understand more from him. Paramveer, I want to come to you to understand the two alliance partners, so the TDP and the JDU. There have been many narratives in which they've been depicted as almost breathing down the BJP's neck. Would you agree with that analysis, particularly in the manner in which we've seen negotiations take place behind the scenes over the last few days?
Well, that is all. These are all speculation because NDA government is getting its shape right now. And India Alliance people were very much confident that NDA government will not form or they will not do well in the coming years. But that is all a speculation and that is a mind game which is played in politics. It was being played before the elections also. Mr. Modi and his team were saying that we are 400 chaps so far, and that is only a mind game. I don't think so that there would be any risk to the government because Mr. Nitish Kumar has to face an assembly election right now, right after this year, December or January next year. So he doesn't have, he has to face the assembly elections too also. So he needs to get something and he has to perform here in the central government so as he can do well in his state also. Same is the case with Mr. Chandrababu Naidu. He is planning a new state capital for Andhra Pradesh, Amravati. So he needs funds and he needs support from the central government so that he can do his tempo building in his home state only. So I don't think so that there will be any crisis of sort of things like this here. It is mere a speculation and a mind game that is being played by the opposition parties right now.
Let me ask you though, how do you see, and this is the question we wanted to ask you before we went into break, how do you see them navigating the tougher roadblocks ahead of them? The question of, for example, who to give a financial package to, whether they can limit that to an Andhra Pradesh, whether they'll also have to extend that to a Bihar, the speaker's post, these difficult questions, how do you see them navigating?
I don't think so that these are difficult questions, neither are they the roadblocks. When you are in the office of a Prime Minister of India, you need to give everyone, you have to give something to everyone, each and every state. And that is the beauty for what Prime Minister is sitting down there. Maybe he may be from any of the parties or any of the coalition government. That is not a roadblock at all. But things is that he has to make a mathematical formula how to distribute the funds equally among all the states. That is Mr. Modi, which he's good at. I must assure you that he is good at these things only. And over the camera, that it made with the TDP, made with the Nitish Kumar, they have to show as if they are fighting as a patriots with the central government. But in the reality, they know what they deserve and what actually should be given to them. So these are the on-trick cameras which every party and every leader plays. But inside the meeting room, they talk sensible and they talk about what they really want. They get it all.
A very optimistic outlook from you. Ravi, I'll come over to you in a second to get your reply. But first, let's check in once again on what's actually taking place on the ground. Our colleague Arun Dhanta standing outside the location where the first cabinet meeting of the Modi 3.0 regime is taking place as we speak. Arun, updates from the inside.
Well, that's right. The first cabinet meeting of Modi government, NDA 3.0, has commenced here at 7 LKM, which is the official residence of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And as we've been discussing about, of course, the agenda of this cabinet meeting is very clear. But of course, the bigger question is that who's going to get which portfolio, and it is very surprising. Normally, it doesn't happen whether it is 2014 or 2019. It did not take this much time as it is happening in 2024's case. What is the exact scenario and what is the exact problem? We do not know, but we are expecting that any moment from now, that portfolio distribution list can come out, because you have 5 cabinet ministers that you've inducted from the alliance quota in your cabinet, and also remember the 19 cabinet minister from the previous government have retained by Prime Minister Modi in his new cabinet in 2024. So what is going to be the role and responsibility for all of them? You know, we all know that in the last government, Defense Ministry was with Rajnath Singh, Home Ministry was with Amit Shah, External Affairs with S. Jaishankar, Nirmala Sitharaman was holding finance portfolio. So whether they will be repeated or there will be a little tinkering in the portfolio, we'll get to know. And also importantly about the likes of Chirag Paswan, a young cabinet minister from the LJP who delivered 5 on 5 in Bihar.
100% strike.
In Bihar,
100% strike
what is
rate,
the cabinet responsibility he's going to? Yes, that's right. What is the cabinet berth? What is the cabinet portfolio he's going to get? That is also going to be very, very interesting. And as we've been discussing since morning, that there have been multiple ministers in the last government who are holding many portfolios. So those, of course, will be divided, and that's how they are going to give it to the others. 30 cabinet ministers had taken oath yesterday, 36 MOS and 5 with independent charges. It is going to be an interesting portfolio distribution. Perhaps that may be the reason it is taking time for the Modi government to finalize the list. And of course, the list will come from the President House. The list of the ministers will go from the government side to the President, and then after the approval, it will reach to, of course, to the media and to other to know what exactly has happened, who has got what. So it is going to be very, very interesting. But in the meantime, the cabinet meeting has begun here at Prime Minister Modi's residence. We have seen that Modi had already made it very clear, even in the past, or the meeting which happened 2 days, yesterday at his residence here. 100-day agenda is something which is important. Without any break, without any halt, he said we need to get into the action. Plan, prepare the 100 days agenda, and we need to fulfill it.
Arun, thank you for the context. We're going to head into a quick break. We've been telling you we'll have the names any moment now. We'll continue to tell you that. We're going to head into a quick break. On the other side, hopefully all the details and analysis continues with our experts and our reporters on the ground. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Sort of things we have seen emerge in Rajouri and Puch. An intense search operation is going on. I'll ask my Vijay to show you. Behind him is also an intense team of the CRPF and the paramilitary forces who are going in this area to check this particular location. This is a thick forest area, dense foliage in this area. It becomes difficult for the forces to carry out any search operation, and because of the temperature, also humidity, it's not easy to carry food with them because they have to go into deep forests, they have to carry food and water resources, and it's difficult to even go into these forests. So the enemy takes advantage. Once the bus reached near that particular bend, it was fired upon indiscriminately. There's also a search operation that's taking place through helicopters. Drones are being used to monitor all these mountain peaks. It's very difficult for the drones also to notice the movement, but yes, forces are trying to establish any link which could emerge from these forests. We have seen a similar pattern being followed in Rajouri and Poonch, where in forests firing is done and then they try to disappear, and there has been no luck in terms of trying to catch up with those attackers of this particular attack so far. But yes, 9 people have died, 9 pilgrims have died, the 3 are being treated at the hospitals, and one has to see that what kind of details do emerge, because now the other investigating agencies are also getting together and trying to carry out a search operation. My VJ will also show you there is a helicopter hovering around this particular location and trying to search if they could find any movement in these particular dense forest area. But yes, it's a modus operandi that we have seen in the past, and today again we're seeing the similar pattern being followed, but search operation is still going on. One has to see that if forces are able to get any clue. Done.
Welcome back. You're watching The Nation at 5 right here on CNN News 18. We have with us a panel of analysts and reporters. Reporters are joining us from the ground right now from outside 7LKM, where as we speak, the first cabinet meeting of Modi 3.0 is taking place. Now we have with us two analysts providing us with analysis of the situation. And let's go over to Ravi Srivastava to understand a little bit more. Ravi, if we could come to you now, before the break, as we were speaking to other analysts and experts, there seemed to be quite a bit of optimism towards how the BJP will navigate its tougher tasks when it comes to both their balance with the JDU and their balance with the TDP. How do you see it?
His optimism is quite, misplaced, because what I can see is that the nation is gripped with the different kind of problems. What kind of voting has taken place? I just want to enlighten my friend that in NDA Alliance has got 42% vote and India Alliance has got 41% vote across the country. There is a difference of only 1%. We should know that the people are expecting something else than this particular government. You know what happened to those 30 lakh jobs with the central government, when government is going to fill them up, when the prices which are skyrocketing, the inflation which is retail inflation which is exceeding 7% will be controlled. When this Agniveer scheme, you have seen already that JDU is asking for a review and probably done away with that. Yes, the particular government before formation is already gripped with the two scams. The scam of 30 lakh crore on 3rd and 4th of June, where stock market went up 4% and went down by 4%. I mean, such are the things. This is scam. You have got NEET. NEET, you have seen that what kind of fraud has taken place with the lives of the students who work for the whole year, and ultimately they land up with this kind of manipulation. So these are the issues which are, concerning the people on the street, which are worrying the people. And this is, if we are talking of something else, the optimism of TDP and the JDU, they want a package for the Amravati, they want a package for Bihar. Those are different things altogether. So that how they are going to deal with these difficult problems, that should be sought about first. Yeah.
Okay, let's just go over to our colleague Pallavi Ghosh on that exact point. Ravi, thank you for illustrating that. Let's go to Pallavi to understand more. Pallavi, Ravi Srivastava raising the point that even if you don't look at what alliance parties like the TDP and the JDU want, if you just look at their core ideology, there's still so much difference. So he raised 2 points. He talked about the Agniveer scheme, and we saw how both the JDU and the LJP raised it in alliance with each other almost. That's one. And issue two that he talked about was the fact that central beliefs like the UCC, you have differences between the JDU and the BJP, and the JDU needs to stick to its stance. Elections, that voter base matters to it. Pallavi, how do you see this playing out over the next few months?
See, whenever there's a portfolio demand made by any of the constituents, they usually keep their constituency in mind. So if I've understood your question right, I think the JDU traditionally in Bihar, railways has always been a coveted portfolio because it's a people's portfolio. That's what it's thought of. It connects with people. You would have noticed during the budget session, if there are demands and whenever they are representatives of various state governments and they go and meet the finance minister, they always make this demand that we want more funds, more allocation, but we also want more trains. When there was a separate rail budget, budget, the demand used to be on more trains to the areas, because this is what connects them with the people. And people of one particular area are happy, okay, fine, we're having 2 to 3 additional trains. So I will not be too surprised if the JDU need not necessarily demand, but may have expressed their desire that at least because the elections round the corner, give us a people's portfolio like railways. That is something which works for them. Similarly, for the TDP, it's quite, and agriculture is, I think, another one which perhaps the Bihar, the Nitish Kumar would also want. Similarly, for the TDP, they would perhaps want something like an urban development for obvious reasons, Amravati capital coming up, and so on and so forth. So these are the kind of demands which are often made, but usually any party which is the major stakeholder in a coalition likes to keep the meaty portfolios for themselves, the home, the defense, the finance. These are the key portfolios, and of course the external affairs. These are the 4 key portfolios. There's also a situation, and I'm not talking that's what's going to happen, this is not my prediction, but sometimes the Finance Minister also keeps 1 or 2 portfolios with himself, waiting for it to be allocated at a later stage. Now see what is happening in Maharashtra, and if the BJP feels that we need to reach out to the NCP Ajit Pawar faction, maybe it will keep 1 or 2 portfolios with itself, with the Prime Minister, and say, okay, fine, we could have a possible cabinet expansion at a later date, 1 or 2, and then of course hand over those portfolios to them. Very often this is exactly how it works out.
Can you also tell our audiences, Pallavi, other key demands that have come forward from these parties? So, for example, TDP saying that they want a financial package of some kind. Does the party usually set a deadline for that kind of demand that the BJP would have to adhere to? How would it usually work?
If you could just repeat your question, please.
When parties like the TDP, the JDU, they have demands. For example, we're talking about the TDP's demands for a financial package. Would TDP typically have set a timeline for the BJP by which time they need to make sure that that financial package is given? All right, we just need to tell our audiences that we're getting live visuals right now. Pallavi, I'm sorry, we'll return to you in a second. We have live visuals coming in on your screens right now. You can see the Defense Minister, Rajnath Singh. You can see JP Nadda, former president of the BJP, Ashwini Chaubey. All right, I just want to remind you, none of these are all the former ministers. We don't yet know what their portfolio allocation is as we speak, but we can see those visuals coming in from inside the meeting. The former Home Minister, rather, Amit Shah. You can see each of these leaders on your screens right now, and our colleague Payal joins us with context to these details. Payal, again, I'm going to ask you that perennial question. Can we read into the positions in which these leaders are sitting right now?
The leaders have met for the first time ever since the elections were won, and of course the oath taking took place yesterday at Toya. You can actually see everybody in a very relaxed mode. You can actually see Prime Minister Narendra Modi exchanging smiles, and you can see several leaders, whether it is Nirmala Sitharaman or Rajnath Singh, who have been seen smiling. They are the experienced lot as well. But in that cabinet, you also saw newbies who have come to the cabinet for the first time, whether it is Chirag Paswan, Annapurna Devi, or a host of others as well. So it's a mix of old and new blend that you really see seems to be extremely relaxed. Unlike us who are waiting for the whole day for the cabinet portfolio list to be announced, it seems that they are not really waiting for the cabinet list to be announced. But one must really understand and find out what really this conversation was, because in particular, I saw Sarbananda Sonowal smiling all the way while Prime Minister was speaking to him.
Payal, just continue to stay with us. I want to tell our audiences as these visuals come in. Payal, just tell our audiences, should we read into the order in which each of these leaders are sitting? So the positions in which they're sitting, the key leaders we see sitting around the Prime Minister, should we read into that at all?
No, you should not really read into anything, because each of these leaders who are part of this cabinet have been picked by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself, which really means that their importance cannot be judged by the position in which they're sitting or the way in which they are really sitting. Because, in the far corner on the left-hand side, you see Hardeep Singh Puri, who's sitting over there. He is not a small minister by any standard. He has been somebody who's been holding the portfolios of housing, urban development and petroleum as well. He's had a substantial contribution to make, especially for the construction of Central Vista, and of course keeping the price of the petrol in check as well. But yes, in fact, it will be a very exciting first cabinet meeting for a lot of newbies. Like I said, Chirag Paswan has come directly as a cabinet minister. He did not have a cabinet experience earlier. His father was part of Narendra Modi's cabinet earlier as well. So it's a big opportunity for him. Annapurna Devi, who I have seen those videos as well. So 30 cabinet ministers in all that Prime Minister Modi's
Payal, we obviously don't have sound from inside those meetings. We're just playing out visuals for our audiences. But can we assume that those inside the meeting already know what their portfolio allocation is?
it'll be too much to guess right now, given the fact that, I'm sure all of us are waiting for the cabinet portfolios which are out, and I'm sure the ministers over there are also waiting to know what the cabinet portfolios really are going to be. And it'll be important to see if the cabinet briefing is happens this evening or not, because normally cabinet meeting is followed by a cabinet briefing, and what will the cabinet briefing really say? What is it that the first cabinet is going to say? Will the Prime Minister and really ask them to provide and put into place a 100-day plan? Will the Prime Minister give them any hint of what they can expect in terms of portfolios? All these are unanswered questions. We who've covered the government and the BJP never second guess what the Prime Minister says.
Okay. Let me just also go over to Pallavi Ghosh, who's with us. Pallavi, before we come over to you, let me tell our audiences there aren't any ministerial designations in front of each of the leaders on your screens right now. That's their name that's printed in the little slogan right in front of them, the little slip in front of them. It doesn't say their allocation in any way. Let's just go over to Pallavi. Pallavi, are you able to see the same visuals we're looking at right now? The Prime Minister on his side, you also have, of course, former Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, former Home Minister Amit Shah. So we're seeing this panel of leaders on our screens. Are you able to see the same visuals? Can you provide us with context?
Yes, absolutely. So that's what we just pointed out. There are, but naturally, no designations attached or which portfolios. But that's not very surprising. That was just a small tidbit, just the names of the ministers who are sitting there. The round table. I mean, I'm just going to go and look at the optics of it. The round table. That's the way they're having this meeting. Also to give out this messaging. These are just political nuances, if one can say that too. And when we have this kind of a discussion and analysis, that's often the kind of nuance we look at. A round table, we are our team, all of us are in it together, and all of them are clearly listening to the Prime Minister. And he, of course, is smiling, very chilled out and very relaxed, as Payal was also pointing out a short while back. And you find all the ministers and, of course, MOs, all of them are sitting together. We'll have to wait to see if there's going to be a release, if there's going to be an official release, whether they're going to point out that they have important decision has been taken in the cabinet, or like in the morning we saw the Prime Minister make his first big signature as far as the Kisan welfare is concerned. Will a similar one come out of this cabinet meeting, or is just like meeting up my team kind of a cabinet meeting? I guess he would also be talking about the fact that we have a 100 days agenda that needs to be fulfilled, and let's get cracking from day one. I guess the countdown also has begun now for the portfolio release. We don't know when it's going to happen. Right. Officially, it happens through the presidential Rashtrapati Bhavan website, the communique. So the pattern is simple. The Prime Minister forwards it, that this is the list of my cabinet ministers and this is the kind of portfolios that I want to them, and then it goes to Rashtrapati Bhavan, which releases it.
Pallavi, thank you for telling us the order in which that takes place. We'd started this show promising you that we'd share with you over the next few minutes the portfolio allocations. That hasn't yet taken place. Those visuals coming from inside the meeting taking place at 7 LKM Lok Kalyan Marg as we speak. Now we're going to draw our show to a close. Thank you for staying with us over the last 1 hour right here on The Nation at 5. Next, my colleague Kritsveen joins you at 6.
This is CNN News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio.
Hello and welcome. Good evening. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Kritsveen Valian. We're coming live from the CNN News 18 Federal Bank Primetime Studio. Our big focus, of course, is on the cabinet meeting that is underway at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and we've picked up the first visuals of the cabinet meeting. You can see a round table meeting of sorts taking place, and all the big names, the big faces can clearly be spotted. While yesterday was all about the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan, the venue where the Prime Minister was sworn in alongside 72 other Council of Ministers, today is all about 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, the Prime Minister's official residence, where the NDA government is holding its first cabinet meeting. Today is all about which of these 72 will be handed the responsibility of the key ministries. This, remember, is crucial in deciding the direction in which Modi 3.0 moves forward, and also key in understanding the approach of this coalition government led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But the tone is set, and it's indicative in the manner in which we saw the Prime Minister start his day earlier this morning at South Block. Remember, even before the swearing-in ceremony commenced yesterday, the Prime Minister narrated his expectations to the union ministers to execute the government's key agenda for the first 100 days. We're learning that presentation on part of the union ministers to execute the same will begin next week onwards. And it's very clear
that the new coalition government is going to be expected to recalibrate Prime Minister Modi's existing plans for his third term. The question is, are there any odds stacked up against this government, or will the Prime Minister be able to turn a coalition to his advantage given the plans he has for the government in his third tenure? We'll take this up with our experts joining us and also tell you all about the big names and ministries expected shortly. But before that, let's quickly start with how the Prime Minister swung into action today on day one, hours after the oath-taking ceremony yesterday. Let's talk about the big announcement that came in from the NDA government, showcasing government's full commitment towards Kisan welfare. The Prime Minister signed a crucial file today. What the signing of the file meant was the release of 17th installment of Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana. Remember, the scheme was launched in 2019 first, a little ahead of the previous Lok Sabha elections. And with the release of the 17th installment of Kisan Nidhi Yojana, 9.3 crore farmers are set to benefit from it. So the number of beneficiaries on your screen is very clear, 9.3 crores. An amount of 20,000 crores will be distributed among 9.3 crore farmers. How is this distributed? An amount of 6,000 rupees is transferred annually in 3 equal installments of 2,000 directly into the Aadhaar seeded bank accounts of the farmers. So a total of 20,000 crore rupees. With this big move, what the Prime Minister has essentially done is he sent a message of Kisan Kalyan and farmers' welfare and labelled it as the NDA's top priority. So that's the first big step taken by Prime Minister on day one at South Block. Those were the visuals that we spotted. Now, let's also take a look at the big highlights of Prime Minister's first address to the PMO officials today after his oath ceremony yesterday. Here's the message he sent out and the vision he has in place for the PMO.
पीएमओ एक शक्ति का केंद्र है, एक बहुत बड़ा पावर सेंटर है। पीएमओ शक्ति केंद्र बने, ये न मेरी इच्छा है न मेरा वो रास्ता। हमने इसको एक कैटलिक एजेंट के रूप में ही डेवलप करने की कोशिश की। वो कैटलिक एजेंट के यहाँ से ऊर्जा प्रसारित होती रहे, यहाँ से नई नई चेतना प्रसारित होती रहे, जो पूरे तंत्र के अंदर एक प्रकार से विद्युत की तरह नई चमक दे, नई रोशनी दे, नई सामर्थ्य दे। और मेरी कोशिश रही है कि पीएमओ ये सेवा का अधिष्ठान होना चाहिए।
We promise we'll not keep you waiting. We'll flash those pictures from the cabinet meet in just a bit. But there are other aspects that have to be spoken of. Will the new NDA government under Prime Minister Modi achieve its dream of Viksit Bharat smoothly? Or will there be challenges or hurdles in its path? Let's decode some of the challenges that this coalition government may face. Taking allies along on contentious issues like UCC and Agnipath, for example, is going to be a challenge in itself, especially given how parties like the JDU, remember, have shown interest in reviewing the Agniveer scheme. The BJP will need to balance its agenda with coalition partners. Expectations on these two issues, remember, are going to be there from the allies. So how the BJP deals with it is also going to be interesting. With a strengthened opposition in Lok Sabha, passing legislations also could be a little difficult than before. The government may face several a lot of criticism from the opposition ranks, making it difficult to push through bills without debate. And that's what the opposition, remember, has been rejoicing as well. Now, remember how there are several reports internally that point out how the hearts of BJP and RSS cadre have soared in the recent past, especially in states like Uttar Pradesh, and especially given the mandate that's come in from UP. So maintaining cohesion will be on top of BJP's mind to ensure that the internal dynamics don't end the party. Talking about Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra, that's also going to be key because the results of some of the assembly elections going forward are going to be interesting, and that's going to be an indicator on how the Modi government is performing and the right approach to deal with the coalition, to talk about the allies that have significantly contributed to the coming together of this government. That's also something that's going to be very, very interesting. Adopting to new realities, taking the right approach to deal with coalition partners will be crucial for Prime Minister's ability to readjust and also lead effectively. Which brings us to the big question this evening. What does Modi 3.0 mean for this country? With the Kisan Nidhi announced already, has the NDA government started on the right note? Is this the right beginning for NDA for the third tenure of Prime Minister Modi?
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं राजनाथ ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं, मैं विधि द्वारा ट्रू फेथ सच्ची श्रद्धा और
We came with the idea that we want to make AP #1 state in the country and we want complete cooperation from the government of India, and it has been promised by Modi.
प्रधानमंत्री का विशेषाधिकार है, जो मंत्री पद देंगे उसको धारण करेंगे।
Let's quickly, on that note, open this up with our political experts joining us this evening. We have Pooja Tripathi, spokesperson of the Congress, with us, along with a senior fellow IPCS, Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Also with us, a senior journalist, Sanjeev Srivastav. Radhika Khera of the BJP will be joining us in just a bit. My first question is to Abhijit, though. We're keeping up with these visuals coming in from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg of the first cabinet meeting of NDA of Modi 3.0. Visually very powerful, Abhijit. You know, what do you make of this? How solid does Modi 3.0 look to you?
Thanks. Look, it looks really solid, and I'll tell you why. Everything since he got elected, Modi's just been portraying power, power, and more power. There's no sense of, amongst the supporters, there was a great sense of defeat or shok cha gaya tha kind of attitude. And you don't see that in the cabinet, right? From what I've been hearing, Modi's first speech, this was, not these visuals that you're showing today, but before the oath-taking ceremony, is that he apparently asked everybody to prepare for breakneck reforms coming through. You look at his own record in Gujarat, there were the 3 terms as chief minister. The first had almost no reforms. The second had lots of reforms. The third was breakneck galloping reforms. I think Modi performs best when he's under pressure. Okay. I think a government like this, which is said to be precarious, I don't think it's precarious, but it's said to be precarious, with heaps of fire from the opposition, is when Modi will perform to his hilt.
Okay, he performs best under pressure, is what Abhijit thinks. Pooja, what about you? How would you look at these visuals coming in? Everybody's really waiting for the big names, the list that is expected shortly of who's going to make it to which ministry. But as we await in anticipation on what's going to happen on that front, what do you make of these visuals? The cabinet at large, the kind of distribution that we've seen, many call it a sign of continuity and also diversity. And performers have been rewarded surely. But the opposition is still not quite content. And since day one, they've been saying that Modi doesn't quite enjoy the mandate.
I think we should stop calling it Modi 3.0 because it's an NDA government. Let's call it NDA 3.0. Modi ji could not lead his party to a resounding mandate, to a major victory, and that's where they could not form their government on their own. Bharatiya Janata Party don't have the seats, so let's call it NDA 3.0. We're waiting for the portfolios to be distributed because there's a lot of business to be taken care of. There's been a ghastly terror attack yesterday, and 9 people have died and 33 have been injured, and then there not has been a word of condemnation from our Prime Minister Modi ji. And while he, answers to Prime Minister of Pakistan, extends his wishes, and that's where 27 lakh people, NEET aspirants are on the street demanding a re-examination, and NTA is not giving any satisfactory answer. We look at the, whatever you call it, Modi 3.0, we would like to call it NDA 3.0. There's a JDO which is asking for Agnipatra scheme to be revamped. There's a speaker post which is up for grabs, and TDP and BJP are fighting up for it. We have the TDP manifesto which not only promises the 4% reservation, securing the 4% reservation, it promises a stipend for Maulana, it promises various kinds of reservation schemes for Muslims. I don't know what Bharatiya Janata Party would be taking care of. Okay. And now today, there has been serious allegations on Bharatiya Janata Party IT cell chief, and Bharatiya Janata Party as a party should come out and give clarifications on that, because it's not somebody, there's somebody from the ranks, in between the ranks. Somebody from RSS has put out this grave allegations of sexual misconduct against their IT cell chief, and there has been no word from anybody. And because we don't have a WCD minister yet, I expect the Bharatiya Janata Party to take a disciplinary action, because that it has come from inside.
All right. You've spoken of a host of issues, Pooja. I did want you to comment a little bit about, the decisions that have been taken already on day one, and, for example, the 100-day plan, so on and so forth. But I'll perhaps put that out to Sanjeev Srivastava in just a bit. But before that, Radhika, you just heard Pooja say that there's a lot that needs to be addressed still. She's talking about a possible tussle between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the TDP for the speaker's post, saying there are those who are quite unhappy with the manner in which, the decision on cabinet berths and cabinet ranks have been taken. So all of that is something that the BJP is trying to fight hard on, and that's why perhaps the announcement on portfolios on the ministries is taking so long.
Namaskar to everyone. First of all, the Indian National Congress, they're calling it the NDA 3.0. See, this is where they start going down. How can they technically also call it the NDA 3.0? Because this is the first NDA government. Earlier two governments were completely the BJP government, but we had coalition partners along. So here that's where the starting is only galat. So madam, let me again remind you that this is Modi 3.0, because Modi ji again is the Prime Minister. The new government, the Modi NDA government, exemplifies powerful and visionary leadership. And it is a resounding mandate. I will repeat myself. It is a resounding mandate for a third term for Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And because the Bharatiya Janata Party got over about 240 votes, which again is much more than the entire votes of the India Alliance put together. Now, having said that, when we talk about that the questions coming in that abhi tak the portfolios haven't been given, what is the hurry? Why is the Indian National Congress in a hurry for everything? They should hold their own house together.
Perhaps the expectation was set on the 2019 formula, Radhika. That's why everybody was waiting for it late last night. Yeah.
Absolutely. See, every government is different. The 2014 government was different. 2019 government is different. 2024 will obviously be different. And our next government after this will also be different. Every time with the change in power, the change in, with the change in surroundings and the issues, there will be a change. Now, this government is going to go from economic reforms to infrastructural development to the robust policies and decisive actions that, for transforming India on multiple fronts. Now, the Indian National Congress needs to hold their horses. And the spokesperson here was talking about harassment, women harassment, about claims that a certain person has made on our IT cell chief. Well, remind you, I left the party on, and I made a complaint on women harassment, and no one in the party had the guts, and I speak again with complete honesty, and just say कहते हैं ना कि बिल्कुल when I complained, I'm a living example sitting here, when I complained about harassment, I was locked up in the Congress office in Chhattisgarh. Not one person had the spine, and the same Supriya Shrinet, who's doing a press conference today, had the spine to come up and speak for me. I'm the spokesperson sitting here. So please, first mend your own house, then come and put blame on others. Every time a woman has complained in the Congress office, she has either been forced to leave the party, or an action has been taken against her, and she has been suspended or thrown out from the party. So first mend your own house. And also I would like to give a message to the Indian National Congress and the India Alliance. Keep your own house together. The Aam Aadmi Party has already left. DD is already showing eyes. The RJD and the Bihar Congress are already fighting and blaming each other. Is your house going to be together, that you keep your eyes focused on us? Manage your own house and then look at our alliance.
Okay, Radhika, you've been extremely vocal about the issues you faced within the party, and you're once again putting that out to Pooja. But like I said, I want to perhaps let this settle for a while. Give you both a little time before I come back to you and go across to Mr. Sanjeev Srivastava. Mr. Srivastava, I was asking about the two important decisions made on day one. One is, of course, the details that we broke of the Kisan Samman Nidhi, the 17th installment that's been announced by the Prime Minister. That's the first file signed by him on day one after he was sworn in yesterday as the PM for a third consecutive term. And of course, next is also housing for all. That's also another decision that's been taken on day one itself. We're learning of a draft that's already been signed, taking that aspect forward. How do you see this government already acting up on things that it said it promises to the people over the next 5 years, and not to forget the kind of 100-day plan that the Prime Minister has already conveyed to his Council of Ministers, and this was over the Chai Pe Charcha, the tea program, not even today in the cabinet meeting.
I think they are welcome signs, and frankly, what else did you expect? Did anyone expect that after taking oath yesterday evening, today would be a day where there will be no decision, or the Prime Minister will not do anything? I am sincerely saying it's a good decision. Farmers have been on their agenda, so have been youth, women, the 4 pillars they have been talking about. So it's a great decision and something we already knew will happen. And the Prime Minister is also, in the same breath, I would like to say, is a great one for optics. So both that signing of the file as well as his address to the PMO, which was supposed to be the fountainhead of all power from 2014 to 24, suddenly today he has said he wants it to be the people's PMO. And in his address to the bureaucrats and officers of the PMO, he also said something to the effect that not all power has to flow from here, it has to work like a catalyst, which is completely in contrast to the perception one had from 14 to 24, that the PMO directs all ministries as to how to go forward, gives instructions. There's a very close follow-up, which was nothing wrong with that. But this message which the Prime Minister is trying to send is of one of decentralization, which is again a welcome thing.
Never before
because the challenge before this government is,
never before have we seen a Prime Minister, for example, credit his office, the PMO, the manner in which the Prime Minister did. So whether it works out for him or not is secondary. But the fact that he's come out to say that you've done a great job and there's lots more that needs to be done, how is it not a welcome move?
No, it is a welcome move. I am saying just it's a change of stance. That he's saying it's people's PMO, and that he's talking, again, the thing about is that he is somewhere addressing the concerns or admitting the reality that it is a coalition government. It's not 2014 to 2024 type of a setup. This government will require a lot of give and take, lot of taking along of the allies. And if the Prime Minister is able to do that, and why shouldn't he be able to do that? Though he has never done that from 2002 to 24. But if he adapts himself to the new circumstances, I don't see with 240 MPs, there should be a great problem. But the BJP will have to learn to give in to the allies. They will have to concede important posts. It cannot be just like we will keep all the plums and the greater, more powerful post. Speaker is a very powerful post.
Mr. Sanjeev Srivastava, nobody staged a contention on that so far. In fact, they've very conveniently settled for a 1+1, talking about the contribution that TDP and JDU, for example, have made. And they've been quite okay with the fact that they have 1 cabinet berth and 1 MOS berth, and they're quite convinced. So optics at least don't suggest that they're not okay with it.
Both Naidu and Nitish Kumar are equal, if not more experienced and seasoned in politics. So just hold your horses. जिसको हिंदी में बोलते हैं उनके खाने के दांत और दिखाने के और हो सकते हैं. I don't know whether it will happen like that, but just don't go by the optics of the allies as well.
Flip-flops
there may be very hard bargaining happening in private.
May just be repeated. Abhijit, do you think the Prime Minister will have to be wary of the kind of alliance that the NDA sees this time around, especially given the manner in which both TDP and the JDU have been very firm on their demands, and at times that's also led to them parting ways with the Bharatiya Janata Party. So that may just be a trouble in the making, not as yet, but in the future one can't rule that out. And like Mr. Srivastava was saying, that the BJP will have to take the allies together.
See, they'll have to take the allies together if the allies decide to come together. You see, individually, with 296, each one of them, TDP or Nitish, just don't have the numbers to pull the government down. So if they want to be taken together, that is the only time they can actually threaten the government. And I think Modi is a past master at playing divide and rule even with this. So, I'm not entirely convinced by this argument that Modi is hamstrung in any way. The numbers don't support it at any rate.
Okay, all right. Pooja, would you want to quickly comment on that and give us an opposition
very quickly.
view?
very quickly.
Okay, before Pooja, Sanjeev ji.
Very quick, one sentence, if you don't mind. Such a kind of a warning red flag with Abhijit has just given out that Modi is a master of divide and rule. That is why the TDP will not concede the speaker's post to BJP. Nobody wants their parties to be broken and the speaker to be giving a ruling which is favorable to BJP. So the allies are likely to insist
And do you think that's why they've so conveniently settled with the 1+1 so far? That they're going to bargain for a speaker's post and bargain hard?
Madam, the government is only 4 days old or 5 days old. It may all be very smooth. It may all be very turbulent. I am not a soothsayer. But it's very early days to decide either way. Okay. The allies can bare their teeth. The allies may choose not to. Mr. Modi may take everybody along. He may decide to be recalcitrant. So we'll have it's a developing situation.
Okay, developing situation.
He may decide to be recalcitrant. So we'll have it's a developing situation. Okay,
developing situation. It can go either way. And that's what one's braced for. One's really wanting to wait and watch and see how, the coming together of this kind of a government is going to play out, and how efficient is this government going to be really. And like was said by, all of you, this is a new challenge for the Prime Minister. Challenge in the sense that he's not been acquainted to this sort of a setup. We've seen since 2001 up until now, the Prime Minister has always been at the helm of a majority government. So that, Radhika, is going to be a challenge, whatever one may say. However, we do see Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu seated right next to him as far as, these host of meetings are concerned, and everybody sending out those positive gestures. But the fact of the matter is this is new territory for the Prime Minister.
Absolutely, and it was new territory for Shri Narendra Modi ji when he became the Chief Minister of Gujarat, but he managed it extremely well. He's been the longest serving Chief Minister of Gujarat and of the country. So every time he's been faced with challenges, he's come out with flying colors. Then everybody said that, he will not be, and it was new territory when he became the Prime Minister for the first time in 2014. And people questioned him that he will not be able to manage things on the international front. He will not be able to run a country well. He led 2 successful governments back to back. And mind you, he is the only Prime Minister after Shri Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru ji who's been sworn in for the 3rd term. So he has come out with flying colors each time. And as much as the opposition and the India Alliance and their supporters want to say, Nitish Babu to bhag jayenge and Naidu Babu bhi bhag jayenge, please let me remind them that they gave their support in, you have to go by a person's words. And let me remind you of Naidu ji's words. I'm in politics for 40 years. I have seen many leaders. I give the entire credit to Modi ji for making India proud globally. That is his biggest achievement for the country. And he has made India the 5th largest economy in the world. Also, this is the proud... Sir, I did not interrupt. I request you to kindly listen to what I'm saying.
No,
this is the proudest moment of my life.
But go ahead. He wasn't interrupting.
Yeah, this is the proudest moment of my life. That is also what he said. And he also said that NTR said, I know only humanism, and that vision only Modi ji has. And I thank you for that.
All's well. The picture looks extremely positive. Radhika, everybody's seated next to one another and everybody's all smiles as far as this cabinet meet is concerned. But again, the big question one is watching out for really is who gets what, because that's going to be decisive in how this government moves forward. Pooja, to quickly come to you, a lot of things were being said by the opposition right after the mandate, the big 2024 verdict, isn't it? That the BJP is not going to be able to flex its muscles. It's time for the opposition. The opposition is going to have a huge say. One is, of course, the opposition didn't turn up for the oath-taking ceremony. And the opposition has always said that, here's a government that doesn't really give in to what the opposition wants, doesn't listen to the people of the country. Democracy has been in danger under Modi 2.0. And now that we see a coalition coming together, we've seen the same approach from the Congress party. A, that. B, much was being said about how, the BJP is going to have to give up. And that's what Mr. Sanjeev Srivastava also said. They'll have to make way for the others. But the 85%, as far as the cabinet berth allocation is concerned, doesn't quite suggest the same. Everybody's okay with the BJP having the lion's share.
So we have to look at what we are looking at in the front. There must be a lot of closed door. This is a Nitish dependent or a Naidu dependent alliance. And I'm sure they are very seasoned politicians to not take 1+1 cabinet portfolios. We have seen Mr. Naidu backed out of NDA in 2018 on the demand of special status. We have seen Nitish ji flipping from NDA once or maybe twice, if my memory serves me right. Just now, Radhika ji was mentioning Naidu ji's words. In 2019, he said that Modi Shah should not be trusted, and it's people who are the power, and they will show them their place. So when we are saying from 400 par to 300 par, then you have been reduced to 240. Narendra Modi ji has run a successful majority government, no doubts on that. But now he has to learn that governments are run by debate, discussion, concession. This is how govern. He cannot come one day and announce a demonetization. There must be a lot of that must be going on the backdoor settlements. And the day they pull out of the government, they have done it in the past. 2018, Naidu has pulled out. Nitish cannot be trusted for not pulling out of the governments and the alliances.
Okay, so last 30 seconds to Abhijit. I need to head into a very quick break. Abhijit, should the BJP be wary of the flip-flops?
Not very. They just need to be careful about their ally management. That's about it.
Okay, just be careful about the allies management. You will have to give in somewhere, you will have to give up somewhere, and that's how it's going to go on for the next 5 years. There are those who come out to say it's not going to be 5 years, it's just going to end at 1 or 2 years. So whether or not we're going to see that picture emerge also remains to be seen. But many thanks to all of you for joining us and holding this discussion. All eyes really on 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and we head into a very quick break with that. But don't go anywhere. Coming up after a very short break, terror strikes Jammu Kashmir's Riyasi. Even kids were not spared. Will the dialogue lobby still want talks with Pakistan? That's the question we will debate up next. Don't go anywhere. very good evening. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Tritsween Walia. Let's now shift our attention to the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. A deadly terror attack took place in Riyasi hours before the new government was taking oath. On Sunday, we saw terrorists strike in Riyasi, far away from the line of control that had been peaceful for the past 2 decades, almost 2 decades. This attack was staged on a bus carrying pilgrims from Shiv Khodi in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi. It's now sounded alarm bells for security agencies in the Union Territory as it points to terrorists expanding their area of operation beyond the border districts of Rajouri and Poonch in the otherwise peaceful Jammu region. But there's more news that we're picking up with regards to what police sources, JNK police sources have informed your channel. They've told CNN News 18 that instructions of the Riyasi-like attack were given very recently. So clear instructions were passed out. Agencies working to corroborate the evidence now. Remember, an investigation has been ongoing ever since. There was a tasking which was done by Lashkar commander, and we've picked up a name as well. This is Sajid Jat. He was the one who would in fact sent out these instructions. Local Lashkar outfit TRF was tasked with this plot. They in fact came out to claim responsibility as well of the same hours after the attack unfolded in Jammu and Kashmir. Agencies are now probing if prior information on the Yatri's travel route was sought, if these Yatris, their travel plans were being monitored by the terror groups. And desperate attempts really by terrorists to attack pilgrims. We're seeing a repeat of what we've seen in the past, though what's concerning this time around is that it's not been seen in this belt of Jammu, in the Riyasi Mahor area. This area has been largely peaceful. It's only the last 4 or 5 years that we've seen some sort of terror activity in this part of Jammu and Kashmir as well. Shiv Khodi temple was also under the radar of terror groups, and that's what's concerning the security agencies. Keeping in mind, though, these terror threats, the security of the temple was increased after an intel input was pushed out just last month. So that's what we know as far as the background to this attack is concerned, but very concerning indeed. And that's why we asked this question. Remember, there are those who have constantly batted for talks with Pakistan. What explains the timing of this attack? What explains the fact that Modi 3.0 was swearing in, was taking oath while this attack unfolded in Jammu and Kashmir? Should we read in between the lines? Is there more that needs to be answered? Will the dialogue lobby still want talks? That's the question we ask. But before that, let's quickly hear it from the survivors as well. Some of them who recounted the horror unfold right in front of them in Jammu. Listen.
लगातार फायरिंग हो रहा था, 15-20 मिनट लगातार हुआ और फिर बस भी गिर गया था, खाई में गिर गया। उसके बाद भी वो 5 से 10 मिनट फायरिंग लगातार हुआ था। 3 लोग से कम नहीं थे, 3 लोग लगभग थे।
शिव खोड़ी के दर्शन के लिए गया था और दर्शन करके वापस हम लोग आ रहे थे। 2-3 किलोमीटर बस चली होगी, उसके बाद जो है सामने से हमारे फायर होने लगा और तब से फायर चलता रहा और बस हमारी जो है थोड़ी सी आगे जाकर खाई में पलट गई। 5-6 राउंड गिरने के बाद एक बड़ा पत्थर में जो है बस फंस गया।
गोली चलने के बाद में बस जब नीचे चली गई है, गिर गई बस, उसके बाद में तब भी गोली काफी टाइम चला। तो जो रोड पे जब गाड़ी थी चल रही थी तो सामने से फायरिंग हुआ है। ड्राइवर को गोली लग गई थी, पहले तो उन्हीं को लगा, उसके बाद में कई लोग जो भक्त लोग थे उनको भी लग गया है।
Let's once again open this up with our experts joining us this evening. We have Radhika Khera, spokesperson of the BJP, who continues to stay on with us. Also with us is Sushant Sareen, senior fellow ORF. Shortly, we'll be joined by the spokesperson of the National Conference, Zishan Rana, as well. Mr. Sareen, to you first. You know, it's concerning what we've picked up, and more so given the timing of the same. Would you want to read a little bit into that before we talk about the other aspects that need to be covered, especially this belt of Jammu and Kashmir? Like I said, it was largely covered, it was largely secured the last 2 decades or so. Before that, of course, there was a little bit of militancy that was witnessed here, but largely the last 2 decades, that's not what we've seen here. What do you make of the overall attack and, you know, what the investigative agencies are now trying to unearth, sir?
Look, you're right. For almost 2 decades, this area was relatively peaceful. There were very few incidents which happened out here. The security forces had more or less cleaned this area up. But I think over the last 3 or 4 years, ever since the pressure in the valley increased tremendously, especially after the constitutional reforms in August 2019, the center of gravity and the area of operation has shifted in this bit. And we have seen a spate of attacks taking place in this area on civilians, on security forces, ambushes, and other things which are taking place. Now, this terrain is kind of conducive for some of this activity. And I suspect that, you know, in a manner of speaking, we have been a little lax in understanding that the area has shifted to this, and we need to double down on this area to prevent these kind of actions from happening. So that is one. I think over the last 5-6 months, there has been a shift in focus. It's not enough as of now. Very clearly, if such incidents happen, that's very clear that that's not enough. The second is on the timing. Again, this is something that was being expected, that the Pakistanis are likely to, and their proxies in Jammu and Kashmir are likely to agitate matters in Kashmir. They will not try not to cross any kind of a threshold, but will keep the pot boiling, right? So this is exactly what has been happening for the last at least 6-8 months, and is likely to continue to happen until you break their back. So that is the second. And this was very clearly a dare to the government, which was being sworn in yesterday, to do something like this. So that is the second thing. And the third thing, and I think that is something not enough attention has been paid to. The way the elections happened in Jammu and Kashmir, one was the positive part, that there was turnout. It was completely peaceful. In fact, it was more peaceful in Jammu and Kashmir than some other states in the union. But at the same time, you had the victory of a person who is a separatist, engineer, and who has enthused a lot of people with victory. And I think that is a warning bell, not just in Kashmir, I should add, even in Punjab, where two separatists have won elections, and you know, we see manifestations of that Khalistani movement on the streets virtually every day, on social media virtually every day, and normal, ordinary people also endorsing, the lack of discipline in, civilian armed forces, and carrying out, the slapgate against an elected MP. So these are worrying signs. I wish we are not in denial. I wish we don't try and brush it under the carpet. I wish we grapple this beast by the horn and we slay this beast before it gets so big that we find it difficult to manage.
It's a flip side to how democracy is thriving in our country, isn't it? The fact that, whoever, regardless of their background, is free to contest elections. And like you said, Mr. Sareen, they've emerged as winners. And that most certainly is a concern for the security establishment. Zishan Rana, which brings me to my next question. What Mr. Sushant Sareen said about the voter turnout in Jammu and Kashmir should be focused on. The fact that we saw people turn out in historic numbers. How can that be sidelined? And then there are those who continue to say we should go ahead with talks with Pakistan. How can you rule out the fact that there is something going on here? There is a Pakistan role that needs to be investigated. What else explains the timing? You have in the national capital the entire cabinet taking oath, and here's what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir.
I think, first of all, I would like to condemn this act of cowardice, which has taken the lives of more than 10 people. Our party has always advocated for peace, and I would say that that peace can only be achieved through a meaningful dialogue. On a question which you said that about the voter turnout, I would say that even 2014 assembly elections, we saw a turnout of around 70% in Jammu and Kashmir. So I would say that yesterday's incident has exposed government's tall claims of normalcy in Jammu and Kashmir. The areas which were cleared of all militants through the policies and efforts of previous governments see a return of militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. If we go with the government's version of so-called normalcy or peace in Jammu and Kashmir, then why is this happening? Why are bullets being fired? Why are the people getting killed? Why is there terrorism? These all are questions which are to be addressed.
No, I'll put that question out to Radhika. But my simple question is, can you rule out a Pakistan role in this attack? Can you rule out the fact that there's a Pakistan that may have been up to something, especially given the timing?
Definitely, I would say
And
that
can you say
Pakistan
no?
has
We've
a-
not
Pakistan- no,
batted
no.
for talks with Pakistan in the past.
We have done it. We have done it. But I would say that Pakistan is responsible for everything. But for that, for return of peace in Jammu and Kashmir, we have a party has always advocated for peace, and that peace can only be achieved through a meaningful dialogue.
But your
That cannot
party,
happen
sir,
without
I'm afraid, has not
without
been welcome to
dialogue.
the most
Because,
peaceful changes that the valley has seen either. That's what we've seen on part of your party and other mainstream parties in Jammu and Kashmir, like the PDP as well. But to quickly go across to Radhika once again, Radhika, whatever said and done, the fact that this incident took place, the fact that pilgrims came under attack, the fact that the driver was shot in this bus, then plunged into the gorge, it's left at least 9 people dead, 33 plus people sustaining very serious injuries who are undergoing treatment. There's a lot of answering to do. How was this allowed to happen? Why was this allowed to happen? And something really needs to be done.
We are deeply saddened by the pusillanimous attack. Terror and condolences go out to all those who lost their lives and those who are injured, and we hope and pray for their speedy recovery. Having said that, our government, the Modi government and the BJP government and the NDA government, since 2014, we have been committed to freeing India's democracy from terror, from the scourge of terrorism as well as violence. And we have achieved also. Our government is resolute in its determination to tackle terrorism head on. And we have been doing it, and we ensure that those responsible will face severe, and when I say severe, with the severest consequences under law. We are committed to maintaining peace and security, and we've been doing that. We have zero tolerance policy against terrorism, and we have lived up to it, because in a recent RTI that was put in about terrorism under the UPA regime, there were about 9,321 terror attacks, which came down to about 2,000 odd terror incidents during the Modi government 1 and Modi government 2. So that just shows how our party, our governments have tackled terrorism. And it is very sad that there are still.
But can there be denial, Radhika, that a lot more needs to be done? There are perhaps loopholes that need to be fixed, issues that need to be addressed. Maybe troopers need to be strengthened. Kind of ground force that we're seeing, especially in this belt, because as a matter of fact, their deployment has gone down, and that's only because there is a need for a greater deployment in other concerning areas. That all of that needs to be relooked at.
Absolutely. See, like I said, although we have broken the backbone of terrorism, there's still a lot that needs to be done, from 9,000 odd terror attacks coming down to 2,000 in 10 years. It is a development, and it takes time, because what we were given a country which had terror attacks happening every other day. There was not one day that went by that there were no terror attacks. And it is very unfortunate that there is still a lobby that says that there should be talks. After a heinous attack that happened in Resi on pilgrims, just Abhi and Smoke. Where are all those people on social media who are saying all eyes on our eyes? Why are all eyes not on Resi today? Why are those people not talking about, there should not be any talks and there should be only anger. There should not be a lobby which only talks about talks. There has to be decisive actions, and they are doing that. And we have been known in 10 years for doing that.
Okay, the only contention there, of course, being that all of those promises and claims made by the Modi government stand exposed. But quickly shifting our attention, and sorry to interrupt you there, we need to flash some breaking news update coming in. This is big news as per sources. Now we're going to try and track the information coming in. Remember, a cabinet meet underway at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. What one is wanting to watch out for is, though, who gets which portfolio, which ministry is going to be headed by which neta, are there going to be repetitions from 2019? All of that is something that we're keeping a close watch on. And in the latest, we're learning that Nitin Gadkari may just retain the road transport ministry. So he may retain his earlier portfolio, is what we are learning. Not to forget the kind of work that's been done, in this aspect is something that's been spoken of across the country. The highways, the roadways, the infrastructure has been spoken of by one and all. And given the performance, perhaps this is a decision that the NDA government may take once again. We may just see a repeat of Nitin Gadkari in charge of this ministry. What we're also learning in all likelihood, that Harsh Malhotra may be given MOS road transport. So that is a bit of breaking news update coming in. Big news. Let me go across to Arun Dhanta joining us with more details. Arun, the first name we've accessed so far, Nitin Gadkari, who may just retain his earlier portfolio. What more are you learning?
Well, that's right. That's right. This is the exclusive information which we are getting at this moment, that Nitin Gadkari is going to, retain his last government's portfolio, which is road transport and highways. He's of course going to be the cabinet minister, and the MOS, the junior ministers who are going to be part of this ministry. Ajay Tamta, remember this time around he's been brought back into the Modi Union of Council of Ministers. He was minister in 2014, but he was dropped in 2019. Now he's brought back, and he will be the MOS in road and transport and highways ministry. And also Harsh Malhotra, who made his Lok Sabha debut this time around and won from Delhi. He's also going to be another MOS with Nitin Gadkari. So this is the piece of breaking that we are getting at this moment, which means that in a very short while from now we'll be expecting the full list of the ministers, the Council of Ministers. All of them who took oath yesterday, along with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But this is the big breaking news, because we all were expecting as to what is going to happen this time around. The suspense was around, what would be the tinkering which in this NDA 3.0 government will be made. But
so
Nitin
to quickly
Gadkari,
sum it up once
course,
again, Arun, and you can come in with more details you managed to access. This is big news coming in only on CNN News 18. Arun telling us that Nitin Gadkari may very well be repeated as far as the road transport and highways ministry is concerned. So we may just see a repetition there. And to add to that, as far as MOS transport is concerned, two names, Ajay Tamta and Harsh Malhotra. Arun.
That's right. Ajay Tamta is a member of parliament from Uttarakhand. He, as I've been saying, that he was minister in the first Modi government, but he was dropped in the second tenure. But now he's brought back in the Union Council of Ministers, and he will be working alongside with Nitin Gadkari and Harsh Malhotra, of course, from Delhi. He will also be another MOS in with Nitin Gadkari. So Nitin Gadkari, who's been working extensively and speaking about his work, that how he wants to change the entire course of roads construction in the entire country, and many people, in fact, have been lauding his efforts that he has done in his ministry, and therefore, perhaps that's the reason why he was given that responsibility once again, as we've been talking about the continuity of this government, whether it is retaining the old senior ministers, but also the portfolios were given to those ministers who's been performing well. So I think it's a positive sign for Nitin Gadkari that he's been retained. He's got his old portfolio on which he has done extensive study. He has gone out on various foreign visits about which he's been speaking about, that how he has learned from the experiences of those visits and how he's implementing those things on here in the country. So I think that is the reason why we are seeing the changing scenario of the roads, the highways in the country, and perhaps that's the reason why he's been rewarded or retained his ministry once again in NDA 3.0.
Well, re-awarded, if I may put it that way, Arun. But let me quickly take in a word from Payal as well. Payal, this is big news coming in here on CNN News 18. This does tell us that there are two aspects that have been looked at very closely by, the current dispensation, that of not just continuity, but also performance.
Well, absolutely. Nobody can question Nitin Gadkari's performance as far as that is really concerned, because Nitin Gadkari has been one of those ministers in the Modi government who's held multiple portfolios. Remember, he was the MSME minister also for some point in time, and he was able to prove his mettle there as well. But this Pragati Ka highway that Nitin Gadkari speaks about, from the length and breadth of the country, I've seen so many opposition leaders also come up to him, and he's been doing everybody's work, irrespective of whichever political party he comes, they come from. So obviously Nitin Gadkari is said to be everybody's friend. He's weaving an entire network of highways across the entire country, and he's been trying to look at innovative ways as well. And most importantly, Nitin Gadkari is that kind of a mentor who's also mentored a lot of young talent within the BJP as well. In the earlier portfolios also, he had young MOSs with him, but it's going to be a big opportunity for Harsh Malhotra, who's come up as a first-time member of parliament from East Delhi, to get a training of sorts under Nitin Gadkari's experience. Nitin Gadkari has been an experienced politician, has been winning for many terms from Nagpur as well. He has been somebody who's held the portfolio of being the party's national president also in the past as well. is a great resource, is a great man, and has a great penchant for learning. Like Arun was just pointing out, Nitin Gadkari is known to go to places, pick up the best practices, and try to put them in or put them into place as well. So Nitin Gadkari is of course rewarded, like Arun Dhanta, my colleague, has been reporting, because of his consistent performance, also because of the kind of respect and reputation that he enjoys amongst the public as well. He might not be in the top 4 ministries in terms of home, finance, external affairs, and finance, but he of course is a top performing minister nonetheless.
You know, that makes us wonder, Arun, what are the adjustments that the BJP is going to make, that the Prime Minister is going to make in terms of those, the others who've performed? For example, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, now that he finds a mention in the new list and the big wigs, along with the likes of JP Nadda, who's set to retire this month, that's also going to be interesting. So there's going to be a little bit of moving around, isn't it? All of it can't be repetition.
Well, Christine, we'll have to wait for that. I mean, we don't know what exactly Prime Minister Modi has planned for all other. There've been multiple speculations which is going around, but till the time we don't have any final confirmation on that, we will not be able to say anything. Of course, as far as ministers like Amit Shah, Ashwani Vaishnav, Piyush Goyal, what are the roles, what are the portfolios this time around that they're going to get? Last time, of course, we know Rajnath Singh was Defense Minister, Home Minister was Amit Shah, but in this, in Modi NDA 3.0, what is the responsibility and role portfolios that they are going to get? We do not know, as we've been speaking about the multiple portfolios in the last government. Of course, this time around you have allies with you, so you will have to accommodate them also with some good portfolios. That's what they're expecting. So perhaps you will see, some portfolios, where multiple portfolios were held by one minister. They will be, of course, given to the others as well. So in a way, that responsibility, of course, will be shared, and that responsibility will be relaxed from the one person. But speculation, of course, is something which is spreading.
And another big news coming in, another piece of news coming in. Arun, stay on with us. Aman is getting us more inside scoop on who may be repeated, and we're learning that Rajnath Singh may once again be made in charge of the defense ministry. So Rajnath Singh once again is going to be the defense minister in all likelihood, is what we're learning. So big news coming in once again. After repetition of Nitin Gadkari, Rajnath Singh is going to be the Raksha Mantri. But before that, let me go across to Harsh Malhotra joining us on the phone line. MOS with us. Mr. Malhotra, we're learning that you're going to be given in charge of MOS road transport. Your first thoughts, sir?
I have got to know from you people only. I am very much thankful for my senior leadership, particularly Prime Minister, Home Minister, and Adharniya Nitin Gadkari ji also. Hello.
Well, yes, sir. Go ahead. I hope our guess is right, sir. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I am very much thankful to all senior leaders and my party also.
You're going to be working alongside Nitin Gadkari and Mr. Ajay Tamta as well. What are your thoughts on that?
This is my good luck that I will be working under Adharniya Nitin Gadkari ji. He has got a very good vision for the development of the country, particularly highways and other things related to transport. So I am very grateful.
Okay.
And I feel blessed
while
working with.
And to quickly, before I let you go, Mr. Malhotra, the vision for this ministry, has anything been shared as yet with you?
I think this is a very new thing for me, but at least I can say the vision document put forth by the Bharatiya Janata Party for 2024 for Viksit Bharat of 2047, definitely we are going to abide by that.
Okay, we're also learning, sir, that Rajnath Singh is going to be repeated as the defense minister. So that's another piece of big news coming in. Also, in all likelihood, External Affairs Ministry once again may go to S. Jaishankar. What are your first thoughts on that?
I think they have performed very well and it will be very good for the nation.
Mr. Malhotra, many questions also being asked by the opposition in this case on how this NDA government has come together. The coalition government, many say, is not going to last all that long.
Basically, the people are frustrated lot nowadays. From the first day, we were saying that NDA is going to form the government, and NDA have start working. So, by saying anything, that's of no use by the opposition. What the people are saying. और अगर मैं हिंदी में कहूँ, तो किसियानी बिल्ली खंबा नोच रही है. Let them do their work.
And if I may, sir, only if you permit, can I also ask you any insights you would want to share on what transpired in the cabinet meet?
No, I don't know much about that.
Okay.
Because I was not there.
Okay, all right. So that's Harsh Malhotra, MOS Road Transport, sharing his first views with us here on CNN News 18. That's the big breaking news update coming in. Road transport and highways to remain with Nitin Gadkari. Also, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh once again chosen as the Defence Minister. We're also learning, as per sources, that S. Jaishankar will be repeated as External Affairs Minister. Not to forget the visuals that we'd accessed a little while earlier today. Remember, S. Jaishankar was seen interacting with the president of Maldives and also the Sri Lankan president. And that in itself was a powerful image of the role that is in store for him. And now we have a confirmation. This is big news coming in on CNN News 18. S. Jaishankar retained as Minister of External Affairs. Arun, we have three big names so far, apart from MOS Road Transport, two names on that front, and CNN breaking down these exclusive inputs. What does this really mean? A big faith that's being placed once again in the top brass of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and which also goes on to explain once again how decisions have been taken, keeping in mind the performance factor.
Well, that's right. So it means there is no big change in the top four ministries. You have Rajnath Singh retaining the defense portfolio. S. Jaishankar, of course, getting the external affairs once again. He's somebody who's been, praised about his role on the international relations. He used all his expertise that he, acquired during his tenure as international foreign services.
Lots of portfolios now. Information on portfolios coming in thick and fast. I'm going to connect back with you. Stay on with me. Three big announcements, and they're all, viewers, suggestive of continuity. The Prime Minister deciding that continuity is going to be the leitmotif, at least as of now. We're being told that Nitin Gadkari retains his portfolio. He's done fantastic work as Road Transport and Surface Minister. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, and of course Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister. Under Rajnath Singh, there's been a huge impetus in the privatization of defence manufacturing in the country, viewers. And remember, large number of factories have been set up. The entire realm of Make in India has been backed by the government to such an extent that from cryogenic engine technology up till missile technology, we're even now beginning to make our own big frigates and ships. And this means a huge impetus for the defense sector. Continuity there. Remember, Rajnath Singh in a previous avatar, viewers, was Home Minister. So Home and Defense, he's retained his defense portfolio. The other big name, Nitin Gadkari, 80,000 crores on building and upgrading rural roads. He's been holding this portfolio for a decade. He continues for another palpable 5 years. Since 2014, I think 200,000 kilometers of roads have been built, which is about 109 kilometers of roads per month. Now, all of this, viewers, means that over a period of time, these individuals have become extremely familiar with the work they are supposed to do, the pace at which they're supposed to do it, with the work they are supposed to do, the pace at which they're supposed to do this at, and also, of course, the manner in which Mr. Modi functions. Now, we know that, and let me just bring in both our reporters, Aman, as well as, let me go across to, let me first go across to Aman. Aman, what do you make of this? Three important decisions taken. We've got the information before anyone else. Talk us through.
Rahul, I think the biggest name, Rajnath Singh retaining Defence Ministry. So it doesn't seem that there is any change in the CCS
I think we can safely say that now. Mr. S. Jaishankar in External Affairs Ministry, Mr. Rajnath Singh continuing as the Defense Minister of the country. I would say Nirmala Sitharaman likely as the Finance Minister of the country as well. We'll have to wait for the final list to come. Nitin Gadkari, who's put up a phenomenal performance in the Roads and the Highways Ministry, who continue as the Road and Transport Minister. I think a big message of continuity here. Rajnath Singh responsible for, I think, the turnaround in the defense industry, the exports which have grown manifold in the defense sector in the last 5 years. Also, defense is the an area which requires a very, very upright minister, somebody, who can resist all these external pressures which come with the defense ministry. Under Mr. Rajnath Singh, the army, especially the kind of aggression India has shown on the China border, eye-to-eyeball confrontation in the last 4 years. I think Mr. Rajnath Singh continuing as the defense minister is good news for the India's security establishment. Mr. S. Jaishankar, who has transformed India's, I would say, diplomatic relations with many other, the expertise, the USP, his ground knowledge of entire diplomacy, which he brings to the table. S. Jaishankar continuing as the External Affairs Minister. Nitin Gadkari, as we have said, the record pace at which roads and highways have been built in this country. He is somebody, I remember Nitin Gadkari once saying, this is a ministry he himself asked from the Prime Minister in the last term. The Prime Minister maybe wanted to give him one of the CCS ministries, but he said, no, I want road and transport because this is my expertise and I will perform in this ministry. He's retaining it again. So a record third term for Nitin Gadkari as the Roads and Highways Minister. Third term for Rajnath Singh, 2 terms. First term he was the Home Minister. Now 2 terms he will be the Defense Minister of the country. And as you know, Mr. Jaishankar, these are the 3 confirmed names we can say. They are retaining their post. So I don't see any major changes in the CCS, the top 4 ministries, Home, Finance, External Affairs and Defense, Rahul. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's important really to wait for the official list, Aman, but you're right. At least 2 of those very vital names that form the part of the CCS retained. So there's Mr. Jaishankar as well as, of course, Rajnath Singh, who retain those portfolios. No surprises there, viewers. Remember, the Prime Minister very keen on continuity. He has to hit the ground running. The elections have been a bit of a mixed bag for the BJP. Don't forget, viewers, stopping short of majority. They wouldn't have liked that. That would have scratched at them, gnawed at them, and they really want to ensure that there are no slip-ups this time in the public perception of their commitment to Viksit Bharat. Let me go straight across to Payal Mehta. Payal, the Prime Minister playing it a bit safe here. He's known to pull out a few wild cards, but I think because of the sheer number of new ministers, there will be some more portfolios perhaps created or added.
Yes, there will be. In fact, a lot of new faces will be put into various ministries. But one thing is very interesting to watch out for. Rajnath Singh has been rewarded for his consistent work. So has Nitin Gadkari. So the Prime Minister putting a lot of faith in his old tested war horses, basically who have survived the test of every kind as well. Mr. Jaishankar is known to be a foreign diplomat. He's been somebody who's played the foreign secretary's role in the past. He's been somebody who's been navigating for India all across the world, especially with the US and China in particular as well. So that's the reason he's been rewarded. And Mr. Jaishankar was very confident that he would retain this portfolio because even though there have been speculation that have been doing the round that possibly he would be with the NSA, all of this has been laid to rest yesterday when he took oath as well. And he's very confident and he's probably preparing to go to Italy with the Prime Minister for G7. But yes, a lot of new names are going to be coming in as well. There's Manoj Lal Khattar, there's Shivraj Singh Chauhan. There are multiple places, like Ram Mohan Naidu from the TDP, Lalan Singh from the JDU. All these people are cabinet minister ranks. They have to be given something really respectful. Although road and transport would have been something which would have been on the mind of the TDP leadership, but of course Nitin Gadkari retaining it, and rightly so, because Nitin Gadkari is said to be everybody's friend. He's been somebody who's been working for the entire part of the country, building a network of roads, and something which in fact has got him a huge name and reputation. But Nitin Gadkari has not been scared to try uncharted territories also in the past. When he was given the Ministry of MSME, he made a lot of innovations in the MSME ministry as well. So they say wherever you put Nitin Gadkari, he's going to come out as a performer. It's probably his attitude towards his work. It's probably his attitude towards a positive approach towards life, and probably in a way looking at getting apta mein afsar, as they call it.
Yes, just ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, of course, statistics did emerge from that ministry that the construction the total construction under Mr. Modi over 10 years was set to now touch 95,000 crores. So, Aman, that was a big mark. Remember, infrastructure is huge under Mr. Modi, huge budgetary allocation, even in the curtailed budget that came through in February, huge allocation on capex, because obviously, viewers, if India has to grow at that rate, you have to make that infrastructure happen. I mean, that's really the priority right now. We're getting more names coming through. Shripad Yesso Nayak, Manohar Khattar, Power, Housing and Urban Affairs Minister. How do you look at this?
Well, Rahul, the first question, if I answer that first, capex spend is a major thing in this government. It stands at 11% of the total budget in the interim budget, which was just presented. Last year, it was about 10%. So capex ministries, the key ministries, infrastructure spend are road transport and highways, defense ministry. So we see the two senior ministers of the government being repeated in these two key ministries. These ministries also had the highest capex spend last year, along with railways. That's the third important ministry, which has a lot of capex spend. So infrastructure creation is a big priority of Modi government going into the third term as well. That is the road we are taking to becoming the third largest economy in the world and also boosting our growth figures. So I think those two inductions, those two.
And Mr. Khattar now getting Power Minister, Housing and Urban Affairs. Payal, what do you make of this?
Well, of course, Manohar Khattar has been the Chief Minister of Haryana in the past. He was in fact brought back to the centre at the behest of the decision taken by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Housing is a very key issue as far as the state of Haryana is really concerned as well. He had to be given a respectable ministry in sense. You know, Hardipuri has worked for the last 5 years of this government, has worked very aggressively, especially in the Central Vista project as well. And with his administrative experience in place, the government of the day is hoping that Mr. Manohar Khattar will be able to handle the issues. And Power Ministry is also a very key ministry. That was a ministry first held by Mr. Piyush Goyal, and of course R.K. Singh, the outgoing minister who lost his election recently, was the Power Minister in the last government.
Well, he's got his work cut out because the Prime Minister has set a target of 3 crore houses under the PM Awas Yojana, and he says these houses have to be built. This is actually the big decision coming out of that cabinet meeting, after which we're getting all these names, viewers. So Manohar Khattar will be under the pump from day one. He will have to deliver on that target, and Mr. Modi is known to be an exacting taskmaster who will be looking very closely at the outcomes. Shripad Yesso Nayak getting MOS Power, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Minister Jitamram Manjhi. So this is an important portfolio, Aman, going across to an ally this time.
Yes, MSME is a very important portfolio, very important for the industry, for
job
growth. Right now, MSME going to Jitin Ram Manjhi, an experienced, I would say, a former Chief Minister of Bihar, a key ally. Though he has only one seat, but he comes from a really backward community in Bihar. So a lot of messaging in giving him a full cabinet post, despite Mr. Jitin Ram Manjhi winning only one seat. ML Khattar, Rahul, very important, getting two important ministries, Power as well as Housing and Urban Affairs. So ML Khattar, as we have been saying since yesterday, was really a dark horse here. Somebody who's been former Haryana Chief Minister, but a real trusted lieutenant of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's been entrusted with two important ministries, Power as well as Housing and Urban Affairs.
And he's going to be, Jitanram Ramji, that is going to be sort of assisted by Shobha Karandalaje, who's going to be the MOS of MSMEs. Now, MSME is very important focus area, viewers. Jobs has been really the problem, hasn't it, under the 5 or 10 years of Mr. Modi. And that's what many people say cost him those additional 60 seats that could have seen him go 300 par or 300 plus. That hasn't happened. Jobs come through smaller industries. MSME is very critical. I'll quickly give you a whole rundown now, viewers. Amit Shah to retain the Home Ministry. So Aman was right back there when he said that CCS is not going to change much. We are being told that road transport and highways with Nitin Gadkari, ML Khattar gets urban development. Very important again, because the housing sector is something that the Prime Minister is going to use to try and push the narrative that welfare happens and also Vikas happens under his watch. Finance, Nirmala Sitharaman is set to retain finance. Big news, Commerce and Industry, Piyush Goyal, INB Railways, Ashwini Vaishnav. INB Minister will be Ashwini Vaishnav now, viewers. It was earlier held by Mr. Thakur, who's not made it back this time, even though he led the party in Himachal Pradesh to get all those 4 seats. But Anurag Thakur missing out on INB. This is going to be Ashwini Vaishnav now. Education Minister Pradhan, Dharmendra Pradhan gets Education Ministry. Pretty much according to form, Payal, not many changes here.
Well, not many changes. The BJP leadership trusting the old war horses. And it's a huge jump as far as Ashwini Vaishnav is concerned. Remember, Rahul, he in 2021 was brought to the Modi cabinet as a bureaucrat turned politician, as a Rajya Sabha member. Recently got his Rajya Sabha for another full term with the support of BJP before the entire election panned out as well. He's been somebody who's been handling the campaign and the publicity for the 2024 elections. Many really thought that probably railways would not be given to him because many parties in the state of Bihar would want railways, but he's been a performing minister. The Vande Bharat train network, the Vande metro train network is something Ashwini Vaishnav championed in a big way. He's a trusted lieutenant of the Prime Minister. Even before he became a minister, he was somebody who actually gave a lot of feedback to the government of the day in terms of given his experience in the industry.
Okay, big news coming in. This is big breaking news, viewers. So the two newcomers, Mr. Khattar and now Shivraj Chauhan, getting weighty portfolios. Shivraj Chauhan getting the Agricultural Ministry, not something that was unexpected. Aman, you were talking about this a little while back, saying that you had spoken to the aides of Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and they were all pretty reconciled to getting the Agricultural Ministry. This is an important one, isn't it?
He's got two, Rahul, agriculture and rural development both. So two very important portfolios related to the rural sector, agriculture and rural development. Both are going to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. So ML Khattar also gets two portfolios, so does Shivraj Singh Chauhan. So the two former chief ministers from Madhya Pradesh and Haryana respectively being entrusted by Mr. Narendra Modi with extremely important portfolios. Their expertise will be brought to the fore here. The experience, the wealth of experience they have of running states, especially Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, multiple time chief minister who's delivered Madhya Pradesh to the BJP, both at the state and all 29 Lok Sabha seats of Madhya Pradesh coming to the BJP this time. Shivraj Singh Chauhan being rewarded with agriculture, rural development as well. Both two key ministries that comes also with Panchayati Raj, So it's a multiple bouquet of rural ministries which are going to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Big move. And we were anticipating
Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan has a lot of respect amongst the agrarian sector, viewers. Jagat Prakash Nadda gets health minister, so he's the BJP chief who is asked to come back into government, viewers, getting the health ministry, another very important sector. But Shivraj Singh Chauhan will have his task cut out. There are a large number of individuals, even now, viewers, amongst the farmers who are still camping outside on the borders of Delhi, demanding a law on NSP, and he has got to now go and interlocute with them. That is fundamentally crucial. If he is the person who, and he has a lot of experience, viewers, he's dealt with agrarian crisis in Madhya Pradesh. There has also been, of course, a lot of, at one time, viewers, backlash against his government in the agrarian sector, and he was very quick to overcome some of that. It did cost him in the middle, but then he's back there and he has to now negotiate with these farm lobbies. It's not going to be easy, but it's a very critical job. And I think the Prime Minister has taken on somebody who's mature, who has resolve, and of course is extremely tactful. Yes. Let me go straight across to Aman for more inputs. Yes, Aman.
And Rahul, Shivraj Singh Chauhan is also credited to complete turnaround of the agriculture situation in Madhya Pradesh. That has been his USP. The irrigated area under Madhya Pradesh jumping moneyfold under his term as the chief minister. Madhya Pradesh was one state where agriculture was completely in shambles. When
and there were protests at one time. Power also, there was a huge problem, and he seemed to have got his, he seemed to got it right there. So I think that experience will come in.
Yes,
very much.
And Ashwini Vaishnav, Rahul, getting the most important portfolios. Railways, he's retaining, getting INB ministry as well. I think very big as well. Again, a minister who's getting two important portfolios. Ashwini Vaishnav, I would say the standout performer in Modi 2.0. He showed his mettle in handling railways as well as IT. Now he's being given the charge of railways and the INB ministry. So he'll be the chief spokesperson in a way of the government, and he's very good at it, Rahul. He loves giving those, presentations to everybody, whoever he meets, about what all Modi government has done. I think a great choice in an INP minister who has very good relations across journalists, and you can really get the messaging across, which is a big concern of the Modi government, to get the message across, to the people. I think Ashwini Vaishnav, an excellent choice. Railways, of course, has been Ashwini Vaishnav's, big success story, be it the Vande Bharats, be it the complete electrification of the railway network. He has worked wonders in railways, and I think rightfully being rewarded.
And Vaishnav himself was not really a stranger to the world of journalism either. So there is there will be a little bit of, I suppose, familiarity there. But very importantly, it's very crucial because the Modi government has been under a little bit of the lens globally about the manner in which it has dealt with the media, according to some of its bitterest critics. Many of them, of course, sit in the opposition, saying that you've cultivated a sort of Godi media. Let me go across to Pal. Pal, that's not going to be easy, is it? The media has become a real intense focus, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. There have been very naysayers who've been saying that every voice in the democracy has been crushed and all of that.
Yeah.
But Ashwini Vaishnav is not new to communication. He's handled communication in the past as well. Remember, he was in the team of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. He worked in that respect as well, so he knows exactly how the government really works. As an IT minister, also he handled a lot of crises, including the kind of run-ins that we had with Twitter and Facebook, etc. He's handled all of that very, very critically.
Yeah.
He's got to his success the passing of the historical data protection bill, something which the world is looking forward to. He's spoken at global platforms, and like Aman was saying, he's somebody who loves interacting with people. He's a very low-profile person. Otherwise, he loves interacting.
Crucial,
with people,
very crucial. I need to interrupt you. Very crucial portfolio going to Kiran Rijiju, Parliamentary Affairs Minister. In the past, he was Law Minister. Then he was sort of Sports Minister for a while. But now Kiran Rijiju becomes the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. This time, Parliament is going to be a hotbed, viewers, of all sorts of intrigues because obviously the BJP has not got a majority on its own. It will need to work the aisles. It will have to build consensus. A lot of legislations will perhaps be sort of subjected to the pulls and pushes. Let me go across to Arun Tanta on this. Arun, this is an important one. He has to work the aisles. Does he have the nous to do so?
Well, that's right, Rahul. We had seen in the last tenure that he was removed from the law ministry, and then this time around, of course, in the NDA 3.0, we are seeing that he's given a responsibility of parliamentary affairs. And remember, parliamentary affairs is a very crucial ministry. In the last government, it was Prahlad Joshi was the cabinet minister, and then Arjun Meghwal, of course, also was the junior minister. So Kiran Rijiju will have a huge responsibility when you have a very strong opposition. How he's going to maintain the balance, to run the house is also going to be very significant. There are very quick developments which are taking place. The likes of Gajendra Singh Shekhawat will be the culture and tourism minister. Suresh Gopi and Rao Inderjeet Singh will be the MOS in culture and tourism. Ashwini Vaishnav will be the INB ministry, and Anurag Thakur, of course, the last INB minister has been dropped this time around.
There are more portfolios coming through. There are more portfolios coming through. In between all of this, we've heard that the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde unit is also meeting. Now, they are supposedly a little upset because they don't think they're getting their due, but that's a story that we'll come back to. Ravneet Singh Bittu, the newcomer from the Congress, didn't win the election but gets minority affairs. So this is signaling, big signaling, Aman, to Punjab. Here you have a minister, an individual who was very close to Rahul Gandhi, picked here in Delhi to lead the campaign, switches sides, doesn't do well, but manages to get a very plum assignment.
Well, absolutely. Ravneet Singh Bittu, very, very important. He has lost the Lok Sabha election to Amrinder Raja Singh Vading, the Congress state chief from Ludhiana, but the BJP has chosen to retain him because, he switched over to the BJP. Now he's being brought into the Council of Ministers specially, and he'll be given a Rajya Sabha berth as well now to enable him to become a minister. So BJP, I think, going the extra mile for Ravneet Singh Bittu here, who's lost an election, but still he is being retained, brought in the Council of Ministers as the MOS for minority affairs. A very, very big reach out also to the Sikhs in Punjab, because now you have a minority affairs minister from Punjab who's taking over. Also, very interesting, Rahul, a couple of other things we can break them. Bhupendra Yadav and Dharmendra Pradhan both are retaining their ministries. These were both the ministers sitting yesterday in the front row.
Yeah, but I want to ask you, and I put you on the spot there, is Mr. Pradhan happy to be at the center?
Well, yeah, anybody would have preferred to be, I think, the chief minister of a full state. But I think Mr. Modi requires the expertise of Dharmendra Pradhan in Delhi. He's been a very, very good education minister, somebody who's driven the implementation of the new education policy, and that is work in progress. And I think Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan being retained in the education ministry to fast track the rollout of the new education policy across the country, very, very key initiative of the Modi government. So we see him retaining the education ministry, Bhupendra Yadav retaining the environment ministry, somewhere where India at the various climate change talks, he's been a revelation there, leading India's case very, very forcefully against the Western nations, putting up India's case very, very strongly. The green revolution we've seen in India, the green energy revolution we have seen in India, and renewable energy, I think Mr. Bhupendra Yadav also being continued. So I think the big message here, Rahul, is the continuity. We are seeing no change in the top four Raisena held ministries. Nirmala Sitharaman at Finance, Amit Shah at Home, Rajnath Singh at Defence, S. Jaishankar at External Affairs, and even the key ministries below, Railways, Ashwini Vaishnav, Bhupendra Yadav, Environment, Dharmendra Pradhan, Education. So we are seeing a big message of continuity.
Well, there's continuity with a lot of experience. These former chief ministers being given plum assignments. Let's get a sense from the opposition as to how it's looking at these portfolios. And let me introduce to us all viewers, Dr. Ranganathan, who's of course a commentator looking at this change, and also of course Kamru Chaudhary, and we also have the BJP's national spokesperson RP Singh. Kamru Chaudhary, your first comments.
Yeah, basically you see the continuity in the cabinet that Narendra Modi ji brought out. I feel there. I can't say more than what he feels like. All along we have been shouting that the India is witnessing a jobless growth. You need to course correct on that. But there is no heed to this. If you continue with the ministers from the previous regime, that means the policies get carried forward to the new regime. We have been shouting head over heels that the railways need capacity improvement. We cannot design policies only for the privileged class. Coaches, trains need to be introduced for the poor of the country. But alas, you have continued with the same minister. There are a lot to talk about what could have been done in this ministry, who should have retained the finance ministry, who should have been there a new finance ministry to give us a new direction to the growth story of India. Should have been a better one if you had a new the agricultural ministry needed a very foresighted person in that. Shivraj Singh Chauhan in that ministry, I doubt what.
Sir, he set a record as the chief minister. He's overcome a lot of rural distress in Madhya Pradesh to return to power, on several occasions. Anyhow, let me quickly bring in RP Singh. RP Singh, some of these areas, job creation, the MSME sector didn't really pick up. Why have we retained some of these people? Of course, in the MSME sector, you have Mr. Manji, who was a former chief minister at one time, so he's come in. But you have others who, according to the opposition, haven't done very well. Railway Ministry, why haven't you changed that around? Why is Mr. Vaishnav still getting it?
We are probably one of the best railway ministers in the country, and the amount of electrification which has happened countrywide of the railways under his regime, under his being a minister, is remarkable. And also the sort of improvement which has happened in the railway overall, the traveling experience also, and also the experience at the platforms also, and the way technology has been blended with the whole of the processes of the railway, right from the booking of the ticket, right from booking of the ticket to everything else, from freight and everything. But that point aside, he's talking Shivraj Singh Chauhan, as the agriculture minister. Sir, please go through his track record on agriculture growth in Madhya Pradesh itself. The way Madhya Pradesh has turned around in last 10 years on agriculture part, it's tremendous. It used to be a state which was lacking behind all other states, and it used to be called as Bimaru state, and today is one of the most aggressive state on agriculture and other domains also. And as I was talking on finance minister, please, sir, the lady Nirmala Sitharaman has turned around the economy. The way she has turned around the economy, the way the GDP growth is happening, the way the numbers are, way the markets are reacting. We all know the country is on a right track and in right hands, and then her policies had taken us ahead from number 11 to 5, and now the commitment is from number 5 to 3. So it's a matter of continuity that she is there.
Okay. Okay. Let me open this up.
Can I make another point?
Please, quickly. Yes. Yeah.
Especially Ravneet Singh Bittu being allocated Minority Affairs Ministry is a message to not only Punjab minorities countrywide also. and he is a very capable young lad. I've personally interacted with him, and he'll surely bring new colors, and then he'll bring everyone on board as far minority welfare ministries go, and he'll ensure that this message which has been propagated with opposition, that minorities are not safe or minorities
so
not
one
taken
small
care.
change, news of a change coming in. TDP gets aviation. So that's Ram Mohan Naidu, one of the youngest ministers to be sworn in. He comes in. C.R. Patil gets Jal Shakti Ministry, which is very important. Har Ghar Nal is a big push area for the Prime Minister. So this is a big one. Let me quickly go across to Payal. If you're there, Payal, we're seeing a big change. Okay, Pallavi, aviation goes to... we're seeing a big change. Okay, Pallavi, aviation goes to Mr. Naidu of the TDP. This is the second time the TDP will get that portfolio. Dr. Ranganathan is also there with us. I'll come out to you, but Pallavi.
Yes, absolutely. But look at the interesting fact. Most of the top ministries have been completely untouched. They have remained the same. So that is where the continuity comes in. The Prime Minister even today has spoken about the 100 days agenda, that we have to fulfill it ASAP. We have to get cracking. These are the key nodal ministries. For example, finance, home, defense, external affairs, which means that at this point of time, he didn't want to tinker with that. But at the same time, accommodating the allies, Gajapati Raju, I remember, was at one point of time the civil aviation minister, goes back. This is again a key ministry, but the groundwork has been done a lot by Jyotiraditya Scindia. Puri continues to retain the petroleum ministry. The urban affairs, of course, goes across to Manohar Lal Khattar, the former chief minister of Haryana. But by and large, very quickly, by and large, it is more intact. I find the choice of Ashwini Vaishnav as an INB minister very, very important, because this government, because it's a coalition government in a larger sense, will also have to communicate more. There was one grievance where the Prime Minister often insists on that we need to communicate. We need to tell the people of the country what is our good work. This is exactly what is important. The Prime Minister will use his office, Ashwini Vaishnav, low profile, reticent, but a good articulate minister. And therefore, he is going to use to communicate, one, that there's nothing wrong with the coalition government at all. And the second, of course, is the good work which is being done by the government.
Well, of course, there are other issues too, and the ministry will have to tackle that, because there has been this persistent claim, as we know from certain constituencies, that the media is managed, that democracy is being stifled, that the state is overbearing. Dr. Ranganathan, let me bring you in on this. The top four, the CCS, the CCA, remain the same. Experience plus, of course, continuity is the message. Modi is in control, the two Cs. But most importantly, there are misgivings about the minorities not being given enough. Muslims are not being given enough portfolios, this, that, the other. Mr. Chaudhary is just warming up to this game. And when I go back to him, he'll open that front. So I want you to anticipate it. Give us an idea of first what your thoughts are, and then get into the nitty-gritties.
Good evening, Rahul, and good evening to my fellow panelists. First, a gentle castigation of you, Rahul. You can either, I think you should either have this show that you have, or write an article. Because once you write an article, there's so many facts you give in it that it's redundant to have this show. I read your article on the Muslim representation. There's no point debating it. You completely killed it.
Thank you, sir.
Anyhow, I need to make a couple of points rather, before Kamruji, my good friend, comes in. Number one, as far as Muslim representation is concerned, I'm sure you would ask him, or love to ask him, why is it that the Congress and its allies in Maharashtra did not have a single Muslim candidate? Number one, if they were so worried about Muslim representation. Number two, for them to say that Muslims must be represented by Muslims, does that mean to say that the reality that the Congress does not have a single leader or chosen MP who is not a homosexual means that the Congress doesn't care about homosexuals? And number three, of all the MPs who are elected as Muslim MPs, do the Congress and other allies mean to say that they will no longer care for the Hindu electorate in their constituencies just because they are Muslims? And number four, and I've said the data before you, no Prime Minister, living or dead, has done as much for Muslims as Narendra Modi has. So if Kamruji can bring out rebuttal for any of these 4 points, starting with the fact that Congress did not have a single Muslim as a candidate. Shameful for Congress, and now they are preaching principles of Muslim representation to other. So, I'd be grateful. But coming back to the portfolio, I think Modi, as you rightly said, has chosen for consistency or constancy rather than change. The big consistency or constancy rather than change. The big four remain the same, i.e. the Home Minister Amit Shah, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, and the Minister for Statistics and Program Implementation. And I'll give you 1 lakh rupees, Rahul, if you can tell me who was the ex-Minister for Statistics and Program Implementation.
Oh my gosh, that's right. Where is the report from that ministry? We keep looking for it. We keep, I pass this building every day, slightly different, of course, but it's a census building. Beautiful, gleaming, new fresco has been painted across it. It's gorgeous, and I wonder, usme log karte kya honge?
But there's a very subtle message I wanted to give, Rahul, because 10 years ago, when Prime Minister Modi said maximum governance, minimum government, he had, I think, 44 Council of Ministers. Today, there are 72 or 74.
Well, actually, to be fair, by the end of the last iteration, the NDA 2, they actually went up to about 76. Then it came down to about 71 because some left. So, ye mid-course bhi hota hai. So, I think everyone likes their births. Some are still, but most are productive. Anyhow, very quickly, Mr. Chaudhary, I'm just going to come back to you. I just want to go back to Aman and Payal to get a quick update on some of the other announcements. Annapurna Devi, Women and Child Development, she's also very important portfolio holder. Many people felt that that ministry was slightly not up to the mark on certain issues and the handling of those certain issues, but we have a new person, Ravneet Singh Bittu, Minority Affairs Minister, very important. Amit Shah, of course, retains the Home Ministry. All those names at the bottom of your screen. Let me try to go across to Payal. Okay, we don't have a reporter at this moment, but we're going to try and connect back to them. Yes, Mr. Chaudhary. Look, let's not look for an issue where there is none. You have an unbeatable combination of continuity and experience. Mr. Gadkari is a outperformer. You have the Home Minister who's done a fantastic job. Yes, there might be a quibble here and there. India is a huge country to manage, but by and large, settled Jammu and Kashmir, brought back the conditions for democracy to flourish so much so, sir, that people are now even voting separate also. You have free and fair elections to the point where two individuals who don't align themselves with constitutional values are there. I mean, how much freer can you be in this country? Credit must go to the Home Ministry. It's created this atmosphere, laissez-faire almost. Come on.
Rahul, that's the beauty of a democracy. The eyes with which you see this government, I may see it at a different angle. Of course. A different viewpoint is there.
Yes.
We agree to disagree on a number of points with the government on this thing. But a new government has come in with a new umide for the entire population of India. But what I feel was the lost decade of governance, the last 10 years of Narendra Modi ji, where we could have propelled at least 10
talk
times
in terms
more
of,
faster.
hang on, the GDP, look at where it's gone from where to where. Come on, give me, how can you
Can
just
I
say
counter
lost
on
decade?
this particular point?
Fragile 5 to top 5.
Can I counter you on this particular point of GDP?
Yeah, please, sir, go.
What is the growth rate of the GDP per capita in India? You compare the GDP of the country, but you do not compare the disposable cash at the hands of the Indians. The poor has become poorer, the rich has become richer. Now, don't tell me about this thing. In 2000, the joblessness in the country, do you know what was the data? It was 5.6% unemployment rate in 2000. It is now around 15.1% as per the International Labour Organization India Employment Report 2004. But it is 15.1% as per the ILO. File a case against ILO if it is wrong. Now don't try to say that everything is hunky-dory. We have got the Home Minister of India, Amit Shah ji, spooking up millions of people in this country when he wanted to explain the meaning of chronology during the CA. Do you understand that? When the Prime Minister
Sorry.
says in the
It's the
Parliament,
people who, hang on. It's the people in the opposition that misconstrued the entire
then
CAA,
you are in a
claiming that
responsible
Muslims will
position of
lose
the
their
Home
citizenship.
Minister.
It had nothing to do with
you are
Indian
in a-
Muslims, sir. And please, this old chestnut can't be fried constantly in the pan. I'm
that's
sorry.
what I tell.
Let's
I may agree to disagree with you, but
on
you
that,
will not let
sir.
me
But you
speak.
have to be
That's the
factual.
difference.
You and I can sit across the table and constantly
No,
disagree and agree
why
not to
can't I
disagree
criticize
and
the
all of this.
minister
But come
who
on,
has put
base
the
something. In
millions of
fact,
people
1
in
minute.
this
Let me
country?
bring in Aman. Aman, very quickly. Criticisms coming in on the fact that the Prime Minister has played too safely, that certain ministries haven't performed, certain ministers haven't performed, and they have been retained. The finance particular is a downside. Why is Nirmala Sitharaman back? Very quickly, Aman.
Well, I'm always of the opinion that Nirmala Sitharaman would be retained as a finance minister. See, Rahul, this is the message of continuity. This is the message towards India has seen growth figures rising over the last few quarters. We are moving towards a high growth trajectory, and the latest S&P global ratings, if you see, has also changed the outlook on India. Nirmala Sitharaman is the senior most woman minister also in the cabinet, and she's a senior face, somebody who's been a senior spokesperson in the BJP. I think she was always supposed to retain the finance ministry. There was this narrative being spread by some that she will be changed. I was very sure since very long that she will retain, and that is why you see the top nucleus of the government is the same, because the BJP and Mr. Narendra Modi strongly believe that these people have performed, be it Amit Shah in Home Ministry, Rajnath Singh in Defence Ministry, S. Jaishankar in External Affairs Ministry, Nirmala Sitharaman in the Finance Ministry, Ashwini Vaishnav in Railways. If you see the other names, Nitin Gadkari in Roads and Highways, these are the big performers of the government, and that is why they are being retained. Nirmala Sitharaman, as we just, Ashwini Vaishnav, Kiran Rijiju getting the important task of Parliamentary Affairs Minister. Again, somebody who's known to be able to build those bridges. I think Kiran Rijiju getting a very, very important ministry here is also JP Nadda returning to his old health ministry, something he's very, very close to his heart. So Mr. JP Nadda also going, Jyotiraditya Scindia getting telecom. There are a few changes, Rahul. It's not that everybody is the same. There are a very few key changes which have been made. So Jyotiraditya Scindia moving from civil aviation to telecom ministry, because his civil aviation ministry is going to Ram Mohan Naidu of the TDP. TDP also had civil aviation ministry pre-2018 when they were with the NDA. So that same tradition is being followed by the BJP. So I think a big Mr. Bhupendra Yadav in environment ministry, as we were talking about earlier, somebody who's worked a lot towards India's renewable energy and the net zero target which Prime Minister has fixed, putting India's case very strongly in global forum. So these are the big names.
How do you read the Scindia to telecom?
Well, I think it's an upgrade, Rahul. I think telecom is a very, very important ministry. Government has this very ambitious 5G rollout plan over the next couple of years. I think he'll be pioneering that now. And it's going from, this is a ministry which is also, very high interaction with the private sector. You need a young, suave minister, Jyotiraditya Scindia, I think will be built. And he's performed in the civil aviation ministry as well, connecting to people on Twitter. We saw those times when, there used to be this congestion at the airport.
Mr. Mandavia now, let me bring in Payal. Mr. Mandavia moved out of the health into the labor sector. That's very important. Labor ministry, very critical this time. They're expected to be massive reforms in this area. Is he the person?
Well, of course, he's a trusted aide as far as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is concerned. Right from his Gujarat days to now, he's been part of the organization, played an extremely important role during the COVID crisis, Rahul. And he has met multiple challenges during the COVID time, whether it's to do with vaccines or supply of medicines, etc. as well. So once again, the crucial labor ministry, which is very, very critical to the opposition ruled states, especially in Bengal and Kerala, etc. Mansukh Mandaya is expected to play an important role. He's a very cool customer, very calm customer, but apart from that, he also has the Ministry of Youth Affairs. So sports being broken down. Earlier, you had a minister, Anurag Thakur was the Minister for Sports and Youth Affairs both, but Mansukh Mandaya has now been given Youth Affairs as well. Focus as far as Jal Shakti is concerned, that also goes to a leader from Gujarat, C.R. Patil, becoming the cabinet minister for a very first time. He gets a crucial Jal Shakti ministry, which the Prime Minister really wanted to focus on. Remember, the Har Ghar Jal is the concept that the Prime Minister really wants to see become a huge success. And C.R. Patil has been somebody who's been proven his mettle in the state of Gujarat by bringing in a win of 150 plus states in the assembly, 150 plus seats in the assembly as well. Culture and tourism, again a huge focus as far as this government is concerned, goes to an experienced candidate like Gajendra Singh Rawat, who actually started first with the agriculture ministry, then became the Jal Shakti minister as well. So the Prime Minister trusting his lieutenants with powerful portfolios, but a very, very important revelation. Kiran Rijiju. Last time around when Kiran Rijiju was dropped from the law ministry, everybody thought that probably his career was over because he was given the Earth and Sciences ministry. Even then, he continued to make news, but now he has this crucial responsibility.
Let me go across to G. Krishan Reddy on the phone. Mr. Reddy, thank you very much for speaking to me. We've lost you there. Sorry, Payal, I had to interject there. Yes, you were talking about Kiran Rijiju. Important, very important. I think it's a fundamentally important. He's at the fulcrum, really, of relationship building for this government. And it's going to be needed because this time the BJP is not in a majority. It has to carry the opposition along.
Well, Kiran Rijiju is known to be, again, a very, very cool and calm person. He's known to be somebody who can forge friendships across the entire network. He was, in fact, Narendra Modi's first choice as the tribal minister from the northeast. But everybody wrote him out saying that, once he came to Earth and Sciences minister, probably that would be the exit for him. But he's risen from the dead, it seems. He's a parliamentary affairs minister. The BJP does not have great numbers in the Rajya Sabha. And in the Lok Sabha also, the numbers are pretty down as well. So the opposition will be up and hounding the government as well, where Kiran Rijiju can play an important role. He is somebody that everybody won't mind speaking to. He's somebody who can actually have a conversation with people. So that appointment is very, very important as far as the parliament session is concerned.
Well, let me just very quickly, viewers, bring you up to speed. Minister of State for Independent Charge. You have Rao Inderjeet Singh, big reward because this gentleman is from Haryana. Minister of State of the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Dr. Ranganathan was talking about that. But Minister of State of the Ministry of Planning and, of course, the Minister of State in the Ministry of Culture. So that's important. Dr. Jitendra Singh retains pretty much the entire portfolio. Science and Technology, Ministry of Earth Sciences, PMO, Personnel, Public Grievances, Pensions, Department of Atomic Energy, and the Department of States. I think he gets one of these new charges there. So his workload is going to increase. Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal, Minister of State for the Ministry of Law and Justice and Minister of State in the Ministry of Parliament Affairs. So again, another person hailing this time from Rajasthan, used to work now with Mr. Rijiju to build those relationships across the aisles. Mr. Ganpat Rao, Jadhav Pratap Rao Aman, Minister of State to the Ministry of Ayush and Minister of State in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So here, and Jayant Chaudhary, another important name. So some allies now coming into the mix. Aman.
Yes. So we can see the full list now, which has been put out by the government. Now, official list is now out. So let us speak of the independent charges ministers first, which we haven't really looked at. Jitendra Singh retaining the DOPT charge as well as Science and Technology. He was the Minister of State in the PMO as well earlier. Charges. We have Arjun Ram Meghwal in charge of law. The independent charge for law ministry. As earlier, he's also Minister of State in the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. So he'll be assisting Kiran Rijiju there. Jadhav Pratap Rao, Ganpat Rao from the Shiv Sena. He's getting the Minister of State independent charge, Ministry of Ayush and MOS in Health and Family Welfare. Jayant Chaudhary, very, very important, a key ally, won both his seats for the RLD, Minister of State, won both his seats for the RLD, Minister of State in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, also MOS in the Ministry of Education. So this is, I think, the youth factor. Jayant Chaudhary's youth image will be very helpful for the government in the key area of
skill development. Yes. Uttar Pradesh entrepreneurship requires a lot of job creation there and productivizing, incentivizing the youth. So that's very, very important. Yes, you're absolutely right. Jitin Prasada, Minister of State there. What do you make of this? Interesting pick. Minister of State, Ministry of Commerce, Industry, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Important portfolios.
Yeah, two of them are Jitin Prasada. So he's been given two portfolios in Minister of State, Commerce and Industry as well as IT. So very, very interesting portfolios. IT something.
I think he held Commerce at one time when he was in the UPA, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so as well. He did hold that.
So and some experience there.
This Mr. Ramnath Thakur, Rahul, he's the Minister of State in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. So he'll be assisting Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Ramnath Thakur, the son of Karpuri Thakur. Nityanand Rai continues in his same post as the MOS Home. Anupriya Patel, another woman face. She'll be an MOS in the Health and Family Welfare as well as Chemical and Fertilizers. V. Somanna, the BJP leader from Karnataka in Ministry of Jal Shakti. So these are the major names, I think.
So one name that we need to focus on, and I want to bring in Payal on this, H.D. Kumaraswamy gets a full cabinet berth, Minister of Heavy Industries and Minister of Steel. How do you interpret this, Payal? Important post for a very important ally, but many people say, oh, well, he's only got in a couple of seats, and the Shiv Sena in Maharashtra was hoping for some more berths, and they're sort of saying that, "Bhai, inka mila hai, hamare ko isse zyada jitni abadi utna hak." What is happening there? Is that going to now surface as a crack?
Well, what I do understand very clearly is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had assured these colleagues in the various opposition party, in the allies, that he will not be unfair to anybody. He will be fair to everybody as well, and that is also which is very reflective, because he's given respectful ministries to a lot of people. But what I do see on the list, and a very important portfolio, is the portfolio which has been given to Bandi Sanjay. Bandi Sanjay is going to be Amit Shah's aide in the Home Ministry. He's been given the Ministry of Home Affairs, MOS as well. That's a very important portfolio, given the fact that Bandi Sanjay put up a huge fight in the state of Telangana to bring the BJP onto that map as well. He in fact went to jail a multiple number of times. He was made the General Secretary, removed as the party's president, but here he's been rewarded as well. And a very important portfolio also been given to Pavitra Margarita. Pavitra Margarita is Himanta Biswa Sharma's political advisor, a Rajya Sabha member of Parliament. He's become the MO for Ministry for External Affairs. So we're just still reading through this. But yes, important portfolios distributed to the entire part of the country, representation given to all people, and of course, SD Kumaraswamy should consider himself very lucky and fortunate that despite the fact that he just had 2 seats, he's got 2 meaty portfolios as well. So Prime Minister trying to distribute these portfolios on the basis of the merit, and also at the same time retaining the key portfolios as far as trusted allies are concerned. The top 4 in the government remain unchanged. Nirmala Sitharaman continues to be the Minister for Finance and the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. She's held.
Well, if you're just going to divide this according to regions, then 2 very important portfolios go to the south. Nirmala Sitharaman, of course, Minister of Finance and Minister of Corporate Affairs, and Jay Shankar getting Minister of External Affairs. So those 2 very critical CCS portfolios remain in the south. HD Kumaraswamy then comes in, provides more ballast, Minister of Heavy Industries and Minister of Steel. So Karnataka can feel rightly vindicated here. Minister of Civil Aviation is Kinjarappu Ram Mohan Naidu. So, if you really look at it, Aman, the south getting heavy attention here in this list.
Yes, there are south, lot of ministers from the south. In fact, that was also reflective in the
Minister of Coal and Minister of Mines.
Important portfolios, absolutely.
Yes,
important portfolios going to the south. And TDP is retaining its civil aviation ministry as it was pre-2018. Rahul Gajapati Raju was also the civil aviation minister from the TDP before they quit the NDA. So coming back, Ram Mohan Naidu is being given the same civil aviation ministry as per the same arrangement. But I think the big story, Rahul, is definitely the top remaining unchanged. The top remaining. The Raisina Hill remains the same. Big message of continuity. So the trusted faces, the top faces of the government remain the same. This would bring good, I think good progress to the existing schemes, because, every minister has been trying to work in Modi 2.0 on a particular game plan.
Let me also bring in Arun Dhata. I don't mean to interrupt you, but let me bring him in. He's also been waiting to get his say. Arun, give us a quick overview. How are you looking at this list? And I also want to go across to Dr. Ranganathan right after that. Yes.
Well, Rahul, the continuation that we are talking about, it's in the same manner. In fact, JP Nadda, BJP chief, is getting his old portfolio back, health minister. He's going to be the health minister and the minister of chemicals and fertilizer. The portfolio which was earlier held by Mansukh Mandavia, it was given to JP Nadda. Now, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the former chief minister of BJP stalwart leader, he has given a very meaty portfolio, a Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Minister of Rural and Development. Manohar Lal Khattar, of course, the former chief minister of Haryana, he has also given a very good portfolio with the Housing and Urban Affairs Minister of Power also. So the messaging, of course, Rahul, is very clear. All those ministers who had worked well, either they are promoted, they are given better portfolios, or they are given the same one. Secondly, the people like Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Manohar Lal Khattar, who are senior leaders, and that respect, of course, has been maintained by Modi government, giving them good, solid portfolios to actually take the government's work forward. And also importantly, the roles of allies, the likes of Chirag Paswan getting the food processing ministry, which of course held by his father also, and of course, Lalan Singh getting Panchayati Raj and Rural Development, which was earlier held by Giriraj Singh. So in totality,
so what I'm finding very interesting, stay with me, what I'm really finding extremely interesting is that on some of those, Dr. Ranganathan, and let me also bring in RP Singh as well as Mr. Chaudhary on this. Dr. Ranganathan, the 3 or 4 key portfolios that require some attention, which is urban affairs and housing. Remember, the PM Awas Yojana, one of the big decisions taken in the cabinet meeting today was to expedite that program. And of course, job creation. So micro and medium enterprises goes to Ram Manji. Manohar Khattar gets the housing portfolio. And of course, dealing with the farmers, all those restful farmers who have shown up periodically from Haryana and Punjab to lay siege to Delhi, that goes to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. How do you see this?
I think we've known for the last 10 years, increasingly so, in fact, in the last 3 or 4 years, that the biggest, most important decisions are taken by Mr. Modi. And then the small micromanagement or machinations are taken over by the Council of Ministers. So, for example, the biggest decision as far as agriculture was concerned were the farm reforms. They were taken by Mr. Modi. I doubt whether those 3 farm reforms in the same form would come again in the tenure of Mr. Chauhan. But I think it is also to be said that because it's got very close to a comfortable majority and it's going to run hopefully a stable government for the next 5 years, the Prime Minister has chosen for, what can you call it? Not a shock and awe or not a change, but to remain with the same team that has won him at least this 3rd term.
Well, let me bring in RP Singh. RP Singh, I think Dr. Ranganathan is right because the Prime Minister was emphasizing the role of the PMO. He spoke to PMO staff and he says, we want to make this a people's PMO. And that underlines the significance. You see, it's at the fulcrum, isn't it, of the government?
Well, 2 parts to this. One is that, yes, is a fulcrum to the functioning of the complete government, and then ensures that it is grounded and has a hand on the pulse also. But also, let me tell you a very astonishing thing. I mean, you just mark a tweet on to PMO and you get a revert back. This is the first time it's happening in the country. You send a message, you send a social media message, and you get a revert back. I have tried myself and as a citizen, and I got a reply back. So this is the difference now. And then yes, PMO also need to keep a complete view of the complete situation, all ministries put together so that the country moves in the right direction and in the direction which Prime Minister wants it to be.
Well, Northeast Minister, interesting one, Dr. Ranganathan, Scindia getting that, and Manipur and certain other areas, sensitive, isn't it, this time?
Yes, and if I may, you have a new communication. And if I may, you have a new information communication minister. I think somebody has to kind of tell Mr. Modi or advise him that there are things that he must do instantly. Like, for example, we've talked about he should have gone to Manipur. Likewise, he should have commented on the deadly attack yesterday in Jammu. He still hasn't.
Well, this is important, viewers. Look, Mr. Amit Shah back as Home Affairs, Minister of Cooperation. So at the interstices really of building and weaving together disparate parts of India. But very importantly, yes, RP Singh, look, I have to say
very
that
small political comment on what has happened in Riyasi is very dreadful. And
no, I actually, hang on. We have about 2 minutes. Dr. Ranganathan, why don't you hold forth on that point? You wanted to make something on Riyasi very quickly before we move on. Yeah.
It's just heartbreaking, Rahul, to be honest. But, Riyasi is not Rafah. And so there will be no eyes on it. Our children are not Gazans, and so their dead cherubic faces will not shake the world's conscience. Terrorism has no religion, and so no one will be blamed. Islamic terrorists fired at the bus. The bus fell into a gorge. The Islamists climbed down and fired at the bus wreck, at the helpless, injured Hindu pilgrims, women and children. Such cold-blooded murder, Rahul, is only possible when it is backed by religious doctrine that demands extermination of non-Muslims. Rahul, when will we understand the machinations of the Universal Brotherhood? These are desperate, dastardly plans hatched by the enemy state of Pakistan and aided and abetted, as some are saying in the police force, by some in India. Or as I've said previously, the snakes and ladders game, where the snakes are provided by Pakistan and ladders by India. But do we expect anything else in a state where the leaders of National Conference and PDP condole the killing of terrorists like Wani? Fact is that after Modi government abrogated Article 370, these terror apologists have been itching to foment trouble, even asking China to intervene. Since the abrogation, there has been an 87% decline in stone pelting incidents, 54% decline in terror incidents, 40% decline in youth joining terror organizations, but 48% increase in ceasefire violations by Pakistan. These guys are desperate. The heartbreaking image of Tutu, a 2-year-old child wrapped in a body bag, will be forgotten soon, Rahul, as was that heartbreaking image of a 3-year-old Sopore boy squatting on his dead grandfather. So I don't know what the solution is, to be honest.
Well, we're all looking for that, viewers. Certainly, let not anyone tell you this kind of hate and bigotry can be tackled by a political package. Let me tell you, viewers, that's not possible. We've all seen how that has fallen flat over the years. I'll leave it at this, viewers. We're right back with The Right Stand.
This bus which came under a heavy barrage of gunfire from militants, and that's when it lost its control. It was carrying pilgrims from a temple nearby to Katra. A lot of devotees come to Vaishno Devi and other temples in Katra and Riyasi. Particularly, this bus was targeted when it came near a bend or a curve, a sort of things we have seen emerge in Rajouri and Puch. An intense search operation is going on. I'll ask my Vijay to show you. Behind him is also an intense team of the CRPF and the paramilitary forces who are going in this area to check this particular location. This is a thick forest area, dense foliage in this area. It becomes difficult for the forces to carry out any search operation, and because of the temperature, also humidity, it's not easy to carry food with them because they have to go into deep forests, they have to carry food and water resources, and it's difficult to even go into these forests. So the enemy takes advantage. Once the bus reached near that particular bend, it was fired upon indiscriminately. There's also a search operation that's taking place through helicopters. Drones are being used to monitor all these mountain peaks. It's very difficult for the drones also to notice the movement, but yes, forces are trying any link which could emerge from these forests. We have seen a similar pattern being followed in Rajouri and Poonch, where in forests firing is done and then they try to disappear, and there has been no luck in terms of trying to catch up with those attackers of this particular attack so far. But yes, 9 people have died, 9 pilgrims have died, the 3 are being treated at the hospitals, and one has to see that what kind of details do emerge, because now the other investigating agencies are also getting together and trying to carry out a search operation. My visual will also show you there is a helicopter hovering around this particular location and trying to search if they could find any movement in these particular dense forest area. But yes, it's a modus operandi that we have seen in the past, and today again we're seeing the similar pattern being followed, but search operation is still going on. One has to see that if forces are able to get any clue. Done.
This is CNN News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I'm Narendra Modi coming to you live from the CNN News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studios, and we'll train the spotlight on the cabinet and the portfolio allotments of Modi 3.0, ladies and gentlemen. Largely, the top remains the same. The CCS remains the same. the loyalists, the trusted ones, they continue to be retained, and they continue to retain the plum portfolio, starting with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who continues yet again. And then we also have the Raksha Mantri, Rajnath Singh, retaining the defense portfolio. So he continues on as Raksha Mantri. And we also have Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar continuing as the External Affairs Minister. He will be traveling soon with the Prime Minister too. Ashwini Vaishnav, a big leg up. He's got actually 3 important portfolios in his kitty. Railways, IT he had in the past, but he's also now got INB. So with Anurag Thakur not part of this cabinet, JP Nadda part of it from the Himachal quota, INB goes to Ashwini Vaishnav. So 3 big portfolios for him. Nirmala Sitharamanji, the finance minister, continues to retain the finance ministry, but she's also now the corporate affairs minister. So she has 2 portfolios there, finance and corporate affairs with her. Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Now in the past, you had the former agriculture minister was from, Narendra Tomar was from Madhya Pradesh. So Madhya Pradesh retains the agriculture portfolio, but rural development also with Shivraj Singh Chauhan. So the multiple time chief minister who's also retained and who's got the ability to work at the grassroots has a task cut out in terms of the agriculture as agriculture minister and as rural development minister. Jagat Prakash Nadda moves away from, as he completes his term as BJP president by the end of this month, he will now be also the health minister. He was health minister before he went back to work in the party to strengthen the Sangathan. Now he will be health and family welfare, and he also has the chemicals and fertilizers ministry. So what Mansukh Mandviya had is now with Jagat Prakash Nadda or JP Nadda. Dharmendra Pradhan continues to be the education minister. Hardeep Puri, we'll come to that in a bit. Kiran Rijiju, he is the parliamentary affairs minister and also the minister for minority affairs. So 2 important portfolios for Kiran Rijiju. Now to work with parliament will not be easy for him. He's got 2 MOSs who are going to help him. Nitin Gadkari ji, known as the man, the roadways man, the person who's built the connectivity, who's connecting Bharat, continues to retain that portfolio of road transport and highways. That stays on with Mr. Nitin Gadkari. So the work will go on. And that's the delivery that is manifest, ladies and gentlemen. That's why important portfolio. Coals and mines is G. Kishan Reddy. So G. Kishan Reddy was Minister of Culture Affairs and Tourism in Modi 2.0. Now he's the Coals and Mines Minister. Jayant Chaudhary is the Skill Development and Entrepreneurship Minister. It's an MOS rank that he has. So Jayant Chaudhary is the Skill Development and Entrepreneurship Minister. Chandrasekhar Pemasani is again MOS Rural Development and Communication. So that's with him. He's the MOS. Jitin Prasada is MOS Commerce and Industry and also Information Technology. So he'll be working with 2 ministers, Piyush Goyal and Ashwini Vaishnav. Jwal Oram is the Tribal Affairs Minister. So he gets the independent charge. And Nitin Gadkari. There are others too. There is a huge list. Lalan Singh, the Panchayati Raj and Fisheries Minister, the JDU ally who's now been given these 2 plum posts, Panchayati Raj and Fisheries. ML Khattar is the Power and Urban and Housing and Urban Affairs Minister. So 2 important portfolios with ML Khattar. Loyalist Shobha Kandalache is MOS, MSMEs. So and she will be working very, very closely with the MSME minister. That MSME portfolio also, I'll come to it in just a bit. Shripad Yesho Nayak is the MOS Power. Ashwini Vaishnav, Railways, IB, Information Broadcasting and IT. There are others too. We'll have more. Jitan Ram Manji is the MSME minister. So Narayan Rane was the MSME minister in Modi 2.0. Now it's Jitan Ram Manji. Shobha Karnalaje will be working very closely with him. MOS PMO is Dr. Jitendra Singh, who retains most of the portfolios. Rao Inderjeet Singh is also the MOS with independent charge with key portfolios. So a lot of details. The information has already come through. It's the president has also put it out, and it's also part of the Press Information Bureau or on the PIB website. Bhupendra Yadav continues to be the environment minister. Jyotiraditya Scindia is now the telecom and donor minister. So he's not the civil aviation minister. The civil aviation ministry was with Ashok Gajapati Raju and the TDP in the past. Now it's Ram Mohan Naidu. At 36, he's the youngest ever chief civil aviation minister. So civil aviation ministry goes to the TDP. Jyotiraditya Scindia is telecom and northeast. Gajendra Shekhawat, no longer the Jal Shakti minister. C.R. Patil is the Jal Shakti minister. Gajendra Shekhawat is the minister for culture and tourism. Annapurna Devi is the Minister for Women and Child Development. And Hardeep Puri retains the Petroleum Ministry. Oil, Petroleum and Natural Gas is retained by Hardeep Puri. Mansukh Mandavia is the Labour and Employment Minister and the Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports. So again, a shift. He was the Health Minister in Modi 2.0. Now he is Minister for Labour and Employment and Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports. Chirag Paswan gets his father's ministry, food processing industries. So that food processing goes to Chirag Paswan, and C.R. Patil, like I said, is the Minister for Jal Shakti. Let's go across to Shehzad Poonawala, National Spokesperson of the BJP, Nikul Patel, Leader of the Congress Party, Deepak Reddy, National Spokesperson of the TDP and ex-MLC, and Abbas Haider, Spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Namaste and Jai Hind. My first question to Deepak Reddy: are you happy with the allotments and the portfolio allocations, Deepak Reddy, as the TDP?
Very much. A very good evening to everybody. If you see, almost 10 parties of the NDA have been taken into the ministry, and the education qualification also, if you see, there are a lot of ministers. Out of them, 10 new ones have PG, postgraduate degree. 6 to 8 people have law degree. Many of them are graduates. 43 of the ministers have some type of experience working in the government earlier. And 7 women members are taken, 27 OBCs, so caste-wise also 10 SCs, 5 STs, 5 minorities. So if you see, it's like a wonderfully crafted experience. Then the caste dynamics are taken in, then the education is taken in, and even 33 new members have been taken in, and 24 states are represented. So we feel a wonderful job has been done. And from the old cabinet, roughly 34 ministers are again taken back. So I think all the performers are well rewarded. So we are very happy. We are very happy to be part of this government and be part of nation building.
Well, Nikul Patel, the Congress earlier in the day was saying, where are the portfolio allotments? There is fight. There is a lot of, tussle that's happening within the NDA and within the Sarkar. Cabinet meeting is happening without portfolio allocation. So what decisions are being taken? Well, here is the portfolio. Here are the allocations. Your thoughts?
Definitely. I have seen Narendra Modi ji working since he became the Chief Minister of Gujarat. He is with the thought process of that minimum government and maximum governance. And that is what is always reflected when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. In 2014, 40 plus, this was Council of Ministers. In 2019, it was 50 plus. Now it is 70 plus, which itself indicates that now it is really not a Modi Sarkar and an NDA government. And definitely Modi ji is going to find it difficult for distribution. And now it is being allotted, not much major surprises that has been seen over here. But he has tried to distribute very evenly. And now let's see how the government works. Our job is to point out the things which government is going to fail to perform its duty in pursuing its activity during the entire next 5 years. And we are ready for it. That is what I want to say. But minimum government and maximum governance, that statement of Honorable Prime Minister is not reflecting today, because he is now not in the majority of government.
How do you want to respond to that, Shehzad?
First of all, Anand, let me just summarize what this Modi NDA 3.0 cabinet reflects. It reflects 3 C's. C for continuity. So you continue with those who have been delivering and who have been performing well because they have experience in the ministries. You have C for capability. So you harness merit and talent and experience in those areas where you need to go even faster. And C for clarity, because the Prime Minister has set a very clear roadmap for Viksit Bharat in 2047. And with that clear roadmap, you go ahead. But then I have no cure for C for cynicism of the likes of Mr. Patel. And obviously Mr. Patel has been so used to having the cabinet being decided in 10 Janpad or in some other places, maybe even by journalists, but not by somebody who occupies 7 LKM. So therefore I can see the perturbed atmosphere in his entire speech. But having said that, what does minimum government and maximum governance mean? It does not mean that you cannot have the number of ministries or ministers who are allocated as per the constitutional scheme. It means that you make the policies in such a way that the common man benefits. Haven't we improved on the ease of doing business? Haven't we done away with 40,000 compliances? Haven't we done away with 2,000 old archaic laws? Haven't we made it simpler in terms of a single window system? Haven't we come online when it comes to delivery or accessing government departments and government services for which we used to first stand in line? This is making governance, to ensure that government is out of the lives of those people who don't need it, and to ensure there is governance in the lives of those in terms of social welfare and inclusion to the lives of those who really need it, that is the people who are below poverty line. So that kind of difference, I don't think Mr. Nikunj Patel will understand. But having said that, now let me come back finally to one point, that look, we have come out with our entire cabinet, but can you tell me that the opposition members who are showing that they are so much in collusion together, they have not been able to decide the LOP till now? Uddhav Thackeray did not even attend the Indi meeting. Hanuman Beniwal was absent. Today we have seen the collapse of this entire alliance of confusion of India Alliance in Delhi, where Delhi they have announced that Aam Aadmi Party and Congress Party won't fight together. So I think that it would be better that the people who are in the India Alliance focus on who will be their LOP. And just one last point, I'm very disturbed. You know, there is a good tradition that whenever a new government comes in place, we at least congratulate and that Rawadari is maintained. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra are so upset that their family held record has been broken by a chai wala, that they have not even taken the time out to wish once on Twitter or on social media that, you know, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, you have been sworn in as the Prime Minister again. People have reposed their mandate in you, and we are with you in the opposition to ensure that national interest prevails. Not even that one single message has come from them. It shows the immaturity and the frustration that Rahul Gandhi is facing after not reaching 100 in the last 3 elections.
Nikul Patel, quick response, and then I'll bring in Abbas Haider. Yes, Nikul Patel.
What my friend is telling about everything, that is what you want to reflect, that the Congress is not, means Pradhan Mantri was telling that Congress will not be able to take the position of leader of opposition because they are not going to get less than 40 seats. Now you can see how people had given the mandate, and we are there to stand for the people of the country, and definitely we will find the government not so easy to carry out the activities this time.
You feel that the government will not find it easy to function?
Is that your only ambition?
It looks
Is
that
that
way.
the only
Not ambition, but if you see,
stall a government from delivering?
Only target is to disrupt.
That is not the way.
I mean, it's a very irresponsible statement.
And we have to see whether the policies which are going to be framed on the floor of the house are not against the people, and we have already supported in the last 10 years whenever it is.
But you just said that your ambition.
That is what I want.
The life
you are not
of the government is not easy.
Way. That is what I want to tell you. That will not understand, because you always BJP as a government would not like to understand what opposition wants to say, and that is your habit, and that is why you are saying like this.
No, we have spent more time in the opposition, but our ambition was never to make life difficult for the government. It was to further the national interest by ensuring accountability. But your national interest is not the national interest. Your parivarik interest is about national interest.
I am telling the same thing, but you didn't want to understand. That is what I am telling. BJP never wants to understand what opposition wants to say, and you just frame it in the way that you want to interpret it, and you want to portray it to the people of the country. That is the only difference between your BJP and a Congress.
Okay, so the point is that the accusation from the opposition is that the government of the day is not accommodating. It doesn't listen to everybody, and the entire aspect of working with an alliance and in a coalition is not going to be easy for getting things done for Prime Minister Narendra Modi based on the pace and plans that he had when the BJP in itself had the numbers and majority in the House. That's the point the Congress is making right now. Just a quick update before we go to Abbas Haider, that Subramaniam Jaishankar will take charge at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Abhishek Jha, who covers foreign affairs for us, foreign affairs editor, is just getting us that update, just reading that out quickly. Yes, Abbas Haider, how would you see the portfolio allocation? Has the BJP covered all grounds? There are certain ministers who've been shuffled. Some of them retain their portfolios. Others now will be taking charge of key ministries where there are clear and present challenges. Yes, Abbas Haider.
Well, Anand, I wish them good luck, but practically speaking, it doesn't matter who is given which portfolio, because we have seen how the decisions were being made during the tenure of Mr. Modi in past 10 years, because the decisions were made at the top, and then the ministers were told. In some instances, they were not even taken into confidence. They were not even told what has happened during Balakot and during demonetization, and so many examples. But see, our responsibility is, to work tirelessly to hold the government responsible for their failures. Now, with the style of working that Mr. Modi have, his dictatorial type of working, the way he dictates terms to his ministers, to the government. I think it is very difficult for him to function in a government where the allies do have a stake. Because we have seen even in Gujarat or at the center that Mr. Modi has he has a style of up-down style of leadership, and that does not work for a alliance. And where Mr. Modi has never made consensus on issues. Forget about opposition. There are the common people of the country who are apprehensive, who believe that Mr. Modi won't be able to function in an alliance, in a government which I would say is short of majority in a way, because when Mr. Modi had said that he wants the opposition to sit in the gallery of the parliament, visitors gallery, and he's getting 400 par. So that makes what he feels like, how he believes that the opposition, there shouldn't be any opposition, there shouldn't be any voice of dissent inside the alliance or his party.
Right. Okay. Just to tell our leaders, Abbas Haider and Nikul Patel, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi called up former President Pratibha Patil ji, former Prime Ministers Dr. Manmohan Singh ji and Deve Gowda ji to solicit their blessings as he begins his third term and the NDA gets going. Now, what does that show, Deepak Reddy? Shehzad, coming to you after Deepak Reddy.
Yeah, now I'm like so surprised the way the ecosystem, the NDA ecosystem works. They rarely speak on subjects. They rarely speak on policies which matter. Their only style of functioning is casting aspersions. I think this is not a good idea. The earlier speaker, unwillingly came that we have enough numbers now to disrupt. So that is pretty much their mindset. So I feel this is unhealthy, and probably it might be a good idea before each bill is tabled. There should be a session separately with these people, and if their inputs are taken, there might be a little bit less disruption on the floor. This is something which might be a good idea to be considered. All said and done, the focus is clearly on the country. The BJP as well as Chandrababu Naidu ji has made it absolutely clear. The country comes first, the people's interests, and then politics or the party or whatever comes up after that. But this kind of a philosophy clearly lacks in the Congress or the NDA system. Let me tell you one thing for sure. Mark my words. If any party is not in power for 3 terms, a lot of people there will not have the juice or not have the fire to go on. This NDA ecosystem is going to fizzle out in the coming days. I can assure you, mark my words.
All right. We'll mark this episode and mark Deepak Reddy's words, but Shehzad Poonawalla. PM has called in Pratibha Patil ji, Dr. Manmohan Singh and Deve Gowda ji sought their blessings. And this is a PM not work with the alliance and cannot work in a coalition.
Anand, since you cover foreign affairs so deeply, you know that this PM can work with Mr. Biden on one side and Putin on the other side. This PM can work with Zelensky on one side and the Eastern camp on the other side. So I think that there is enough people who are the naysayers, and they have been naysayers, Anand, since 2000. They first said 2001 में ये प्रचारक मुख्यमंत्री कैसे बनेगा. Then they said ये मुख्यमंत्री तो बन गया पर ये 12-13 साल कैसे निकालेगा. फिर 13-12 साल निकाल दिए तो ये प्रधानमंत्री दिल्ली में. फिर 13-12 साल निकाल दिए तो ये प्रधानमंत्री दिल्ली में कैसे बनेगा. ये दिल्ली में प्रधानमंत्री बन गया तो ये इंटरनेशनल अफेयर कैसे हैंडल करेगा. अब इंटरनेशनल अफेयर भी हैंडल कर दिया तो ये 10वें साल के बाद एक और टर्म कैसे पाएगा. तो ये नेसेयर्स का तो काम ही है, सिनिसिज्म, प्रोफेशनल सिनिक्स है. But having said that, let me give you a very interesting insight. Our NDA 1 government was formed. BJP had majority, but we did not form Bahumati government. We formed the Sarvamat government. We made Harsimrat Kaur Badal minister. You remember NDA 2, we had BJP alone had 303 seats, but we made a Sarvamat government where Ramvilas Paswan ji and others were the ministers as well. And today also NDA 3, we have the Bahumat, but we made a Sarvamat ki sarkar. So therefore, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is adept at ensuring that Sabka Saath and Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas and Sabka advice is also taken. But the problem is that some people are practicing the politics of extreme positions. These are the people who used to support GST, now they have gone against GST. They supported Aadhaar, they have gone against Aadhaar. They are the ones who used to support a lot of initiatives when they were in government. Today they have taken a U-turn conveniently. So therefore, I think they are the irresponsible ones. And I only want to ask Akhilesh's party, Mr. Abbas Haider, 2 questions. आप बाकी सब छोड़ दो, हमारा कंसेंसस है नहीं है, वो टीडीपी और हम निपट लेंगे. आपको कांग्रेस ने पूछा एलओपी से पहले, या आपने भी स्वीकार लिया राहुल गांधी एलओपी बने? आपसे पूछा तक नहीं मान्यवर. और आप जब सरकार चलाते थे 2012 से 17 में, तो अखिलेश जी वैसे तो कहने को मुख्यमंत्री थे, पर 5 मुख्यमंत्री चलाते थे. ये तो उत्तर प्रदेश जानती थी, इसीलिए आपको कितने वर्षों से वहां से बाहर रखा है. तो मुझे लगता है अब्बास हैदर जी, आज सिनिसिज्म छोड़िए और कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन बनिए. कम से कम कोई तो सी ऐसा अपनाइए जिससे कि जनता भी बोले कि आपने सी फॉर क्रेडिबल काम किया है.
Nikul Patel. Yeah, Abbas Haider and then Nikul. Yes, Abbas Haider.
See, the people's mandate in Uttar Pradesh has shown who is going to be at power. Now the thing is, Shehzad ji was talking about the consensus which has been listed by Mr. Modi. Let me tell you, for the past 5 years, there wasn't even a deputy speaker in the Lok Sabha, which used to be from the opposition. The number of ordinance have been increased many times.
Talk about LOP of India.
The number of bills which were sent to scrutiny to quality was just 13%. The number of bill discussion time was average between 4 to 5 minutes. So this is what you has done with the parliamentary system of our country. So we don't need a lecture from you on the parliamentary functioning of the country.
Don't take any lectures from me.
Gone against in the past 10 years. Now the people, when Mr. Modi is not having a strong government, there is a question among the people of the country which you need to answer, and I think time will tell them that how long you're going to be there at the power.
Right.
That is the biggest.
Are you satisfied with Rahul as LOP? That was the question.
We will decide it. Let the date of parliament session when.
But they are not asking you. Congress has not asked you. Congress said हम तय करेंगे. उन्होंने पूछा नहीं आपसे. कल उनकी मीटिंग में उन्होंने तय कर दिया राहुल जी बन जाओ एलओपी. विवेक टांका ने बोल दिया, सीडब्ल्यूसी में बोल दिया, आपसे पूछा नहीं भाई.
Right.
अरे आई एम वरीड. आप मेरी चिंता करो, आप टीडीपी की चिंता करो.
We've got a big development to all our panelists. Just putting this out, Mohan Bhagwat, Sarsang Chalak of the RSS, has spoken. It's his first reaction on Manipur and beyond. This is what he has said. हम देश में शांति चाहते हैं, समाज में कोई कलह नहीं. मणिपुर अभी भी हिंसा की आग में झुलस रहा है. मणिपुर को प्राथमिकता देकर हिंसा रोकी जाए. ये हमारी संस्कृति नहीं है कि महिलाएं शराब पीकर गाड़ी चलाएं और लोग कार के नीचे आकर मर जाएं. दिस इज अ हिंट एट व्हाट हैपेंड इन नागपुर. संस्कार छोड़ चुके लोगों की देश में अच्छी स्थिति नहीं है. We want peace in the country, no animosity or fight among people. Manipur is still reeling under violence. Manipur should be given priority and violence should be stopped. It is not a part of our culture for women to drink and drive, and people die under the car. And leaving culture and tradition is not a good sign for the country. Now, this is the first reaction on Manipur, and it's come from the RSS chief, Mohan Bhagwat. Again, this is a message that's going back, and perhaps the incumbent Home Minister who continues on has his task cut out, Shehzad.
Look, Anand, you know that over the last 10 years under the government of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the Northeast, the entire Northeast, which was known for Bandh, blockade and bomb blast, has now seen a trajectory of peace, violence coming down to a great extent. We know that the civilian casualties, the number of infiltrations, the number of attacks that took place over the entire Northeast has come down drastically. We have seen a number of peace accords being signed, whether it's the Bodo Accord, whether it's the Bruriang Accord, whether it's the Naga Accord, whether it's the Assam-Meghalaya border dispute that has been settled. So 60, 70 years of work has been done in the last 10 years. We have seen the manner in which infrastructure has been given a big boost and fillip, 1 lakh crore worth of infrastructure projects, roads, connectivity, airports, etc. For the first time, we have seen train in Manipur, freight train in Manipur. So these kinds of things have also been done. Of course, Manipur, after the court order, did come into an issue of violence, and that situation has also been brought into control by a large extent. For the first time, the Home Minister travelled there and stayed there for 3 days. In the past, when Manipur was burning, we've seen that not even the MOS of Home had given a statement in Parliament.
Correct.
So while there is absolutely
taking
no
nothing away
there's
from
no
the
difference
urgency
with
that
what
was shown,
Mr. Mohan Bhagwatji is saying,
that is the urgency that was shown by Amit Shah and what was done, troop movement, etc. What's happened post the election results in Jiribam is also very, very concerning. This Sar Tan Se Juda syndrome is now manifest in Manipur, where beheadings have happened. And then again, the Chief Minister's convoy, security convoy, was attacked earlier in the day today. The Chief Minister N. Biren Singh is scheduled for a visit in Jiribam tomorrow. This kind of violence cannot continue, is what Mohan Bhagwat is saying, and that's the expectation from the government. That's the expectation under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that what happened in the first 1.5 terms of Prime Minister Narendra Modi should continue in the third term also. Another important aspect, and this is where I think it's important, that Dr. Mohan Bhagwat has also opened up on the fake video on reservation. Ye Samvidhan Badal Denge and the fake video that was pushed around, circulated, lies were propagated by misusing technology. That's what he said. During the campaigning, nobody took care to stay away from the propaganda that could increase the conflict between the two groups. Organizations like Sangh were also drawn into this controversy. He said there are two sides in the parliament to bring forth both the aspects of an issue. One side can bring forth one aspect and the other side can bring other aspect. So whatever happens is absolutely right. But he's spoken about this entire aspect of lies being propagated via misuse of technology, fake video. This Samvidhan Badal Denge whole narrative itself was false, and it's lies that were peddled. Nikul Patel.
See, Mohan Bhagwatji is putting something to the government. That doesn't mean he's opposing the government. He's putting his own views. And similarly, we as an opposition always tries to say that these are our viewpoints. When it was a COVID, Rahul Gandhi ji was the first to tell that the epidemic is going to come and it is on the doorstep of our country. But Pradhan Mantri was busy with Namaste Trump. That is what we want to say.
No, what he said is that the opposition should have followed a decorum. While the conduct of elections happened, it was not followed. It is important to follow this morality because our country faces many challenges. He is collectively telling both the government and the opposition that no matter how hard you fight politically, there is a civility and a decorum that needs to be mentioned. There is a maryada, sir, of fighting elections, of being in politics. Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi not even bothering to wish and congratulate the government and wish them all the best as a responsible opposition. Then you know that the wedge is driven too deep and it's become personal. So much so that hatred, win at any cost. That is not dharma as far as Hindutva is concerned or Hindustan is concerned.
Very good, sir. I appreciate your thought process, and the same thing can be reciprocated by the government as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party as well as our Honorable Prime Minister too. We are expecting good things and you will be getting good things. But the way we are getting the things from the Prime Minister and BJP, you can see what you reciprocate with. Now, we always respect everyone. The second thing, my friend was telling about stalling the parliament. I have seen that history for the first time where the ruling party had stalled the parliament in Modi 2 government. I was so surprised to see those things. Now they are telling us that we are stalling it, but you are yourself but stalling the government for proceedings in the parliament. Second thing, over here, when we are with the mandate of good number of seats in the parliament, and definitely we will try to bring to the notice to the government by discussion. We have seen so many bills are going to come to in the past was with a top-down approach. That top-down approach will not be considered more, and the consensus in the democracy has to be taken from all the people, and that is why we expect that this time the discussion on the floor of the house must happen, and the policies which are framed must be in accordance with the discussion, and if any modification and amendments are required before to be passed from the parliament as well as the Rajya Sabha, we feel
No,
that
but
now
then,
the
but then, sir, ताली एक हाथ से नहीं बजती. No, but then, sir, ताली एक हाथ से नहीं बजती ना. ताली दो हाथ से बजती है. The opposition will it take responsibility that we will not disrupt. We will not be there to try and deliberately try and derail the functioning of the government to ensure there is policy paralysis. We will not go back on what we had endorsed in the past, and just because this government is doing it, get into an ego fight कि हम कर नहीं पाए, तुमको करने नहीं देंगे. So the opposition can it come up and say no, we will behave before it expects the government of the day to behave. Now, because the message of Mohan Bhagwat is to both sides of the political spectrum.
I will address this Manipur issue.
Yeah.
In Manipur issue, when we asked in the floor of the parliament, the government was ready for only a short discussion. Then we have to go with the no confidence motion, and then it was the discussion happened in the entire parliament about the point, and Pradhan Mantri had come to the floor of the house at the last. Till 100 days, he was not even ready to speak. He is ready to speak for Ukraine and Russia. He is ready to speak for the fights which are going outside the country.
ये तो हट हो गया ना.
From the opposition.
Was there not an open forum said that we will allocate 2-3 hours for discussion on Manipur? If that does not suffice, we will extend. But the hut was नहीं पूरा दिन बाकी सब बंद करो यही करो 267 rule 267 पे करो. Now that's adamance. My point is, sir, if you want to bring the government to account, you need to have parliament function. You have to. The other aspect, Shehzad Poonawala, Mohan Bhagwat has also said that the government also needs to behave responsibly. You cannot drive a political wedge when one hates the other and it becomes a matter of personal egos and personal fixing of each other, vendetta. It becomes personal. Political aspects and personal shishtachar and that maryada, I think that's what Sarsang Chalak is talking about. Yes, Shehzad Poonawala. This fake news thing, the government could also not counter. And he says decorum was not maintained on both sides. That's what he said. Yeah, go ahead, please.
First of all, let me just put out some facts on the Manipur issue. On Manipur, although when in 93, 97 and other times when the violence took place, not even a statement was made by the then government, forget any discussion on this issue, but the government was open to discussion. At that time, these people said nothing doing 267 discussion, which should be opened by the government, which there's no provision for. And then they were going to the extreme of not allowing parliament to function. But when Delhi Services Bill came, they all were ready to have discussion on Delhi Services Bill, and Manipur issue was sent back. And then when Prime Minister and Home Minister spoke on the Manipur issue, they went outside parliament, they boycotted the entire Manipur debate, and they brought no confidence motion in center. But they have still, the Congress party which has taken Manipur has not got single no confidence motion against the government of Manipur till date. Imagine Manipur Parliament assembly sessions have taken place, but they have never brought the no confidence motion against state government of Manipur, because out there their own MLAs support the Meitei and other MLAs there because of political consideration. So they do not have issue of Manipur in their hearts. Their issue is always how to take parliament hostage. I'll give you an example of that. They took parliament hostage on Rafale issue. The Supreme Court came up with Rafale verdict. They still continue to say Rafale. They took parliament hostage on Pegasus issue. The Supreme Court gave verdict on Pegasus issue. They do not believe it. They took hostage parliament hostage on many other issues on which Supreme Court has given clarity, but still they take parliament on hostage. So therefore, this kind of behavior of standing up.
Please complete. Another 10 seconds.
And when was the last time you saw? When was the last time you saw members in the Rajya Sabha stand up on the desk of Rajya Sabha, throw papers on the chair, beat up a marshal, and behave in the most undowdy manner?
Correct. So the opposition does not color itself in glory. Correct. But I'm going to quote Mr. Arun Jaitley. The onus of running the house lies on the government. The government has to be able to reach across the alleys and then ensure that there is consensus. There can be a certain level of disruption, but it becomes to a level that it becomes personal and the wedge. Then that is also reflective on the government. A lot of things are reflective. What the Sarsang Chalak is also saying, 1 minute. He's saying Manipur. It has been a year since Manipur has been waiting for peace. The state remained peaceful for the last 10 years, but suddenly the gun culture increased again. It is important to resolve the conflict on priority. So this is something the Sangh when it speaks and when the Sarsang Chalak when he speaks, a lot of times it's reflective of what is echoing in society, what's happening on ground. And it does not reflect well for us as a nation, as Bharat. If there are two groups that are at loggerheads with each other and they believe parading women naked and also beheading people, either sides, both sides are doing it. So I'm not batting for any one side. Both sides are doing it. It's not healthy, sir, especially when we had 8-9 years of peace. So there are clearly elements who are wanting to disrupt the peace in certain parts of our country. And as the head of internal security, the onus lies on the Home Minister and the government of the day to try and resolve this, nip this in the bud. We
now
don't
let
want
me
such
address
elements.
both these.
Yeah. Yeah. Then
Let me
Abbas
just
Haider
say
and
this.
Deepak
First
Reddy.
of
Quick
all, we
response from
cannot
Shehzad
quote-
and then Abbas Haider and Deepak Reddy. Yes, please. Yeah. Yes, Shehzad, please.
First of all, the context of the statement of late Arun Jaitley ji was when the Supreme Court had cancelled 122 licenses in the 2G scam. At that time, the government was adamant and was not allowing a discussion. And at that time, when Supreme Court's verdict was also not being obeyed or followed, at that time he made the limited statement that disruption will also become a form of parliamentary tactic if the courts are also ruling on something and you're adamant and you don't want to have discussion. Here, the courts have given a verdict that there is no scam in Rafah. The court has given a verdict that there's nothing wrong in the Pegasus issue. But despite that, you are holding Parliament to hostage. And therefore, if you're quoting Arun Jaitley, what did Manmohan Singh ji said? Manmohan Singh ji also said that the onus lies also on the opposition members. So today, where have they dumped Mr. Manmohan Singh's wisdom and points of view?
True.
So that is the full context you should see with. Secondly,
True.
Secondly, as far as Manipur is concerned, for 10 years, Manipur was by and large peaceful. This was the most peaceful time in Manipur. Then a court verdict came, and that court verdict set off a series of events. After that, the situation has been brought under normalcy or control to a great extent. Of course, more has to be done. But those who are only trying to gain political mileage should answer what has their response been when issues like Manipur took place during their own watch and what they did with the entire Northeast. And today, is their criticism constructive or it is only to fuel the situation more?
Correct. Now, those who want to fan the flames will continue to fan the flames. It's the government's job to control the correct narrative and to call out fake news. If fake videos are something that are going to cost people elections or also trying to create a false perception among the voters, then the government of the day has failed to curtail misinformation and to spread the right information. So there is a reflection that needs to happen with respect to information broadcasting and also conveyance and also performing and putting in place tough rules that are punitive on people who peddle such lies. The courts of the day, and of course you can do that. So policy making is in control of the government, and to ensure internal security, again, responsible of the government of the day. There is no doubt about that. Deepak Reddy, the other aspect, the opposition also says, and I've got limited time, so quickly asking you this, that allies are still not fully on board because this ministry does not actually have the representation from Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde, faction not very happy, Shiv Sena. NCP Shinde, faction not very happy, Shiv Sena. NCP Ajit Pawar, also not very happy with what's happening. Now, Abhishek Manu Singhvi and the Congress allege that the JDU and the TDP will also not relent. They are also going to continue to push. And further negotiations are on. So it's all still not very stable. Final word.
Let me be very clear on this. As far as TDP is concerned, we left everything to the Prime Minister. So we respect his decision. As far as these other allies are concerned, there's nothing wrong in asking. And there's still a cushion of another 9 more berths left. So it's like a family. We can negotiate and we can definitely come out with a formula where everybody is happy. Right. But most of this misinformation is being created and prayed for by the India Alliance ecosystem.
Right. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask some of our guests to stay on. The others, thank you for joining us here. I've got to take a very short break. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, and this is something that rankles. When it comes to Rafah, everybody had their eyes on it. But all those who had their eyes on Rafah, why don't they have their eyes on Riyasi? Does the life of this 2-year-old and other infants like Kittu Sani from Jaipur not matter? Does the life of these innocents not matter? When Islamists and the enemy wage a proxy war on our territory, why is there no anger and ire? Stay with us.
What I'm really finding extremely interesting is that on some of those, Dr. Ranganathan, and let me also bring in RP Singh as well as Mr. Chaudhary on this. Dr. Ranganathan, the 3 or 4 key portfolios that require some attention, which is urban affairs and housing. Remember the PM Awas Yojana, one of the big decisions taken in the cabinet meeting today was to expedite that program. And of course, job creation. So micro and medium enterprises goes to Ram Manji. Manohar Khattar gets the housing portfolio. And of course, dealing with the farmers, all those restful farmers who have shown up periodically from Haryana and Punjab to lay siege to Delhi, that goes to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. How do you see this?
I think we've known for the last 10 years, increasingly so, in fact, in the last 3 or 4 years, that the biggest, most important decisions are taken by Mr. Modi. And then the small micromanagement or machinations are taken over by the Council of Ministers. So, for example, the biggest decision as far as agriculture was concerned were the farm reforms. They were taken by Mr. Modi. I doubt whether those 3 farm reforms in the same form would come again in the tenure of Mr. Chauhan. But I think it is also to be said that because it's got very close to a comfortable majority and it's going to run hopefully a stable government for the next 5 years, the Prime Minister has chosen for, what can you call it, not a shock and awe or not a change, but to remain with the same team that has won him at least this 3rd term.
Well, let me bring in RP Singh. RP Singh, I think Dr. Ranganathan is right because the Prime Minister was emphasizing the role of the PMO. He spoke to PMO staff and he says, we want to make this a people's PMO. And that underlines the significance. You see, it's at the fulcrum, isn't it, of the government?
Well, 2 parts to this. One is that, yes, is a fulcrum to the functioning of the complete government, and then ensures that it is grounded and has a hand on the pulse also. But also, let me tell you a very astonishing thing. I mean, you just mark a tweet on to PMO and you get a revert back. This is the first time it's happening in the country. You send a message, you send a social media message, and you get a revert back. I have tried myself and as a citizen, and I got a reply back. So this is the difference now. And then yes, PMO also need to keep a complete view of the complete situation, all ministries put together so that the country moves in the right direction and in the direction which Prime Minister wants it to lead.
Well, Northeast Minister, interesting one, Dr. Ranganathan, Scindia getting that, and Manipur and certain other areas, sensitive, isn't it, this time?
Communication Minister, I think somebody has to kind of tell Mr. Modi or advise him that there are things that he must do instantly. Like, for example, we've talked about he should have gone to Manipur. Likewise, he should have commented on the
Back on the CNN News 18 Federal Bank Primetime Studios here at on the right stand, ladies and gentlemen. A deadly terror attack took place in Jammu's Riyasi hours before the new government was taking over. On Sunday night, terrorists struck in Riyasi far away from the line of control that had been peaceful in the past for nearly 2 decades. We're given to understand these were Pakistanis. There are at least 3 of them who have come in. It's part of a group of Pakistani terrorists who have infiltrated. They actually moved into Samba. From Samba, they've gone to Rajouri, from Rajouri to Riyasi, and now they've gone back to Rajouri, and they're hiding in the jungles in Rajouri. Now, this was staged at a bus carrying pilgrims from Shivkhori in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi, just about 3-4 kilometers that it embarked on its journey. It was onward to Vaishno Devi. It has also sounded an alarm for the security agencies. The NIA has already taken over the investigation. It's on ground zero, looking at the various possibilities. But we are given to understand that top J&K police sources have said very clearly that there is a Pakistani hand to it. Multiple terror outfits first claimed responsibility, then retracted. Ultimately, it came down to the resistance front. But it's all nothing but, these are all names or assumptions of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. The instructions of Riyasi-like attack had been given recently. Agencies have been working to corroborate this evidence. Tasking was done by the Lashkar commander Sajid Jatt. That's what police sources are telling us here at CNN News 18, courtesy our group editor security Manoj Kumar Gupta. Local Lashkar outfit TRF was tasked with the plot. Agencies probing prior info on the Yatri's travel route. Desperate attempt by terrorists to attack pilgrims, and Shivkhori temple was under the radar of terror groups. Security of the temple has been increased after intel input last month. But the larger question is, ladies and gentlemen, that they've moved towards the areas and the jungles of Rajouri to try and push for a certain level of guerrilla warfare. The other thing is, News 18 India has been reporting that these are Pakistanis. They are not Indian citizens. These are Pakistanis who have infiltrated, batch of about 16 terrorists who have infiltrated, about 3 to 4 of them. The eyewitnesses also confirming this. Shahzad Poonawalla, national spokesperson of the BJP, Kuldeep Khoda, former DGP JNK, Umar Talashi, spokesperson, Jammu and Kashmir National Congress. We Umesh Talashi in just a bit. Mr. Khoda, namaste and Jai Hind. Shahzad, thank you for staying on with us. Mr. Khoda, my question to you, sir. When they know that this movement is now happening in the Jammu region and they're using the jungles of Rajouri, could more have been done? Because our agencies have to get it right 10 on 10. The terrorists can get it wrong 9 times, but they need to get it right only once, and we lose innocent lives.
Now the terrorists have been using Poonch and Rajouri border for over 2 years for infiltration, and they have been able to attack our security forces and civilians also in several incidents in the past. But because of the heavy density of forest area and the difficult terrain, the security forces, despite bombing operations, have not been able to get in contact with them. But the deployment has been increased in the sector, and I'm sure that the security forces will get at them and neutralize them. But what is worrying is the Pakistan attitude of trying to activate the border, not only in Poonch and Rajouri. The Kathua border is also a target now, as per the intelligence inputs. And it appears that a group or two have already infiltrated from Kathua side also. And they are somewhere in Dudu Basantgarh sector now. Now, the aim of the terrorists is very clear. To target the minorities, especially like in this bus, it was known they were pilgrims. And obviously the initial attack was on the driver and the conductor, so that to make the targets immobile and attack them. The bus fell into gorge, because of which several more deaths took place. The point is that the game is on from the Pakistan side. They are not trying to decrease their efforts in activating the terror network again in Jammu and Kashmir, especially in the Jammu region. So the mother of the source of the terrorism has to be tackled. What has been done on the ground, and terrorism is largely under control in Kashmir, and Jammu being a fresh area where they are trying to make inroads. We have to activate our OGW network to see, we have to target the OGW network and get the information. Moreover, we are trying to depend more as the technology is developing. We are trying to develop more and depend more and more on the technical intelligence.
Correct.
But what is important in this is that human intelligence is also extremely important.
Yeah, the human.
So, human intelligence and technical intelligence is going to give you results. That is what has been a success story of J&K police and the security forces in past several years in Jammu and Kashmir. So I think we need to have a rethink on the entire strategy to deal with the situation. And beyond that, in Kashmir also, we have to target the radicalization, and putting a lid on something which is the undercurrents are there.
Right.
And the elections where the separatists got elected is also not a good sign.
Correct. But this extremist getting elected with Rashid Engineer or with Amritpal Singh or even Byan Singh's son. Now, this is a worrying trend, Shahzad Poonawalla. But the other thing is, I want to understand from you, do we do pest control once in 5 years, sir? Or do we wait for pests to get into our house, or we stop them from coming into our house? What should be the position? Or we deal with them once they have entered?
Anand, you would be the first. Anand, you would be the first one to acknowledge that post 2014, While I don't want to get into the tactical and strategic issues because that's in the domain of security forces, the template of response to terror has changed drastically under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. For instance, when 26/11 took place, and you remember every second or third week there used to be a terror attack. There was a terror attack in my city of Pune, which was never heard of. There was an attack in Jaipur, Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad. Every possible city was targeted. Civilian areas were targeted. And we used to pretty much wring our hands and say nothing can be done. In fact, give most favored nation status to Pakistan. And from that, today we are in a situation where Pakistan even tries to do something like a Uri or a Pulwama, then they get a response in surgical strike or a Balakot airstrike. So the template of response, the attitude of our response to terrorism, a zero tolerance for terrorism has taken place. And therefore, even particularly after the abrogation of Article 370, whether it's stone pelting or whether it's incidents of terror, they have come down drastically. But of course, Pakistan and these agencies of terror are desperate. So they will continue to target sometimes innocent civilians, sometimes security forces. But having said that, you know, the other issue that is of concern is the mainstreaming and legitimization of this entire terrorism narrative. And there is the problem. Today, when you took the mic and put it in front of the likes of Farooq Abdullah, not once did they condemn Pakistan unequivocally. In fact, just few days ago, Farooq Abdullah said, in the, you know, it's a very derogatory way of saying it, that Pakistan ne chudiyan nahi pehen rakhi hai. This legitimization of terror, we saw the entire campaign, Anand, you remember, 26/11 mastermind, the Kasab, not mastermind, but one of the operatives, Kasab, was in fact said that he was not responsible. The Congress party came and questioned and gave a clean chit to Pakistan on Poonch and Pulwama. So this legitimization and mainstreaming of the terror narrative is something that we need to look upon very seriously and why it's being done in the name of vote bank.
We've got Mr. Talashi from Jammu and Kashmir National Conference. Yes, how would you want to respond to that? That mainstreaming and legitimizing of this proxy war and terror on Indian soil, trying to give cover fire to the Pakistanis. It's being done by mainstream political parties.
Well, I'm quite surprised with the statements. Well, I'm quite surprised with the statements of Shehzad Poonawalla Sahab that despite accepting the failures of the government, despite putting the government accountable, they are still targeting the mainstream parties who have not been in power for last over a decade now. So it's quite surprising. They're still questioning them rather than counting it as a failure. Initially, we had seen these incidents happening across Kashmir. Now we have entire Jammu covered by these militant attacks. Every now and then, you say, be it security forces, be it civilians. So the killing spree is in continuity. It's not stopped yet. So rather than questioning, rather than accepting it as a failure of the government, they are still, shifting the blame and, in continuity that everything is hunky-dory in Kashmir, that tourists are coming in, tourists are going out. So rather than accepting it, they should accept it as a failure. They should accept it that BJP has not been able to control the terrorist activities. See, I accept that.
But the mainstream parties, Mr. Talashi, have also been very, very measured in when they have had to take a position against Pakistan and Pak-sponsored terrorism on Jammu and Kashmir. That is something that has not changed. There is still a hesitancy to call it a terror attack.
No, look. I'll tell you.
There is this whole thing about trying to call them gunmen or militants rather than saying they are terrorists and they are unwanted on Indian soil. There is no open, straightforward condemnation.
Look,
there is just condolence. We feel very sad. This should not have happened. But there is no calling out Pakistan and its proxy war.
We are not in power. Look, I'll tell you.
Whether you are in power or not, you have the power of the pen. When you have the power of the pen to put the government on account, you should put the enemy on account too.
I'll answer your question. When we were in power, we first of all, we never claimed that everything is normal in Kashmir. You go back to our statements back then. We never claimed that everything is hunky-dory in Kashmir. Everything is normal. We always said that.
No, but that is again a false narrative because the allegation there is you never wanted things to be normal in Jammu and Kashmir.
When you look at the
what I'm saying, Mr. Talashi, is that even now the National Conference now,
the statements are coming that we have abrogated Article 370 and everything.
The issue is not 370 here. The issue is Pakistan. The issue is calling out Pakistan. The issue is calling out Pakistan's proxy war, and that's not yet being done. Hold the government of the day to account. Hold the Home Ministry to account.
We are there,
but the National Conference should be vocal.
Look,
I would like to see the National Conference leadership openly calling for an account of the Pakistani bullets that have taken the lives of innocent people of Jammu and Kashmir.
time and again,
let there be a statement there.
Time and again, National
That would be
Conference has been
welcome. That
saying
would be really welcome.
Do what you deem fit.
No.
Look, do what you deem fit.
Okay.
Let me tell this government on record. Do what you deem right, but stop these civilian killings.
Okay. Do what you deem
war
right.
करना war करिए, आपको बात करिए, but let civilians not suffer. Do what you deem right.
Biggest statement that's come from the national conference in the recent times is do what you deem fit. बात करना है बात करिए, लड़ना है लड़िए, खत्म करना खत्म करिए, बस ये जानों का जाना खत्म करिए, बंद करिए. I have to wind up on that note. Shehzad Poonawala, Mr. Khoda and Mr. Talashi. Thank you very, very much. We're going to wind up this edition of the Right Stand on that note. Brass tacks after a short break. Stay with us.
Yesterday in Jammu, he still hasn't.
Well, this is important, viewers. Look, Mr. Amit Shah back as Home Affairs, Minister of Cooperation. So at the interstices really of building and weaving together disparate parts of India. But very importantly, yes, RP Singh, look, I have to say
very
that
small political comment on what has happened in Riyasi is very dreadful. And
no, I actually, hang on. We have about 2 minutes. Dr. Ranganathan, why don't you hold forth on that point? You wanted to make something on Riyasi very quickly before we move on. Yeah.
It's just heartbreaking, Rahul, to be honest. But, Riyasi is not Rafah. And so there will be no eyes on it. Our children are not Gazans, and so their dead cherubic faces will not shake the world's conscience. Terrorism has no religion, and so no one will be blamed. Islamic terrorists fired at the bus. The bus fell into a gorge. The Islamists climbed down and fired at the bus wreck, at the helpless, injured Hindu pilgrims, women and children. Such cold-blooded murder, Rahul, is only possible when it is backed by religious doctrine that demands extermination of non-Muslims. Rahul, when will we understand the machinations of the Universal Brotherhood? These are desperate, dastardly plans hatched by the enemy state of Pakistan and aided and abetted, as some are saying in the police force, by some in India. Or as I've said previously, the snakes and ladders game, where the snakes are provided by Pakistan and ladders by India. But do we expect anything else in a state where the leaders of National Conference and PDP condole the killing of terrorists like Wani? Fact is that after Modi government abrogated Article 370, these terror apologists have been itching to foment trouble, even asking China to intervene. Since the abrogation, there has been an 87% decline in stone pelting incidents, 54% decline in terror incidents, 40% decline in youth joining terror organizations, but 48% increase in ceasefire violations by Pakistan. These guys are desperate. The heartbreaking image of Tutu, a 2-year-old child wrapped in a body bag, will be forgotten soon, Rahul, as was that heartbreaking image of a 3-year-old Sopore boy squatting on his dead grandfather. So I don't know what the solution is, to be honest.
Well, we're all looking for that, viewers. Certainly, let not anyone tell you this kind of hate and bigotry can be tackled by a political package. Let me tell you, viewers, that's not possible. What I'm really finding extremely interesting is that on some of those, Dr. Ranganathan, and let me also bring in RP Singh as well as Mr. Chaudhary on this. Dr. Ranganathan, the 3 or 4 key that require some attention, which is urban affairs and housing. Remember the PM Awas Yojana, one of the big decisions taken in the cabinet meeting today was to expedite that program. And of course, job creation. So micro and medium enterprises goes to Ram Manji, Manohar Khattar gets the housing portfolio. And of course, dealing with the farmers, all those restful farmers who have shown up periodically from Haryana and Punjab to lay siege to Delhi. That goes to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. How do you see this?
I think we've known for the last 10 years, increasingly so, in fact, in the last 3 or 4 years, that the biggest, most important decisions are taken by Mr. Modi. And then the small micromanagement or machinations are taken over by the Council of Ministers. So, for example, the biggest decision as far as agriculture was concerned were the farm reforms. They were taken by Mr. Modi. I doubt whether those 3 farm reforms in the same form would come again in the tenure of Mr. Chauhan. But I think it is also to be said that because it's got very close to a comfortable majority and it's going to run hopefully a stable government for the next 5 years, the Prime Minister has chosen for, what can you call it? Not a shock and awe or not a change, but to remain with the same team that has won him at least this 3rd term.
Well, let me bring in RP Singh. RP Singh, I think Dr. Ranganathan is right because the Prime Minister was emphasizing the role of the PMO. He spoke to PMO staff and he says, we want to make this a people's PMO. And that underlines the significance. You see, it's at the fulcrum, isn't it, of the government?
Well, 2 parts to this. One is that, yes, is a fulcrum to the functioning of the complete government, and then ensures that it is grounded and has a hand on the pulse also. But also, let me tell you a very astonishing thing. I mean, you just mark a return to PMO and you get a revert back. This is the first time it's happening in the country. You send
The CNN News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio.
Good evening. Hello and welcome to Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. We're coming to you live from the CNN News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio. And now we have the full details of the composition, the broad contours of the Modi government 3.0, the cabinet and the entire council of ministers that is now out there in the public domain. Now, while at the top, there is no change in the top 4, that is the top 4 ministers who are all part of the Cabinet Committee on Security, whether it is Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Nirmala Sitharaman, Dr. Jaishankar, they retain their jobs in the top 4 ministries. Some notable additions who have got plum portfolios. Shivraj Singh Chauhan has got the meaty portfolio of agriculture and rural development. Manohar Lal Khattar, another former chief minister, he's got the portfolios of power and urban development and housing. Kiran Rijiju has also got a leg up with parliamentary affairs, and of course he's also the Minister for Minority Affairs. As far as the allies are concerned, most of them have landed with plum portfolios, except perhaps the Shiv Sena Shinde faction. But the opposition is saying that, look, all of this is just old wine in an old bottle. Will the Modi 3.0 Council of Ministers be effective in dealing with the pressing challenges of the country, given the mandate that was returned by the people of this country, the message that was there in that mandate, this whole overarching meta theme in this cabinet selection, in this choice of portfolios, has been one of continuity. Will that mean business as usual, or will they heed the message of this mandate? And if that means taking corrective action, then will corrective action be taken? But first, the story, and then we'll bring you the highlights of what the big names are in the Modi Cabinet 3.0. All right, so let's bring you up to speed with who's got what portfolio, which ministry. No changes at the top, like I said at the top of the show. Amit Shah retains the Home Ministry as well as the Ministry for Cooperation. Rajnath Singh continues to retain the Defence Ministry. Dr. S. Jaishankar will continue to be the External Affairs Minister of the country. In fact, he'll be going with the Prime Minister for the G7 that's coming up later this week in Italy. Nirmala Sitharaman continues to be the Minister for Finance as well as Corporate Affairs. Nitin Gadkari retains the Road Transport and Highways Ministry. Ashwini Vaishnav has retained the Railway Ministry, the IT Ministry, and he's got the new Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, has got the Agriculture Ministry and Rural Development. Manohar Lal Khattar, another former Chief Minister of Haryana, he's got two ministries, Power as well as Housing and Urban Development. JP Nadda has got the high-profile Ministry of Health because he's the BJP president. His term gets over by the end of this month. He was also the health minister, remember, in Modi 1.0. So he comes back into the cabinet with that same portfolio. Kiran Rijiju has also got a leg up. He is a Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, and given the size of the opposition in the new parliament, this is going to be an important portfolio. He also is the Minority Affairs Minister of the Modi government, Modi 3.0. So that is as far as the BJP is concerned. As far as its allies are concerned, remember there are 11 ministers from allies. So the big ones, Ram Mohan Naidu is the cabinet minister from the TDP. He gets civil aviation. TDP, last time they were in government with the BJP, also had civil aviation. HD Kumaraswamy, another former chief minister of Karnataka from the JDS, he gets steel. He gets steel as well as heavy industries. Lalan Singh of the JDU, considered very close to Nitish Kumar, he gets the cabinet ministryship of Panchayati Raj and Fisheries. Jitin Ram Manji, also former chief minister of Bihar from the Ham party, he's the minister for micro, small and medium enterprises. Chirag Paswan, the chief of the LJP, gets the same portfolio that his late father Ramvilas Paswan used to have, that of food processing. Jayant Chaudhary from the RLD, he has two MPs in this new Lok Sabha. He, of course, is now the MOS for skill development and entrepreneurship. So what is the big message as far as the Modi Sarkar 3.0 is concerned? Who has got what? And what is the message that's being sent across, especially after this mandate? Aman Sharma, our political editor and national affairs editor, is now joining us. So, Aman, while on the one hand, the government seems keen to portray the image that this is continuity, this is business as usual, the opposition is saying this is old wine in an old bottle.
Well, I think, Zaka, the realities of coalition politics, running a coalition government also requires a level of certainty and continuity. So I think Mr. Modi is trying to send out that message. The top four ministries on the Raisina Hill, Home, Finance, Defense and External Affairs, all four ministers remaining the same. And these four ministries are very, very crucial to take India's growth journey, economy journey ahead towards becoming the third largest economy. So I think no layer surprises there. We have been speaking about it since yesterday, that the top four will remain unchanged. That was also very visible yesterday from the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, when we had the top four ministers sitting in the front row, Nirmala Sitharaman being the senior most woman minister in the cabinet, also continuing in the finance ministry. So a key post there. I think what is very interesting to me is the two, I would say, standout performers who have been rewarded in a big way. Ashwini Vaishnav getting 3 ministries. He's the only minister in the entire list who has 3 ministries to himself, 3 full independent ministries. He already had railways and IT, but now he's also been given the important charge of the INB ministry, very important area for the Modi government to get the message across. So INB ministry, railways and IT, Ashwini Vaishnav being rewarded for his good work in Modi 2.0, being given 3 ministries. Also, I think the standout performer here, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, moving from civil aviation to the important area of Ministry of Communications. We will see a complete 5G rollout in the country in the coming years. And, this is a big project of the Modi government. He'll be in charge of that, as well as Ministry of Donor. The other two, I would say, the standout performers, the remarkable story, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, getting the entire rural sector ministries to one minister, rural development as well as agriculture. So, Zaka, in the past, we have seen in Modi 2.0, agriculture and rural development, but with different ministers. Now, the Modi government has combined both these ministries under one minister, Shivraj Singh Chauhan. The mega decision taken by the cabinet today to build 3 crore more houses in rural India will be something that will be pioneered now by Shivraj Singh Chauhan as the rural development minister. As we speak, he's already calling for a meeting of the secretaries of both of his ministries to hit the ground running. And also Manohar Lal Khattar, I would say, somebody who was removed as a Haryana CM a few months back, one from Karnal, and now being given the 2 key ministries of housing and urban affairs and the Ministry of Power. Kumaraswamy, of course, one of the allies, I think, has got really heavyweight ministries in heavy industries and steel. Piyush Goyal, another performer, continuing in the Ministry of Commerce. Dharmendra Pradhan in the Ministry of Education. A lot of continuity, but I think the standout performers in the last government have been rewarded in a big way by Mr. Modi, and to take the journey ahead, to take the India's economy story ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Aman Sharma, for joining us and putting that into perspective for our viewers. So the message of continuity, certainly reward for the performers, certainly coming from the Prime Minister. But let's open this up to our political guest. Tuhin Sinha is National Spokesperson of the BJP. Dr. Sharma Mohammed, National Spokesperson of the Congress Party. Brijmohan Srivastav is National Spokesperson of the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP. K. Patabi Ram is National Spokesperson of the TDP. And Rahul Verma will be joining us, Senior Fellow with the Center for Policy Research. Tuhin Sinha, let me start with you. So, no major changes in the top four. All top four CCS ministers keep their jobs. Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, Dr. Jaishankar and Nirmala Sitharaman. Of course, Shivraj Singh Chauhan has got agriculture and rural development. Mr. Khattar has got power and urban housing affairs, etc. So, the message of continuity, the opposition is saying there's nothing new in this. You've not listened to the people of India. You've not listened to the mandate where you've gone from 303 to 240. You should make amends. You've not made any amends.
Well, good evening, Zaka. Good evening, everybody. The message is clear. Continuity, consistency, certainty, born out of conviction and a vision for the next 10 years. So I think, we don't need to make hasty changes. If all of the top four ministers have been brilliant performers, and mind you, India has been the fastest growing large economy for 3 years in a row, and the projected GDP growth for the next few years continues to be in the vicinity of 7%. When it comes to defense minister, you are aware of the massive transformation in the defense ministry. We are now one of the key exporters, and institutions like HAL, which Rahul Gandhi denigrated ad nauseum, are one of the best performers. So why do we need to make the changes? But at the same time, there are some very interesting new allocations. Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji has been given the entire rural development and agriculture ministry. Kiran Rijiju has been given parliamentary affairs. So I think, it's a very, very clever mix. It's a very adroit mix. And, the opposition obviously is frustrated. One, because, they kept believing that the allies will not come on board. And number two, because they realize that the wealth of experience that these ministers carry in a cumulative sense is reason enough to believe that we will continue to gallop ahead with unprecedented speed towards the larger developmental goals of the country. And the opposition should finally, look forward, or should concentrate on 2029 now.
Dr. Sharma Mohammed, the message that is going from the Prime Minister is those people who have done well in the previous ministry are being rewarded. He believes in this team. He believes in continuity of this team. And that is what, the markets, for example, are looking for. When the results came, they tanked 6%, but now they've climbed back up. And I suspect it will continue to go back up because of the performance of the ministers, and the ones who are good have been retained. So that's the message, a message of continuity, a message of business as usual, a message that, look, the India story under Narendra Modi 1.0 and 2.0 will continue in 3.0.
Hi, Zaka. First and foremost, it cannot be Modi 3. They got 240, not 303. So it should be NDA 3. Let's change the name. You're all so stuck up with Narendra Modi, but I see this Modi 3 again. So let's make it NDA. You should change it on your screen, NDA 3. Number two, Mr. Modi cannot, I believe, will not be able to run a coalition government, because when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, it was majority all the time he was there. And last two governments in NDA 2014 to 19 and 19 to 24 also a majority government. So he has no clue how to run a coalition government. Number three is that he says they have been rewarded. Why was Ashwini Vaishnav rewarded for the train accidents in Odisha and Bihar? I would like to know that. What is Nirmala Sitharaman rewarded for? For giving 80 crore people free rations out of 140 crore. He says we are reaching the third largest economy. Then why are you giving free ration to 80 crore people? So, what I look at it is that there will be issues. For example, let's not forget the TDP in 2019, when they left this coalition, the BJP tried to break them. They took 4 members of parliament in the Rajya Sabha and wanted to break the party there. So TDP knows what they are in for. I hope they do know it. And let's look at also JDU was the major partner in Bihar. They were made the minor one by the BJP fielding LGP candidates in all the seats of JDU so that they could cut them to half. So JDU also knows that. And NCP, for example, did not take the ministry they were given. Praful Patel clearly said that we were looking at a cabinet post and MOS is down. Let me finish. MOS is downgrading me. Suresh Gopi, the first person to win, a BJP leader to win from Kerala, was told to be given a cabinet berth, but he was given MOS and he says, I don't want it. I'm just telling you what all are the issues. Now, Bittu being given a seat, being given a cabinet post, without winning the seat. But if you look at the ministry, there is a population which is 15% in this country. They have no representation anywhere. So you keep saying sabke saath sabka vikas, but why are there no Muslims anywhere in the cabinet or elsewhere?
Okay.
So that is very
all
wrong.
of these are questions that I will put to the spokespersons of the TDP. The NCP Ajit Pawar faction spokesperson is also here. I've been trying to ask TDP as well as JDU spokespersons for the last 4 or 5 days. What is it? What is your pound of flesh? What will you settle for? In the last 4 or 5 days, we've not seen any kind of major halchal or ulat-pulat as far as government formation is concerned. The TDP and the JDU have agreed to one cabinet plus one MOS. But I want to look at the larger picture with Rahul Verma before I go to the spokespersons of TDP and Ajit Pawar NCP. Rahul Verma, the opposition's contention is this is more like a Modi 303 cabinet and a Modi 303 Council of Ministers. What then happens to the mandate? Clearly, there was a message from the Indian voter which reduced the BJP from 303 to 240. Through this composition of the Council of Ministers, where largely the big names have been retained, are you not heeding that message of why the BJP came down 60 seats?
So I think, sometimes even retention has its own sort of like message. See, it's very clear that BJP has lost 60 seats and there are going to be all kinds of accommodation in the cabinet. The first signal is very clear. This time you had 72 people taking oath. In 2014, I think only 44 or 48 took. In 2019, only 56 took. This time 72 means that there are more number of faces that were needed to be accommodated on the very first day. Second, inclusion and exclusion both has all kinds of messages that any party which is trying to form the government will try to give. Zaka, you would remember that in the run-up to elections, before the results had come out, there were lots of talks who are the big names that are going to be dropped from the cabinet. And not being able to drop some of those names is also in some ways showing you the signs of why if BJP hadn't got 303, it has put some kind of pressures on Prime Minister Modi to be more accommodative. There's no doubt in my mind that there are going to be changes within the BJP, and you're seeing that President JP Nadda has been moved into the cabinet. Shivraj Singh Chauhan has been given two very key important portfolios. So yes, this is of course rewarding them for their abilities and performance. But all of these are also messages of basically accommodation in various ways, and you will keep that scene happening. And in a coalition government, what you are also going to see that the balance of power will keep tilting every 3 to 6 months. This is not a static tie-up that today some of the players have come with you and they are going to stick to you all 5 years. Every 3 to 6 months, depending upon where the government is heading, how the anchor party is performing in state assembly elections, will keep changing the balance of power, and you will see more and more demands and frictions coming up. But I don't want to see this that Prime Minister Modi didn't have an experience of running a coalition, so he would basically have a difficult time. Manmohan Singh never had an experience of running any government in that sense, but he ran 2 successive coalition governments. So I think we shouldn't think of leaders not being able to adapt to emerging situations. And Prime Minister, by like this sort of like cabinet, is showing that he's adapting to emerging situation.
In fact, very interestingly, almost all the allies, except perhaps one, seem to be happy with what they've got. The total number of allies who have got ministries are 11. Almost all of them have got cabinet. Mr. Kumaraswamy with 2 MPs is now the Steel and Heavy Industries Minister. Mr. Jitin Ram Manji, lone MP from his party, he's the MSME Minister. Mr. Lalan Singh is the Panchayati Raj as well as Fisheries Minister. almost all the allies, and I want to ask Mr. Brijmohan Srivastav this, because you seem to be the only notable ally which is not part of this government, and you've publicly said so. Mr. Praful Patel has said that, we wanted cabinet, we were not offered cabinet. Isn't that a discordant note? The TDP is also happy, the JDU is also happy, other smaller allies are happy. Chirag Paswan, with 5 MPs, as he himself is now a cabinet minister. Aren't you striking a discordant note, Mr. Srivastav? At the end of the day, you have 1 MP.
Actually, we are also satisfied because there is a promise given to us that when we will have our 2 more Rajya Sabha member, then they will give us birth in the cabinet as a cabinet minister to the Praful Patel Sahab. It's very clear. So we are also happy, and we are having no dissatisfaction with the present setup of the government. Honorable Prime Minister has taken us very seriously, and he has given all support to us also. So there is no dissatisfaction amongst my party or between the NDA partners. So let's say if people are saying this thing that we are unsatisfied, or the Praful Patel has given very clearly, because we are short of the member of parliament, therefore we have taken this decision, and it is a policy matter. So
what he said was we were offered MOS independent charge, I think, but since he had already been a cabinet minister, that would be a downgrade, and therefore they're not taking it. You are the only alliance partner of the NDA which does not find a place in the Council of Ministers.
Very correct. Jakavi, our party has chosen name of Praful Patel Sahab, and he worked in the government as a cabinet minister for more than 5 years, and he is very experienced person. So we requested Prime Minister that because just today we are having short of member of parliament, next 2 months we are having more 2 Rajya Sabha member also. Okay. So then we will induct at that time, and here when
you also have a state
member,
election to fight in the next 3 months. We'll see how that goes. But Mr. Pattabhiram of the TDP, every day we do this show since the results came and since you decided to go with the NDA, the Congress party, other India Alliance members have been constantly saying, oh, it's a matter of time, TDP will pull out. It's just a matter of time. They've just been given 1 cabinet and 1 MOS. But every time I speak to a TDP spokesperson, you all seem very happy.
You can see me smiling. You can look at my face. You'll understand how happy we are. Today, even the portfolios which are given to us, Ministry of Civil Aviation to Sri Ram Mohan Naidu, it is the same portfolio which Sri Ashok Gajapati had handled before. Yeah. And also Mr. Kamasani Chandrasekhar, MOS, he has been allotted rural development and communication. So these are all key portfolios, and we're all extremely happy. I've been listening to Shama, who was speaking before. She seems to be very worried about TDP and the NDA alliance. Shama, we all know that you're from Kerala. Look at your own house in Kerala. What is happening between Mr. Vijayan and Mr. Rahul Gandhi? So try to set your house in order. Instead of preaching us on national media, try to set your house in order in Kerala first. That has become a big embarrassment for you. The kind of words that have been exchanged between Mr. Vijayan and Mr. Rahul Gandhi. So NDA is intact and it will remain intact. So don't worry about us. Worry about your own alliance, which is collapsing every single day. Aam Aadmi Party is out in Delhi. Mamta Didi is out in West Bengal. Kerala, the kind of situation that is in. So your house is in complete disarray. So start looking at your own house. NDA is intact, and the Modi ji will last his full 5-year term. We know how to run a coalition. TDP, BJP have worked before. So stop worrying about us. We are all happy. And Zaka, I would like to also mention one thing. We are not behind any ministries and portfolios. Our prime agenda is the state of Andhra Pradesh, which had been completely ruined by the former Chief Minister Jagan Reddy. So we will exert our pressure on those issues which are related to the state, and we are confident that Sri Modi ji, will deliver all that is required for the state of Andhra Pradesh. So that will be our priority.
No, I spoke to Nara Lokesh last week, and he said that, look, our support is unconditional. Even if we don't get a single ministry, we'll still go. What we need is funds for our state. What we need is grants and money for our state, because we need to develop our state. So that's what he said. But Shama Mohammed, please respond to Mr. Pattabhi. He says you need to stop worrying about him and his party. They are fine.
No, I'm not worrying about his party. I was just stating facts, what happened in 2019, how they tried to break your party, how Mr. Naidu left the alliance because they were not given the special status. So these are facts. That's what. Now, let me explain to you about CPM and the Congress party. We are the principal opposition in Kerala. We never had an alliance in Kerala, and we will never have an alliance with the left in Kerala. And of course, we will speak to Pinarayi Vijayan. We'll give it back to him in his own way, his own medicine. We have already said that in the beginning, India Alliance is an alliance of more than 25 parties, and we have certain issues in certain states. One was Punjab, the other one was West Bengal, and the third was Kerala. So let's understand that very clearly, Zaka. And in that, there is no difference, no change, nothing. Let me also remind one more thing right now, that in this particular election, India Alliance won 43 in UP, whereas BJP won only 34. I mean, NDA, I would not say BJP, they won 34. And we also won Faizabad, where it's the constituency where Ayodhya is there. So let's understand that the victory this time, it was for the India Alliance, and it was against the NDA, and especially against Mr. Narendra Modi. Let's not. And one more thing to the BJP.
How is it against? They are at 293 or 292, and you're at 234.
Against, you have to stop this Modi 3. That is the issue. It was not for Modi. It was a vote against Modi. Let's understand that.
How?
And also,
please explain to our viewers. One second, Dr. Shama Mohammed, please explain to our viewers in lucid terms. If an alliance is sitting at 293 and that alliance has unanimously elected Mr. Modi as the leader of that alliance, the NDA, at 293, and you are at 234, how is the mandate against him?
See, look at the stage which they were said, where because of Ram Mandir, they would be gaining. I was told by their supporters and journalists pro-BJP that 72 aa jayenge, madam, wahan. Sure, I said, are you sure? Because this is not what the report we are getting. And they were just at 34. So India Alliance, yes, we had certain places there were issues, but they are dependent totally on TDP and JDU. And we all know what they did to the JDU also. So we don't know if, I just want to, the TDP spokesperson is here, the speaker will be there soon. They will be buying all the members of parliament. You will see soon that there will be no TDP and there will be no JDU. So we are not worried about that. I'm just stating facts.
Has a Bihar connection as well, but Tuhin Sinha, again, the Congress and India Alliance spokespeople every night on the show seem to be more worried about the JDU and the TDP than the BJP is, because of course your government survival depends on both of these folks and the respective party members and spokespersons from those parties themselves. But I think the larger message that people like Shama Mohammed are asking is simply this. Look at the biggest states in the country: Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu. Other than Bihar, in the top 5 big states in this country, the NDA is less than the India Alliance. You've lost significant mandates, significant number of seats in these big states.
Zaka, first of all, let Shama Mohammed and the Congress get this clear. It is Modi 3 led NDA 3. They may have a pathological hatred for the Prime Minister. In fact, their leaders have not even had the basic courtesy to congratulate Prime Minister when the world leaders are congratulated. But nothing can take away from the fact that it is Modi 3 led NDA 3, because like you mentioned, a mandate of 240 seats for the BJP and 293 for NDA. I mean, there is no issue with it. Secondly, they keep asking what experience does Modi ji have of running a coalition government. Please don't barge in like this. Have the basic manners.
I'm asking a question.
What experience? Have the basic manners. I did not speak.
One at a time.
Do I need to teach you manners on the show?
One at a time. Yeah. Tuhin, yeah. Stick to the.
What experience did Manmohan Singh? What experience did Manmohan Singh with 145 seats have of running a coalition government? Manmohan Singh lost Lok Sabha elections. He could not even win a Lok Sabha elections. If I were in the opposition, I would be really worried about having to spend the 3rd consecutive term in the opposition. You are asking us about our performance in specific states. Yes, that is a cause of concern, and BJP is a party which takes any setback very seriously, because we have a mechanism that factors in everything that went wrong and immediately enters the path of course correction. But there are at least 6 big states where Congress has drawn a zero. So I think, they should worry about themselves rather than preaching us. There is a thing called law of averages. It has caught up with the BJP, but, besides the limited push that the opposition has got this time, unless they worry about themselves, they'll be back in the pit again.
Okay, so law of averages has caught up with the BJP. Okay, one line, and then I'll go to Rahul Verma after that. Yes.
Dhaka, just one point I want to say is that Rahul Gandhi stood from the north and the south. He had the guts, and he won by nearly 4 lakh votes in Rai Bareli. Mr. Narendra Modi just won by 1.5 lakh votes. And if he stood in the south, he would have lost. He doesn't have the guts to stand from the south. And the other very important thing is you have forgotten that Manipur is part of this country. Viren Singh's convoy was attacked. Manipur is part of this country. You have no interest in Manipur. And that's why Northeast showed you the door. This time, the Congress has done very well in the Northeast.
Okay,
They have shown you the door.
I do want to ask Rahul Verma. So, whatever temporary dip or hit the Modi government and the Modi juggernaut may have taken because of the result, like I said, not even BJP folks were expecting to come down from 303 to 240. But do you believe in the whole business of perception, he's managed to wrest back the initiative with how smoothly these coalition talks have happened and how quickly the new government has been formed and now portfolios have been allocated? It's like the result day 4th of June was just a minor blip.
You're right, Jaka. At least side perception which is being created is that Prime Minister is in control of the situation. They quickly got their allies together. In fact, despite all kinds of rumors about that allies are going to put pressure on demand for different ministries, that turned out to be rumored. They have managed to retain the cabinet as of the previous time. Most of the important ministries are with the BJP. So in that sense, yes, it's a business as usual. But think from the perspective of Prime Minister himself. I don't think this business as usual is also in line with Prime Minister's style. Had BJP got 303, you would have seen a very different kind of cabinet. So, but what I'm also trying to see, leaders are adaptive to situations. A new situation emerges and they have to make changes. They are not adamant like you and me, right? They know what they need to do. From 303 to 240 basically changes 3 things dramatically. BJP's own internal functioning, and there are going to be more pressure points within the BJP. And so accommodation of many of them, you can call it a continuity, but in some ways, many of them, you can call it a continuity, but in some ways that continuity itself basically symbolizes that now there are going to be more pressure points within the BJP. 2, it is going to change the equation within the BJP and RSS. And you'll see that happening. 3, it will change the equation between BJP and its allies. Between 2014 and 2024, BJP had an expansionist impulse which was very, very visible. Now, if it continues to do so, there are going to be cost of that. Earlier, there was no cost of that. So those things are going to definitely happen, and those changes in itself signals that while BJP is in command, it will have to make adaptations and changes. And that's how, why some leaders are more successful than others.
You have a great point, and I've got a breaking story that's coming up in just 1 second, which is illustrative of point number 2 that Rahul Verma was making. Thank you very much to all our guests. Rahul Verma was saying that, there are going to be pressure points within the BJP. There are going to be pressure points between the BJP and the RSS, and of course between the BJP and the allies. It's not going to be, while on the face of it, it seems like business as usual. These pressure points will come up from time to time. And already we are hearing from the RSS chief, Mohan Bhagwat. He's made a big statement. For the first time, he's commented on the situation in Manipur. He was speaking a short while back, and he said, and I quote, "It's been a year since Manipur has been waiting for peace. The state remained peaceful for the last 10 years, but suddenly the gun culture has increased again. It is important to resolve this conflict on a priority basis." So this is a big statement coming from Mohan Bhagwat for the first time speaking about the situation in Manipur. Remember, the opposition had made the Manipur issue a top priority for them. One of the sessions of parliament was almost washed out because of that. The Prime Minister was forced to come to the House and clarify and give a speech. He, of course, turned it around back on the opposition. And today, the results in Manipur, both the outer Manipur and inner Manipur seats, the BJP has lost. So this, beyond just the political, this will add moral pressure on the BJP. This will also add, like I said, if this is coming from the parent ship, as Rahul Verma was saying a moment ago, if this pain point is coming from the parent ship, then this will put pressure on the Modi government. Payal Mehta is now joining us on the phone line. Very quickly, is there any context or reason why Mohan Bhagwat has made this comment on Manipur now, 5 days after the election result, or 6 days after the election result?
It's very interesting because, I'm sure that the government of the day wouldn't really like the comment that Mr. Bhagwat has really made, because the Home Ministry, the External Affairs Ministry, also the Ministry of the Prime Minister's Office, all of them are making enough efforts, Dhaka, to actually restore peace in the region. But sporadic violence has been witnessed. In fact, Mr. Biren Singh's advance convoy was also attacked this morning, and you saw, his security personnel getting injured. But the Prime Minister spoke at length, and he said he did not agree with the route of violence. He did not agree with the videos that were doing the rounds of a woman being paraded nude as well. The Prime Minister called out anything to do with violence. He spoke extensively about an hour or plus, in the Parliament session. But this coming in from Mohan Bhagwat is probably more of a matter of fact, because anybody who understands the Northeast region will tell you that anytime that Manipur and regions like that do see violence, it has a far-reaching impact. So obviously, Mohan Bhagwat over here is saying that there is need to restore peace, and I'm sure the government of the day will tell him that every effort is being made every effort is being made to make sure that peace is restored. We also recently saw a successful election to the two Lok Sabha seats in Manipur as well, without any violence being witnessed.
All right, Payal, just stay on with us. I want to play out that bite, and I want to focus on something larger, which Rahul Verma was also referring to a moment ago. Very quickly, let's play out that soundbite of Mohan Bhagwat. Like I said, this is the first time he's speaking about Manipur, and then what the implications of this might be. We'll just quickly discuss with Payal right after this soundbite.
जगह जगह और समाज में कलह ये नहीं चलता। अब 1 साल से मणिपुर शांति की राह देख रहा है। उसके पहले 10 साल शांत रहा। पुराना गन कल्चर समाप्त हो गया ऐसा लगा, और अचानक जो कलह वहां पर उपज गया या उपजाया गया, उसकी आग में अभी तक जल रहा है, त्राही त्राही कर रहा है। कौन उस पर ध्यान देगा? प्राथमिकता देके उसका विचार करना ये कर्तव्य है।
So, Payal, Rahul Verma a little while ago was saying that because this is a 240 mandate and not a 303 mandate, you will see some pressure points between the RSS and the BJP. He was saying it could be in the form of, some people that they're backing to be part of the cabinet. It could be in the form of statements like what Mr. Bhagwat has just made. Do you see that in that overall context, or is this just limited to a one-off comment?
It's just a one-off comment, Zaka. I would agree, because there seems to be no difference between the RSS and the BJP. And if you look at the RSS history, if they have to make any mention of anything which is, of course, a point of conflict, they do it directly with the BJP leadership. They do not go out on the public and speaking. But here what Mr. Bhagwat is saying, that, if you have disturbances within various regions of the country, it's not a situation which is very, very good for the country. He says that every effort needs to be made to restore peace as well. Kala nahi chalega. That's what he said. And gun culture is restored. Has come back again. That is also something which is expressing, and he's saying that it is a duty of the sitting government, it is the duty of the establishment to make sure that peace is restored. So, one should not read it as a war of words between the RSS and the BJP. I'm sure they are on the same page, because both of them are often seen together speaking about the issue of national security, and there's no mat about that, as they say in Hindi.
Okay, we'll leave it at that, Payal Mehta. Thanks for joining us with your thoughts and perspective. This is an important story, no doubt about it, not least of all for the fact that who the person is who said it, and B, the fact that he said it for the very first time. Manipur, of course, has been in a state of flux for some months now. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back on the other side, a deadly terror attack taking place in Raisi in Jammu, and that too just hours before the new government of Mr. Modi 3.0 was to take the oath of office. What may the signal be? Now, an offshoot of the Lashkar has taken responsibility for it. Once again, is Pakistan trying to fish in troubled waters? We'll try and analyze that. And what should India's response be to this? Right on the other side of this quick break.
Send a social media message and you get a reward back. I have tried myself and as a citizen, and I got a reply back. So this is the difference now. And then yes, PMO also need to keep a complete view of the complete situation, all ministries put together, so that the country moves in the right direction and in the direction which Prime Minister wants it to be.
Well, Northeast Minister, interesting one, Dr. Ranganathan, Sindhya getting that, and Manipur and certain other areas, sensitive, isn't it, this time?
Yes, and if I may, you have a new information communication minister. I think somebody has to kind of tell Mr. Modi or advise him that there are things that he must do instantly. Like, for example, we've talked about he should have gone to Manipur. Likewise, he should have commented on the deadly attack yesterday in Jammu. He still hasn't.
Well, this is important, viewers. Look, Mr. Amit Shah back as Home Affairs, the Minister of Cooperation. So at the interstitials really of building and weaving, look, I have to say
very
that
small political comment on what has happened in Riyasi is very dreadful. And
no, I actually, hang on. We have about 2 minutes. Dr. Ranganathan, why don't you hold forth on that point? You wanted to make something on Riyasi very quickly before we move on. Yeah.
It's just heartbreaking, Rahul, to be honest. But, Riyasi is not Rafah. And so there will be no eyes on it. Our children are not Gazans. And so their dead cherubic faces will not shake the world's conscience. Terrorism has no religion. And so no one will be blamed. Islamic terrorists fired at the bus. The bus fell into a gorge. The Islamists climbed down and fired at the bus wreck, at the helpless, injured Hindu pilgrims, women and children. Such cold-blooded murder, Rahul, is only possible when it is backed by religious doctrine that demands extermination of non-Muslims. Rahul, when will we understand the machinations of the Universal Brotherhood? These are desperate, dastardly plans hatched by the enemy state of Pakistan and aided and abetted, as some are saying in the police force, by some in India. Or as I've said previously, the snakes and ladders game, where the snakes are provided by Pakistan and ladders by India. But do we expect anything else in a state where the leaders of National Conference and PDP condole the killing of terrorists like Wani? Fact is that after Modi government abrogated Article 370, these terror apologists have been itching to foment trouble, even asking China to intervene. Since the abrogation, there has been an 87% decline in stone pelting incidents, 54% decline in terror incidents, 40% decline in youth joining terror organizations, but 48% increase in ceasefire violations by Pakistan. These guys are desperate. The heartbreaking image of Tutu, a 2-year-old child wrapped in a body bag, will be forgotten soon, Rahul, as was that heartbreaking image of a...
Welcome back to Brass Tacks. A deadly terror attack took place in Jammu's Riyasi just hours before the new government of Modi 3.0 was to take oath. On Sunday night, terrorists struck in Riyasi in the relatively peaceful Jammu region. This attack took place on a bus which was carrying pilgrims from the Shiv Khori temple who were then headed to Katra. Because of the attack, the bus driver lost control of the bus and the bus then fell into a deep gorge. The pilgrims in the bus included children as well as women. The Resistance Front, or the TRF, which is an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has claimed responsibility for the attack. TRF has also vowed to continue attacks on non-locals in Jammu and Kashmir. Security forces have launched search operations to hunt down the terrorists. Prime Minister Modi took stock of the situation and vowed to punish the culprits. The opposition's also hit out at the government and its claims of normalcy and peace in the valley after the abrogation of Article 370. It has sounded alarm bells for the security agencies as the Union Territory is now headed for polls as well. They have to finish the polls there before the 30th of September. So now it seems like the onus of the terror or the epicenter of the terror is moving away from Srinagar and other parts of Kashmir and moving into the Rajouri-Poonch area. So the big question is, it's clear that this was orchestrated at the behest of Pakistan, and that too, the timing of it, timed to the swearing in of the Narendra Modi government 3.0. How should India respond? today, of course, there was an exchange, a Twitter exchange between both Shahbaz Sharif and Nawaz Sharif. They congratulated the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister also responded to that on the platform X. But how should India respond to this terror attack? G. Sarthi is former Indian High Commissioner to Pakistan. Mr. S.P. Vaid is former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir. Let me start with Mr. Vaid, because Mr. Vaid, it was said that, you know, after 370, the number of terror incidents has come down, and there are absolute numbers to show that. But yesterday's attack, it's clear to me that it was timed with the oath-taking of the Prime Minister. It was timed to disrupt and send out a negative message. How should India look at yesterday's attack? And now that TRF has claimed responsibility, and we know what the antecedents of TRF are, how should India look at yesterday's attack, particularly in the context of this new government, a government which may have wanted to start on a fresh page with Pakistan, but clearly after yesterday, do you see that happening?
Good evening, Zaka. What you said is, I absolutely agree. This is time to the swearing in ceremony of the Honorable Prime Minister with his new cabinet for the third time. And the message is very, very clear. They wanted to send a clear message to the new government that we can strike at will wherever we want, and you need to listen, because if you see, Pakistan is the only country which India did not invite, and I was watching on the Pakistan channels how much they were bugged up about this issue, that we have not been called. Every other neighbor has been called for the swearing in, and I think that there were clear directions from the deep state of Pakistan to their cronies, terrorists operating in the Rajouri Poonch area, which is just adjoining to Riyasi district, where this incident, exactly the place is Triat, where it has happened, where Shiv Khodi shrine is located. That is the message which this incident has sent. And it in fact, the new government starts with a negative note of whatever impact it will have on the relations of India and Pakistan.
Ambassador Sarthi, you know, Mr. Vaid is absolutely right. There was this familiar call from a certain ecosystem yesterday saying, you know, except Pakistan, all the other neighbors have been called: Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, even with Maldives, with whom we've not had great relations in the last few months. Even the president of Maldives was invited, but Pakistan was not invited. But, you know, how do you invite Pakistan, especially after what happened yesterday? This is exactly what a lot of people, including you, have been arguing, that until this terror tap is switched off, and we're not seeing any evidence of that given what happened yesterday, why should Pakistan be invited?
Well, that's a very good question and a very relevant one. Look over. You have to look over developments in Pakistan over the past 6 months or so. Firstly, you have an appointment of a new army chief, Asim Munir, who, unlike his predecessor, General Bajwa, who realized the consequences of enhanced terrorism on India, this man is a loose cannon. From everything he has said, from everything one knows, and from the way, in fact, he's treating civilians as though it is under military rule in Pakistan itself. So you have Pakistan with a military chief on the warpath. And I've always maintained Asim Munir is bad news. And therefore, he would be more than happy if he does this. And I wouldn't be surprised. You have a weak government headed by a person whom I know personally, Shahbaz Sharif, who is more rational and sort of balanced than most people I've known in Islamabad. So obviously this has a military hand, and Asim Munir is centering it, because it's the line he pushes. It's the line he wants to keep the army center stage.
But
So,
how should then
how
India
will-
respond? We've seen both Nawaz Sharif and Shahbaz Sharif congratulate the Prime Minister today on Twitter, and the Prime Minister has responded there as well. Like you said, of all the various civilian regimes we've seen in the past, perhaps the Sharifs were the ones that India perhaps had the most hope from in terms of, bettering the bilateral relationship. So how should India respond given what happened yesterday?
First thing, I wouldn't trust both the Sharif brothers. Don't forget the elder brother started off the Kargil conflict. It's the younger brother who's a technology man who, when I spoke to him last in Lahore, all he was interested in doing is sending a delegation to India, to Bangalore, to study information technology there. So I don't think the Prime Minister has a hand. His brother will be ambivalent, though outside he will swear friendship. And therefore you're into a peculiar situation. My answer is, I've been very clear about this. We should have retribution in place of our choice.
So the
It is to
retribution
tell
part, Mr. Vaid, of course, when you have a government at 303, politically it's easier to execute something like that. But a government at 240, and there are other pressures as well. It's not just Jammu and Kashmir. There are pressures that we're seeing in Punjab as well. How does the government's response change by nature of the difference in the mandate?
Zaka, I completely agree with Mr. Parthasathi. Ultimately, India need to take action on 3-4 fronts. Number one, clean up your own backyard. And I think we need to address what is happening in Rajouri Poonch for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
We have seen so many attacks. Maybe you need to induct more troops. Maybe you need to have a coordinated, unified command working, improve your intelligence, involve local people, village defense committees, all technology part, everything, drones, whatever you can do. See that this area, it does not spread to other further more areas of Jammu region. So I think so far from it was restricted to Poonch, then it came to Rajouri, and now Riyasi. My worry is there is Vaishno Devi ahead of this area.
Correct.
And then where lakhs of even more than crore people come for darshan. Then you have assembly election coming up, the Amarnath Yatra. So all these things make it very, very sensitive, and we need to take care of that. Number two, I think maybe the point Mr. Pasati said, that government of India will have at an appropriate time think of the action. Maybe what government has come with a less majority this time. But what we know of Mr. Modi, he is a man of action and a strong leader. And I don't think this coalition government will have any effect on him. I think when it is a matter of nation, everyone will be standing with him, and we must take action at a make it very heavy for the Pakistan army to venture like this.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Mr. Vaid, Mr. Parthasathi, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see what the government's response will be to this, as Mr. Parthasathi said, at a time and place of its choosing. But it's clear the message from the Pakistani side, that too on the day that Mr. Modi's government was being sworn in, to have this nature is a deliberate and needless provocation. Let's see what the Indian side's response will be. That's a wrap from me, Zakir Jacob. If you want to know who's made it to the Modi cabinet and what portfolio each of them have got, go to our website, news18.com. From me and the team, thank you very much for tuning in. You are tuned in to Brass Tacks, coming to you live from the CNN News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio.
Presented by
boy squatting on his dead grandfather. So I don't know what the solution is, to be honest.
Well, we're all looking for that, viewers. Certainly, let not anyone tell you this kind of hate and bigotry can be tackled by a political package. Let me tell you, viewers, that's not possible. What I'm really finding extremely interesting is that on some of those, Dr. Ranganathan, and let me also bring in R.P. Singh as well as Mr. Chaudhary on this, Dr. Ranganathan, the 3 or 4 key portfolios that require some attention, which is urban affairs and housing. Remember, the PM Awas Yojana, one of the big decisions taken in the cabinet meeting today was to expedite that program. And of course, job creation. So micro and medium enterprises goes to Ram Manji. Manohar Khattar gets the housing portfolio. And of course, dealing with the farmers, all those restful farmers who have shown up periodically from Haryana and Punjab to lay siege to Delhi, that goes to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. How do you see this?
I think we've known for the last 10 years, increasingly so, in fact, in the last 3 or 4 years, that the biggest, most important decisions are taken by Mr. Modi. And then the small micromanagement or machinations are taken over by the Council of Ministers. So, for example, the biggest decision as far as agriculture was concerned were the farm reforms. They were taken by Mr. Modi. I doubt whether those 3 farm reforms in the same form would come again in the tenure of Mr. Chauhan. But I think it is also to be said that because it's got very close to a comfortable majority and it's going to run hopefully a stable government for the next 5 years, the Prime Minister has chosen for, not a shock and awe or not a change, but to remain with the same team that has won him at least this 3rd term.
Well, let me bring in RP Singh. RP Singh, I think Dr. Ranganathan is right because the Prime Minister was emphasizing the role of the PMO. He spoke to PMO staff and he says, we want to make this a people's PMO. And that underlines the significance. You see, it's at the fulcrum, isn't it, of the government?
Well, 2 parts to this. One is that, yes, there's a fulcrum to the functioning of the complete government, and then ensures that it is grounded and has a hand on the pulse also. But also, let me tell you a very astonishing thing. I mean, you just mark a tweet to PMO and you get a revert back. This is the first time it's happening in the country. You send a message, you send a social media message, and you get a revert back. I have tried myself and as a citizen, and I got a reply back. So this is the difference now. And then yes, PMO also need to keep a complete view of the complete situation, all ministries put together so that the country moves in the right direction and in the direction which Prime Minister wants it to lead.
Well, Northeast Minister, interesting one, Dr. Ranganathan, Sindhya getting that, and Manipur and certain other areas, sensitive, isn't it, this time?
Yes, and if I may, you have a new information communication minister. I think somebody has to kind of tell Mr. Modi or advise him that there are things. Instantly. Like, for example, we've talked about he should have gone to Manipur. Likewise, he should have commented on the deadly attack yesterday in Jammu. He still hasn't.
Well, this is important, viewers. Look, Mr. Amit Shah back as Home Affairs, Minister of Cooperation. So at the interstices really of building and weaving together disparate parts of India. But very importantly, yes, RP Singh, look, I have to say
very
that
small political comment on what has happened in Riyasi is very dreadful. And
no, I actually, hang on. We have about 2 minutes. Dr. Ranganathan, why don't you hold forth on that point? You wanted to make something on Riyasi very quickly before we move on. Yeah.
It's just heartbreaking, Rahul, to be honest. But, Riyasi is not Rafah. And so there will be no eyes on it. Our children are not Gazans, and so their dead cherubic faces will not shake the world's conscience. Terrorism has no religion, and so no one will be blamed. Islamic terrorists fired at the bus. The bus fell into a gorge. The Islamists climbed down and fired at the bus wreck, at the helpless, injured Hindu pilgrims, women and children. Such cold-blooded murder, Rahul, is only possible when it is backed by religious doctrine that demands extermination of non-Muslims. Rahul, when will we understand the machinations of the Universal Brotherhood? These are desperate, dastardly plans hatched by the enemy state of Pakistan and aided and abetted, as some are saying in the police force, by some in India. Or as I've said previously, the snakes and ladders game, where the snakes are provided by Pakistan and ladders by India. But do we expect anything else in a state where the leaders of National Conference and PDP condole the killing of terrorists like Wani? Fact is that after Modi government abrogated Article 370, these terror apologists have been itching to foment trouble, even asking China to intervene. Since the abrogation, there has been an 87% decline in stone pelting incidents, 54% decline in terror incidents, 40% decline in, but 48% increase in ceasefire violations by Pakistan. These guys are desperate. The heartbreaking image of Tutu, a 2-year-old child wrapped in a body bag, will be forgotten soon, Rahul, as was that heartbreaking image of a 3-year-old Sopore boy squatting on his dead grandfather. So I don't know what the solution is, to be honest.
Well, we're all looking for that, viewers. Certainly, let not anyone. Let me tell you, viewers, that's